welcome to the Independent Characters, episode 183. This is Carl.
This is Justin.
This is Adon.
This is Jody.
This episode, we are covering the Death Guard in our Show of Force Heralds of Decay.
The Unbreakable.
That's right. So it's actually a pretty lengthy episode.
Yep.
I don't know yet, but we may or may not have an interview with Chris Wraight in here. You will hear me mention several times how we lost the interview because the other computer died. Chris has gratefully offered to re-record the interview, but we may not be able to scoot that in just in time for the release of this. I would like to get this out as soon as possible because it's been a while since we released an episode. And if his interview is not in this one, it will be in the next episode. Just check our show notes and you'll see if it's included or not.
Right.
Whew, this is a good episode. It's a long one. I think we have a lot of good discussion.
Good stuff,
Yeah, and I think we only mentioned Mortarion about 800 times.
Right.
777 times.
We just started at the beginning of the Imperium up to current day. That's all you're in for.
That's right. So we've got several things coming up in the near future. I'm going to have some announcements coming up pretty soon, but we also will, some of us will be at Adepticon this year. So super looking forward to that. Are you going to?
I am.
I am not. Next year.
I thought you were.
I'm not.
Oh, okay. So, okay.
Going to Nova.
Jody, his first time at Adepticon.
Yeah, and I'm just wandering the halls.
We are super excited you're going to be there. It's going to be fun.
I feel like I'm going to get hazed.
No, it'll be
not
awesome.
at all. It's
that's what they said when I joined a fraternity too.
Well, that was your first mistake.
You're making a few people. Are you Pez Man?
So it'll be Jody, Don, and myself. So we hang out at the bar a lot, the bar / restaurant. We'll be cruising around. Always welcome to say hi to us. We're very friendly. I've got a lot of games planned already with people. That,
cool.
Especially a rematch against Campbell. I'm trying to get my coin back.
I want to see that game because he has great
armies. He's a better player than I am, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm hoping to luck into a win here. And then
I can kneecap him for you.
Yeah, I got to win this on my own. It's one of those things I got to do on my own. Nova Open registration was today.
Yeah.
I got into the narrative campaign, which I'm super stoked about.
Nice.
So really looking forward to going out there.
I was in a car driving here, so I didn't get to sign up. I have to go home and see what I can get.
Yeah. Well, I think that's going to be an interesting show, and I'm really trying to get Jeff to come out and visit. And if he doesn't, I'm unfriending him on Facebook.
Ooh. Bum.
Dude, if I can fly all the way across the country and go to this event, and he can't drive an hour to get to the event.
Yeah. Come on, Jeff.
Unite the clans.
Where's your loyalty, Hummel?
It's not like we're asking you to paint some Eldar or something.
No, we're not even asking you to play 40K.
I'll bring you some Gundam markers. How's that?
There you go.
Right.
All right. Justin, you have a few things you want to throw out there.
Well, on the Nova Open thing, too,
Yeah.
big announcement that is official now. CK Studios is going to be painting up a Warlord Titan for the Nova Open Charity Foundation.
I'm buying tickets.
Yeah, me too.
Pretty cool.
I wonder if I won it, how bad that would look. Since I'm helping write the
Give it
lore
to
and
me.
stuff.
Well, since they're
I don't know how that works.
If any of us should.
Since they're painting it, I think it'd look really good.
I'm not involved at all. I'm buying tickets. I'm not involved. I'm buying tickets.
And you usually win something, so.
So that is happening. It's going to be a big project that the entire team, we're starting to divvy up work on it. And, of course, Carl's going to be writing some sweet lore behind this beast. And I get to airbrush all the panels.
It's going to be awesome.
Lucky
Nice.
me.
That thing is going to look amazing.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
And, we have Vince and Sam doing freehand on it.
Oh, my God.
Devin is painting, building and constructing a custom base for it.
It's going to be amazing.
So it's going to be cool.
I'm buying lots of tickets for it.
Yeah. So stay tuned for that. On the CK front, I do have a couple classes coming up, kind of shameless plug. If you find yourself in the LA area, my next class is coming up April 6th and 7th. That will be down in LA. I think there's about 5 tickets left at the time of this recording. So we're sitting around 25 people, and we'd love to have 5 more of you join. Next after that, we have Minnesota. We have Minneapolis, Minnesota, and that's May 4th and 5th. So as shows go on, I'll kind of just remind you guys of classes.
And where do they go to sign up for that, Justin?
Just go to CK Studios Facebook page.
There you go.
And reach out to us.
CK Studios, come paint with us.
Paint with us.
So letter C, letter K.
Yep. So
All right.
good times ahead.
You guys got anything you want to throw out there, or are you good to go?
I think I'm okay.
Okay.
As we all sit
Think you're
down.
coming down with
Getting me
something?
sick. You know what? I will give one piece of advice on the sickness front that I learned from listening to 40K Badcast. I love Dan and Campbell. They're great guys. we're going to see them at Adepticon. We hang out with them. I'm going to see them at Nova. I was listening to one of their back episodes, and Campbell gave some advice. He was talking about traveling and getting sick.
Yeah.
And
Hand sanitizer?
He was talking about hand sanitizer after you touch the trays that you load everything into when going through security, because there was a study done that checks those trays, and they're dirtier than bathrooms. Because everybody's touching them going through them.
Yep.
Yeah, and then just emergency.
So I have been for the last few trips, I have gone through that, and then immediately after I do my hands, I have not gotten sick on one trip since then.
Interesting.
So I truly buy into this theory.
And unlike what Papa Nurga will tell you, sharing is not caring. If
No,
you are
not
sick,
in that case.
take the day. Go leave your friends alone.
Yep.
Just fester by yourself.
At work, we actually at
Send
work
people home.
Do not come in. Like, just if you're sick, just stay home, work from home. It's fine. You know, we have that opportunity.
Yeah, that's nice.
But not everybody does. But like, do not come in because you will reduce the productivity of the office significantly.
Sure.
Yeah.
Then you get called the poxwalker. Hey-o. Okay, so let's get into the show. We'll launch into it. We hope you enjoy. Wargamma.com, where you can get resin terrain, craters, lakes, lava pools, and objectives. Figure bases for all types of models. Character models including Battle Wolf war mounts and spawn seeds. Linked barricades. Choose from one of 6 designs to suit the origins of your army. From Star Pharaoh, Spawn Hive, Mechanoid, Dark Ancients, Dradelian Noble, and Chromag Scrapyard. Linked barricade sets include 12 large shields, which are 2 inches wide, and 4 connecting walls. Cover nearly a 30-inch line. Sets also include a matching multi-gun turret. Wargamma.com. Alternative battle miniatures. All right, we're going to start off, instead of going directly into hobby progress, we have a new small segment we want to start off with now called Elite Choice. Jody, this was your idea, so I'm going to let you go first. But basically, the premise here is, in looking at our Facebook group, where we have, I think we have like
We have a group on Facebook?
4,000 people in it now? Is
Yeah.
that how many?
No,
people?
6.
No, it's not. It is not. It's got to be like 4,000.
It's over 4.
Anyway,
I know a 6, but
it's
good
a
God.
great community, and it's full of great ideas.
4,300.
And okay, thanks, Adon, for the 4301 now. There's a lot of great things on there, and we thought it would be really cool to go and pick one thing that we've seen in the interval between shows and call that thing out as basically the best thing I saw. So, Jody, you get to go first because it was your idea for a segment. I think it's fantastic.
Thanks. Yeah, it was. I remember when I was just listening up in the Sacramento area to the show, and how cool it was when I first heard my name called on the show and got a little bit of a pop. So I thought it would be cool to celebrate some of the awesome stuff people are doing. So the awesome thing I saw that really just kind of touched my heart, Kevin Denner posted as a proud father. It was his son, and looked like one of his son's best friends playing some good old-fashioned table hammer.
Yeah.
Had their heads down in their codexes, and were just getting ready to fight over some napkin ring holders and some plates. It just looked awesome, and anytime I see the next generation getting excited about the hobby, it's hard not to feel good about that. So I thought that was really cool.
The only thing I hated about it was all filthy Xenos on the table.
Man, Xenos are people too. Oh wait, no, they're not.
Speaking of filthy Xenos, Adon, why don't you go next?
Oh man, so you got a little pop. Is it like an Office pop? No, that's
Desktop
movie.
The
Desk
desktop.
pop. Yeah, desk pop.
Yeah.
Mine was, and I guess I'm kind of in a rut. I'm fanboying on Jeremy Wood because I picked him.
I specifically avoided Jeremy.
I know,
Wood,
because
everything
I love his
he does
work.
is cool.
Man. I know, yeah. But there's this real cool photo that he had with 2 dudes, 2 of his vets, kind of standing in the scenery. One of them has a cool tilting shield on his shoulder that has kind of a cool pattern on it, and his work is the real gritty work, shooting it on that terrain backdrop. It just looked awesome, and I kept going back to that photo. And when you suggested this section and you put it up, I was like, I happened to be looking at that photo at the time you put it up. It's like, okay, well, this is obvious what I'm going to put.
Yeah, he's super talented. He really evokes like so much 40K imagery in his work. You know, the battle damage, the grim dark. It's super
okay.
cool.
I mean, if you're into cool painted stuff, I guess.
Yeah. feeling like you're immersed in the
His
universe.
freehand kills me. So
Yeah, super talented.
Justin, what about you?
So I picked Brent Amberger. He did a really cool post where initially, this is where I saw it, on the community page, where he basically took like a Tau vehicle, a Tyranid creature, and all these different range of models, and he basically just sprayed them black and then took some artist ink, because obviously artist ink has been a big thing.
The thing we've been talking about.
Yeah,
a lot
I know.
lately.
Yep. And he just took them and he sprayed them white and didn't just prime them white, but basically did almost like a pre highlight on them with white, and then just shot them with different color Liquitex artist inks just to kind of get different effects and to experiment. Later on, I was on YouTube and I saw him. I saw a video pop up and the image. I was like, hey, that looks familiar. Clicked on it, and he's got a YouTube channel called Goobertown.
Cool.
And did a video on these where he shouted out the IC podcast, so I figured it'd be cool to shout him back, and literally showed people him doing this process, and I thought that was super
It's cool because you see like the different
Yeah.
examples of how it lays over the colors and
Exactly.
and, yeah.
Yep.
So,
And-
Jeff, you were saying you weren't sure what to do with the inks. There you go.
Yeah.
Goobertown.
Well, and I
Oh,
think,
man.
case in point, that's one of the things when it comes to hobbying that so many people are terrified to practice on something, like to paint a face on a model that could get thrown out or whatever it
They've
is.
got so many spare Marines laying around to
Right.
practice on. It's
Exactly.
insane.
And I think
I have
most
like
people
1,000 of them. Yeah.
are those spares?
yeah.
No, that's a good
Not
point.
on the
That's a good point,
table,
Jody.
they're fair.
Oh.
But that notion of, get out some models. We all got plenty of extras. Try something new, and what's the worst? I mean, it didn't work, but you don't
green
care.
stuff.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that wasn't the effect I was looking
green.
for. Yeah.
Simple green
So
or whatever.
for me, I thought one of the coolest things I saw was David Moss doing ice frozen scenery.
that was cool.
And the way he was doing it was taking basically sheets of plastic, clear plastic, and breaking those up, and then using water effects on some of those and some paints and stuff. And the effect was really, really stunning.
looked
I thought
pretty
it was
cool.
really good. If you're in the group and you haven't seen his stuff, you can look at it under the hashtag Frozen Terrain, and there's a few examples of it there. But I thought that was a really, really clever idea for like ice effects.
Didn't he also just recently post the cool diorama that was taken from the art? The
I have
Imperial
no
Fist
idea.
throwing the Chaos Dudes off
Oh,
the edge.
was that him?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, yeah, I thought that was pretty cool too. I don't think that was his though. I think
it
that
was his
like
brothers or
His
something.
brothers,
Yeah.
and it got featured in White Dwarf.
Yeah,
and stuff.
yeah.
Although I agree,
Talented family.
I agree. I looked at the picture in White Dwarf and I was like, some things are out of focus here, and I was like, they could have done a better shot of that. But okay, so that's it. That's Elite Choice for this show. I like it. I like it. It pulls
Yeah,
the
so keep
community
posting
in.
cool stuff that inspires all of us, right?
Yeah, and if you haven't joined that group, I mean, there's a lot going on in there. And a couple of things I'll point out. If you are going to try to join the group, please answer the questions.
Please.
Because I'm almost to the point where I'm going to start turning away people that don't have answers to those questions in there. We have a lot of people in the group, and one thing I'm noticing is that we are getting people who do not listen to the show, which is fine, but they need to understand kind of what we're all about.
Right.
And so we've lately had to deal with a few people that just quite don't understand what we're all about, and aren't maybe a good fit for the group. And so I'd really like to see, if you're looking to join the group, please, it's 3 questions. They're very simple, but it does help us understand you listen to the show, you're, joining the group for that purpose. The other thing I would say is under the description, I've now created a link which goes to the Independent Characters website in particular and points out kind of here's what the community is about, and here's our kind of community standards, basically our
I thought that was
rules.
really helpful.
Cool.
And I also link it to a page of frequently asked questions like, how do I use artist inks?
Yeah,
What
I
are
saw
these
that was-
artist inks
yeah.
you're
that was
talking
brilliant.
about?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
what, I think my favorite answer is, what airbrush stuff should I buy?
Oh, yeah.
I'm bugging Colin to write me a low, medium, and high end, entry
Yeah.
point into airbrushing. So we answer a lot of questions that are frequently coming up there. Familiarize with yourself with it, because don't be the guy that's posting that again.
Cool.
Not to sound like it's complicated. It's not complicated. It's mostly just be very polite to people. That's all we're asking.
Yeah, that's all it is. Just filter
Yeah, a lot of
yourself
it is.
maybe a little more than you would on.
But you're
on-
also not supposed to be promoting your own page without some, talking to an admin first and blah, blah, blah.
just
So
read the fine print.
just please read it. It's not that complicated. It's actually much easier than it even reads. So, okay. How about we kick it off with some Workbench?
There you go.
All right.
There it is.
You know what? I'll go first. It's been a while since we recorded because I just got back from Hawaii and everything, and then
your
we had the
computer died.
meltdown of the computer, which, by the way, the hard drives did. So this episode is supposed to have an interview with Chris Wraight about Lords of Silence. He has agreed to re-record it with me, but hopefully we can get it in before we release it. He made
Such a great book.
Yeah, and he's a great guy and a great author, so I'm hoping to get that in. If I don't get it into this show, I will include it in the next episode. Because it sucks, because it was a really good interview, and we had a lot of fun talking. And, now it'll be better the second time around.
There it is.
That was practice. So I purchased some Rust Walkers for my Kill Team Dark Mechanicum Force, so I basically have everything I need for a kill team for Mechanicum Force. I had the extra models floating around anyway. I figured let's get it started, and that gets me. They don't have a huge selection of things they can choose, so I'm full up on the kill team for that.
There you go.
And I think that's kind of where I'm sitting at till this Black Legion stuff comes out. Is really just it's so easy to paint up like a quick kill team and then just play with it.
At the time of this recording, how many days are left on the countdown?
Maybe 4.
Like 3 or 4.
4 until
What does it mean?
Man, I cannot wait.
Yeah.
Cannot wait.
All the teaser videos, man. Every little snippet
I know, right?
and then seeing the new Possessed.
Yeah.
And
Stop.
I mean,
The Greater Possessed. I think he's a Greater Possessed.
The Greater
actually.
Possessed, yeah.
but
So
he looks
good.
Cool. So, most of my stuff here right now is some purchases. For example, I've purchased and read Titan Death by Guy Haley.
You already read it?
Yeah. Yeah, man.
You're so fast.
What a cool book. Actually, one of Guy Haley's best. And I also got... Okay, so Josh came over. We played some Adeptus Titanicus.
Yeah.
I'd been holding off on going in on Adeptus Titanicus until I played it because I was like, what if I don't like this game?
Right.
I don't want to be invested in a game I'm not really interested in. We played it. Josh, myself, Austin, and Tom. And wow, that is a good game.
sweet.
That's not what I want to hear.
Yeah, I'm sorry to tell you, but it is.
Tom must have been in hog heaven because that's right up his alley.
Yeah, but it is quick to learn, hard to master.
Beautiful.
I hadn't really even read the rules. Josh knew the rules very well. Came in, was like, this is how it works. I love the fact that it's a you go, I go back and forth, alternating
Integrated
activations.
terms.
Like unit to unit kind of deal?
Yep.
That's
Integrated,
cool.
yeah.
We played with the basic rules, but I could quickly see how you need the advanced rules for things like charges and this kind of thing. But I'm telling you, like, after we played, I was like, all right, I'm sold.
Yeah.
So
Sweet, man.
picked up 2 Warhounds, picked up a Reaver, and picked up a set of Night Lancers.
Carl's been talking about that, though. He wants to play it first before going all in.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know?
But and that's it. Like,
he showed restraint.
this is all I need to play. And the fact is, actually, that that original kit that you got, I can't remember what
the Grandmaster
the
Edition.
Grandmaster Edition. Here's the thing about Adeptus Titanicus, I would say, like, I think that's the wrong way to get into it. I'll be
Don't
perfect.
say that. I'm trying to sell mine.
No, well,
already
I'm
did.
sorry, but
I did. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to back out.
well, I think in general,
Oh,
I think in
you're
general, like, the combination of the Knights and the Warlord are an odd combination in that game. I think it would have been cooler had they released like the Knights and a couple Warhounds and maybe the Reaver, or the Knights and the Reaver, and then kind of release the Warhounds and then save the Warlord for kind of the big reveal at the end, because you really the Warhounds are so great on the field, the Reavers are so good, but the Warlord is great, don't get me wrong, but it's very limited. It's like, it just feels like the wrong scale to start at.
So if you buy that set, you almost have to buy the Warhounds and the Reavers.
If you're going to play, you're going to want to buy Warhounds.
So
and
it sounds like
Reavers.
it's the perfect way to set up that game then. From a marketing perspective. I'm sorry, I have to disagree.
Actually, you got a great point. Now, you kind of got me there. It's a good point. Yeah.
I mean, you played with it, you loved it, and you went right out and bought that stuff. I think it's a win.
When I played with it, though, I didn't just play the Knights and the Warlord. I played, there were other models on the table. We were playing with Reavers and Warhounds. It quickly gave me, like,
but you didn't own them. You had to go get your own.
I would much rather play the game with Knights, Warhounds, and Reavers than a Warlord.
Yeah.
But you're right. All right, good game, GW. You got me. All right. So
Ultimately, I'm
fair
happy.
point,
I'm
Adon.
happy you like it. And it's cool, because that gives me a reason to.
It plays so good. It is really, really fun. We ran into a couple things where we're like, this rule could read this way or this way, and I was on the Adeptus Titanicus Facebook group asking questions, and people were responding right away. So we kind of got some good answers there. But it was kind of extreme cases, right? But man, it was fun.
I can say that Josh has certainly echoed your sentiment about it looks very cumbersome.
He's trying to get you.
Well, I know he's doing a pretty good job. That suave son of a gun. So yeah, that it looks much more complicated than it is. So I think if people are nervous, the dashboard is necessary, but not overwhelming.
Oh, you mean the little control board?
Yeah, the control board.
Yeah, that is the interesting thing. Like, you got to have a place for them, but it's not overwhelming. In fact, it's very useful to have them.
Right.
Let's talk, because I have 2 warlords, and I don't need 2 warlords.
Yeah, everybody, can you hear that faint crying sound? That's my wallet.
We'll talk. We'll figure it out. So, okay. On that note, damn that Warlord Titan, damn it to hell. I hate that model in terms of the amount of prep you have to do before you paint it is tremendous, in the sense that you have to paint it in sub-assemblies. I just want to play with the thing. And you have to leave like all this stuff off. Everybody came with all their stuff blue tacked on and everything.
Nothing wrong with that.
It's extreme though. Like it's really, really extreme. For me, it's actually off-putting. The model's beautiful. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's incredibly detailed, but you have to do a lot of prep to just, I want to paint all these plates. Okay, well, I'm going to mount them on all these things so I can paint them, and then I got to paint the chassis, and then I got to, you got to make sure you paint these before you put those on. And it's just one thing after another. I'm like, God, my God.
In my mind, it looked pretty similar to painting and building a knight.
Right.
A 40K scale knight. Is it similar?
That's even easier.
Huh. Well, that one's is pretty easy, which was
There's a lot of these plates you want to leave off, and I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I find it a little much.
For a model that size.
I don't know how else you do it. Like, it's beautiful. The model's beautiful. The details are beautiful. I'm not knocking that. I'm just saying it's a full project. It's not just like, hey, I'm going to put this model together and paint it. It's a full project. So be prepared. Read Slaves to Darkness, the Horus Heresy novel. As I said, I read Titan Death. Fantastic Guy Haley novel. Highly recommend it. Deals with Titan Death is actually one of the largest Titan battles ever during the Horus Heresy. Takes place around Beta Garmin, which is just before they get to the Sol system. So Titans are dying left and right. Absolutely incredible stuff to read. CK Studios is doing in concert with Nova, a Warlord Titan giveaway.
Right.
Well, not giveaway. It's a raffle, or is it a giveaway? I think it's a raffle.
It's going to be a raffle drawing, part of the Nova Open Charity Foundation.
Right, and so they tapped me to write some of the lore for that Titan. So there'll be like a book that goes with the Titan and everything about the Legio it's in and everything that happened. We got this we got some cool ideas about how it was in the Horus Heresy. It kind of got lost for thousands of years.
You have a couple phone numbers that people could call to give you some help with that.
I'm already pinging a couple people on it. Nice. And then I, of course, lost the Astronomicon computer, got a new computer, got all that tuned in, dialed up, and we're recording on it now. Hopefully everything sounds good.
Yeah. It helps when you have all the microphones plugged in.
Yeah.
I'm here now.
That does help. Yeah. How come I can't pick up Jody? Oh, your microphone's unplugged. Okay. So that's me. Not a whole lot of hobby progress, but again, a lot of travel, a lot of prep in anticipation of hobby progress. So
sweet.
There you go. Adon, let's go with you.
Yeah, most of my stuff was Age of Sigmar stuff, so I'm not going to really talk about it here. I went to
until Sunday at least, right?
Yeah, I went to the Petaluma grand opening. They opened a new
I saw that
Games Workshop store, and so I took it as an opportunity to break my motorcycle out of the garage in between rainstorms and rode up there. Rich, who's the manager.
The weather here in California is terrible.
Well, it's been a lot of rain.
Okay.
And it's not
the rest of the country's freezing to death. But,
I know. But with
my lawn chair got blown over.
There's actual water coming from the actual sky.
And actually, my boss's house up in Napa flooded.
Oh yeah,
so
I'm saying that there's a couple places in the Bay Area that got over 16 inches of rain in 48 hours. Yeah, that's a lot of rain. Yeah. And there's
Chicago negative 50 degrees. Just saying.
It's all relative.
It's really bad for riding a Ducati and on the freeway.
Again, good point.
So anyway, I was able to rode up there. Rich was doing an awesome job with the store. You know, this new model they have where there's one guy who runs the store.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you show up when he's out to lunch, you got to come back after lunchtime.
That's how all
that's
GW
kind of how it
stores
goes,
are.
right?
Yeah.
But he does a great time, and I know him because he was one of our end gamers. I used to come and play in some of our events there. I bought the limited edition Captain and Terminator armor that you can only get like at store openings and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
I don't know that I'd ever use a Captain and Terminator armor, but it was really cool, so I bought it.
He looks cool.
Yeah, he does.
Better than a lieutenant.
No, I actually would have preferred another lieutenant.
So 1,001 models.
Yeah. I got 4 more immolators for my Sisters of Battle army.
Let's stop for a second. 1,000 Marines is what you have.
Yes.
Think about how many Marines that is. That is a lot of Marines.
Yep. It is.
That is a lot of models. Anyway, okay, please continue.
But now Primaris is a thing, so he's going to have to start all over.
Yeah.
I'm not starting all over, but I do have almost a company's worth of Primaris. Anyway, so I bought 4
The derailment.
It's 100 Primaris.
Well, the starter set, I ended up getting the end game half of the starter set.
Oh, right.
When the store closed, so there was a bunch of dudes there. Anyway, it's a long story. It involves.
Didn't mean to devolve into
It
this.
involves
Go ahead.
circus animals that we don't.
You know,
want to
we got to tighten this up a little
Yeah.
bit. Not right now. I'm saying in general.
Yes.
Even myself, because we got Jody here now.
Oh, it's my
Probably on a
fault.
regular,
Yeah, pass that
I'm
buck
just saying
to me.
Probably on a regular basis. I'm just saying we got 4 people, not 3 people. We don't want to go 2-hour intros.
Well, I'm trying to go through my list, and y'all are just. So I bought 4 immolators
All right,
for my
so Justin,
Sisters
what
of
have you
Battle.
been No, I'm serious. I'm sorry, Adon. Please continue.
I want to hear about this.
I do. Actually, I really do.
The original models that they had for the immolator did not have multi-meltas, and one of the guy that I bought this stuff from had modded them to be multi-meltas.
Okay.
And it was decent price, and so I bought them. I actually used them in a game recently, and so I got those.
That's the metal sponson ones?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The one,
okay.
the old original
the old
model.
second edition.
Yeah.
Are you still model negative on your...
Yes.
Okay.
I'm still model.
Just checking.
Oh, wow.
Yes. I'm
Way to
still,
go, man.
I'm still up by about a bunch.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm still doing good there. I have a spreadsheet actually that I keep.
You're tracking it. Okay.
I'm tracking it all, and part of what I'm calling progress is staging all the stuff and getting it all ready for a week from Saturday, which is the Game Castle Flea Market, because I'm planning to sell a bunch more stuff there. I have the vast majority of a Dark Eldar army I'm selling. I got to move away from Justin here, out of his arm's reach, and
Show of force are
Traitor.
dangerous.
they are
Even for the
dangerous.
hosts.
Yeah. And again, that's one that I wasn't on it. I'm listening to it, and I'm like, anyway.
Market research complete.
Yes. So did that. I picked up Blitz Bowl from Barnes & Noble.
Nice.
I had painted.
Only available at Barnes & Noble,
Right.
if I remember.
And I had heard some people who are really into Blood Bowl saying it's actually a better way to play the game.
Like Jody.
Like Jody?
You'll hear more.
Yeah.
To
So-
be continued.
Adeptus Titanicus.
Right.
We got to get him on yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. And I had already painted a High Elf team for it before Geekend.
Yeah.
And then we didn't end up playing there, so I bought my own copy of the
Oh,
game.
nice.
So now I have it and a painted team, and so it's good to go. I listened to Garrow, the entire...
The whole book.
The whole book.
Because they compiled all the
short stories. And I realized when I was listening to it, I mean, I had listened to only the first 2, and I hadn't listened to the entire thing. So that was pretty cool. I actually like that story a lot. I like him as a character. Listen to Burden of Loyalty.
He's
which
written so you like him. I mean, literally, that's...
Yeah.
He's supposed to be the guy you're
that,
rooting for.
He's the style of character that I
Yeah.
like. So Burden of Loyalty, it's a compilation of Horus Heresy short stories. I read that. I'm currently listening to The Angels of Caliban. I'm trying to catch up on all my Horus Heresy series novels. I bought Severina Rain.
Oh, the model? Or
Lovely.
the book?
Lovely miniature.
The miniature. Just cause.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
cool looking.
it's awesome. I had to buy it.
Yeah.
And I thought, I'm not playing Imperial Guard that much, but I got to buy this model. It's too
Cool.
awesome. So
Yeah.
I bought that. And that is, the immolators were kind of all in pieces when I got them. So I actually did have to do hobby
'Cause
work
of
to put them
shipping?
back together. Yeah. So I did actually do like real hobby work with actual glue.
Just still my beating heart.
Justin.
What have I been up to? A lot. So I finished Betrayer.
Yeah, you actually did get a lot done.
Oh, God, that was such a good book.
Yep.
And the end just made me go,
Yep.
nails. Yeah, I won't spoil anything, but that end was phenomenal. Such a good book. And then I dived into Master of Mankind because I've been
Another
reading
great
these
book.
books.
Very
What's
good.
that?
Another
Oh, yeah.
great book.
Yep.
I'm like, I don't know, a couple hours in on the audiobook, 2 or 3 hours in, and it's so cool to hear the Emperor speak.
Yeah.
And just like the interactions he has with people is just super cool.
Yep.
Really enjoying it.
The thing I would say is just remember everybody's perception of the Emperor is
Sure.
different.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely. That's one of the cool things about it.
Yeah, like what one person sees is not what the other person sees.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You're already getting that. It's Aaron Dembski Bowden, just stop.
No, don't.
No, don't stop.
What the hell
Don't
are you
stop.
saying? Shut up.
Don't stop.
We're not worthy.
I
You know,
want him,
I
I
got-
want him to write third Black Legion novel.
I got bitched out on my Facebook page by him.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a crack up on the social media.
man, I posted
Yeah,
a
he's funny.
picture of what did I put? I posted a picture of Shaquille O'Neal,
Uh-huh.
because he does all this community work and all this kind of stuff. And I said, hey, he seems like a really cool guy. And he's like, get this Laker off
He's
the
a
internet.
Suns fan.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd do it.
Oh, he's a crack up.
Yeah, he's funny.
All right.
So public service announcement: don't have Amazon credits sitting there and be a little drunk at night and watch YouTube battle reports or whatever. So I bought 2 more Talos.
Oh my God.
Bringing my Talos total to 9, my magic number.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say that's
Do
the
you
Justin.
have an Amazon Prime credit card?
I do not. I have I have a PayPal credit card.
The reason I ask is because when I bought all my Adeptus Titanicus stuff, if you have an Amazon Prime credit card, you get like 5% back on purchases you make on Amazon, and it goes into a credit, and so then you can just spend that later.
Okay, this show is just not.
Don't say it. Don't tell us
This is
that.
not healthy.
So I'm just saying, look, nobody go into debt or anything,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying.
You can
Just
recycle
say,
your own addiction.
I had accumulated something like $300 in credit, so
Oh my-
when I bought the AT stuff, I was
All right,
just
at
like,
5%.
all right. So and then I worked on.
Yeah, I did that too.
Good to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
I hate you.
just helping.
Yeah. So yeah, nine Talos
So
total.
Nurgle has the number 7. Kiefer has the number 9.
Yeah, because rule 3.
Yeah.
and then
I
it's
get
not
it.
my fault.
I get it.
Okay.
So, anyways, yeah, those guys down. While on the subject of these Talos, I was really not feeling their colors because I had them just basically Coven of Flesh color, which is just black to gray panels, and I was really bored with it. And of course, from the last CK class that we had here at the Astronomicon, I learned the wonder of Daler Rowney dark green ink,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
which is more of a dark teal.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like a Dark Angels green. It's
I
very
kind of feel
tealy.
like you could get a really good Sons of Horus out of
Oh,
that.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
you could. I mean,
Yeah.
the student, I think it was Sky that did this. He did an Alpha Legion Dreadnought
Yeah, it
with
looked
it,
good.
where
Yep.
we did it silver and then worked that with purples, with
Blues and stuff.
Mixing that color with Payne's gray was just like, oh. So I went over the Talos, and these were Talos that were pretty much painted, and I went over them very carefully and then kind of almost glazed or filtered the black carapace on them with the green, and then I did that to 3 Razorwing jet fighters too.
They look amazing.
It makes them so much more visually
They look
interesting
really
Yeah.
cool.
than black and white. It's just boring, right? And it's such a good dark Eldar color scheme, Drukhari color scheme.
Yeah, it looks
that
hot.
dark teal, yeah. So I did that to 8 of them. I have the random one out.
So are we doing all your infantry that way too now?
Dude, I'm literally so I did 3 razor wings that were already in my kind of poison cabal
Right.
color scheme with that dark Prussian blue. I went over those guys with it as well.
Yeah.
Because I'm building a competitive army right now, so I can go to the competitive tournament scene, and I want it to be kind of unified in its scheme.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, anyways, I hit the 3 Razorwing jets with it as well. I got to do a lot of stencil work while we were on hiatus.
Yeah.
Both with Fallout Hobbies products
Mm-hmm.
and Custom Stencils, which is a company out of Sweden, I believe.
Right.
Both really good products. I gotta say, I kind of prefer the Custom Stencils
Really?
product. Reason being is that Fallout Hobbies is a white vinyl, which when you're applying it, it's really hard to line it up perfectly, right? Because you have this big block of diamonds
Block
or
of-
whatever.
right,
that you're-
right.
Whereas the Custom Stencils is almost translucent, so
Oh,
you can see
interesting.
a little more through it to
Okay.
make sure it gets aligned
Oh, I
properly,
see,
right? That and the material is a lot more malleable,
So it
it
could go over curves.
it
and
goes over curves a lot
bumps.
easier,
Yeah.
and it's a lot easier to smooth out.
So what did you use when you did your Harlequins?
So the Harlequins, I used Fallout,
Uh-huh.
which I was giving Anders a hard time. I'm like, dude, I wanted the Motley to try out for this so I can experiment.
Boy, those looked good though.
So that was Fallout, and don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm not poo-pooing Fallout at
Yeah, no,
all.
no, you're just saying-
phenomenal product. I mean, both of these are great. And on the jet fighters, I used both. So I used the the evil tribal elves or whatever from Fallout.
They both will get you where you want to go.
Yes, yes.
One just you found easier to manipulate. That's actually an interesting point.
It seems like, especially if you use the Fallout ones first and then you use the ones that were more translucent as a second stencil over the top, because then you could see exactly where you're putting it.
Yeah, which you absolutely can do. And I sat there for a while because I did 6 Skyweaver jet bikes for the Harlequins. And
Only 6?
Only 6.
They look so good.
You have to have room to grow to 9.
That's right.
Or 12.
And
Or
they're
18.
expensive. And 1 unit of 6 is all you need.
Yeah.
They're really good. But I looked at because I did mostly on the big carapace of the jet bikes, and I was like, man, do I want to do like another layer of diamonds over that?
Right.
Like
That's
the
what I was
big
thinking.
diamonds and the small diamonds,
That's
like you're
what I was
saying.
thinking,
And I'm like, I'm just gonna.
Was this the first time you used stencils?
No, I'd done a few before. Like
Okay.
I think the first time I'd actually used them was in the CK class.
Yeah, okay.
Where I did like the little Emperor's Children one.
Right.
Like I bought some flame stencils when I was out at Salute, and I've just never used them. They're sitting in an
They're handy.
envelope.
Which
Yeah,
reminds
should.
me, I had a bunch of.
Well, originally I was gonna do like a bunch of Legion of the
Damned,
guys,
right.
Yeah. But
I mean, I think for certain projects, you would be remiss not to.
Well,
Sure.
especially the Harlequin.
the Harlequin.
like
Yeah.
Harlequins.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Now that
Yeah.
being said, though, I got the really small pattern diamonds from Fallout, and I'm
Yeah.
like, is it easier for me to try to apply that to a troop model, like an infantry model, or just
Or
do
just
it?
literally-
not for an
Yeah.
infantry
I
model.
literally have a project where I want to do exactly that. If you want somebody to test run it, hand them off. Because it's an Elf Blood Bowl team that I'm doing a Harlequin
Nice.
paint scheme on
Nice.
an Elf Blood Bowl team.
I mean, again, I'm not worried that, like, not to sound cocky or anything, like, I'm not worried that I wouldn't be able to do it. I'm just looking at, like, the time
Is it
versus
worth the time?
is it worth the time?
Literally
Right.
going through the same exact debate. So
Right.
I
Yeah.
could fly it and see if let you know at least what my mileage was.
Sure,
Because I know
sure.
I can do it by hand, but
All in all, though, I got to give a big shout out to Anders, though, from Custom Stencils. He sent me like a big stack of stencils, which I forgot to bring because I had some for you guys. I knew I was forgetting something, but it was really cool of him because it's a new company starting out,
Forgot your sleeves too.
and my sleeves. Well,
They're
yeah,
with the stencils.
I'm gonna stencil my guns.
you know, I got a reputation to keep around here. Really cool though, really fun, and it was really invigorating and inspiring to finally put paint to Harlequins because
Very
I've
cool.
had the models for so damn long.
Yep.
And I think much like Brian from Splinter Mind, he's just like, I don't even know where to begin. They're intimidating models.
They are intimidating.
They are.
That's why I have a box of 2 sets of them.
Because it's like you're combining like what damn color scheme do I pick with all that motley.
Yeah.
And it kind of makes your mind melt, and you're
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I'm just going to think on that more.
Well, listen,
you-
send
oh.
me the link for both stencil companies. I'll make sure
Will do.
I put it up.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
So
both phenomenal.
Can you talk a little bit about the face on the carapace? There was a lot of people asking questions about how you did the face.
Yeah, I answered that question. A lot of people weren't familiar with the model. That's actually sculpted onto
Right,
the
part
miniature.
of it.
So
Right, but did you airbrush that or was that by hand?
all airbrush. So what you're seeing on the if you go to the community page and you search whatever Justin Kiefer and the
Right.
Harlequins, all the work I've done so far, minus the gold that I painted on the shoulders of the troops, that's all airbrush.
And the gold is Sharpie.
And the gold is not Sharpie, although I will not poo-poo that either because I have not tried it. But it's not Sharpie. It's scale 75. Actually.
Okay, good
Nice.
stuff, actually.
Which is actually a beautiful.
Yeah, it
yeah,
is.
gold.
their stuff's
It is beautiful. So other than that, I think that's me. Oh, and then
That's incredible, dude.
One last thing I want to throw to the community is also don't poo-poo cheap brushes. I've been experimenting
There's
with.
a Keeper's Corner on that.
There
some other
is,
show.
there is, and I was in a hobby hangout with the famous James Wapple, and he primarily paints with number 6 rounds that he gets
They're-
from big box hobby stores. They hold a great point. They have a massive body to hold lots of paint.
Yep.
And I painted a Dark Eldar homunculus with primarily this brush, and I was in there painting eyes and eyebrows and with a number 6 round. So
Very cool.
there's a time and a place for small, fine, super fine brushes, but that was a fun
So you'd
experiment.
say there's a time and a place for every tool.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And when you can buy cheap brushes like that and they go a long way, then that's just stretching your hobby dollar
Yep.
a little farther.
Jody. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say those number 6 rounds, those big brushes are great when you're doing like assembly line stuff because they hold so much paint. You can just blast through stuff quickly.
Yeah, it's that, and then also if you take your fingers and you squeeze the brush, and
Right.
you can get it into a nice fine,
Yep.
flat brush for doing really good base coating clean.
Very cool.
The less strokes you can apply to a miniature, the smoother the paint will be.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
With provided that it's prepped properly.
Properly, right.
The least amount of strokes is going to get you better results.
Very cool.
And you can only kind of do that with a big brush.
So you're also going out to Nova
I am.
and doing a small class there, right? But it's already sold out.
Yeah. All
like
three of
3
us. So I'm
people
doing a
or
couple classes. I'll be doing a Jersey CK 101 class.
Yeah.
Prior to Nova.
Yeah.
So if you're in that area and you want to learn some airbrush loving, go to that. At Nova, I'll be doing a green stuff sculpting class,
Right.
which is going to be fun.
I'd actually, here's what I say. If you want to practice that before Nova, like we were talking about the hobby days that we're having here, like
of actually
maybe you teach like a bunch of us, whoever's interested that day. Hey, if you want to learn how to do green
Sure.
stuff,
Yeah.
Justin will show you, and then you can kind of
Sure, that'd be awesome.
Yeah,
That's a great idea.
yeah.
And then that's fantastic. Yeah, I'd be more than honored. And then I have
Because I want to learn some of that stuff.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's like anything in the hobby, right? Like it's hard until you've
Until you
learned
do it.
until you've learned the hacks.
Yeah.
Really,
Right.
right? Like,
yeah. I
that's-
was literally just talking about with painting faces that I feel like there's enough people in our group that have asked questions about how'd you paint this guy's face? How'd you paint this guy's face? And I think, it's there's just certain applications and certain brush strokes, and just like green stuff, there's, hey, just do these couple hacks, like you said.
Yep. So that'd be fun. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I think.
But I'm looking forward to Nova.
Let's set something like that up before you go. That way you're practiced when you go into it.
Sure.
It's super helpful.
Sure.
And we could use it here. So.
Absolutely.
Always.
Jody, what have you been up to?
Let me see. What have I been up to? The demon train keeps on rolling. Keeping all things demony and chaosy going. I had to rebase because I like the right bases on the right models per whatever the current standard is. Rebase 20 flesh hounds, which was not super fun to do. I should have listened to Brian, because when I first did them, I'm like, no, they're on 50s. He's like, they're going to be on these ovals. They're going to be on these ovals eventually.
Ovals look so much better.
Yeah, so I got to, as penance, I got to go back and make 20 corn oval bases, which was not all that fun. In a fun little twist, though, I did get to paint my first 3 blood crushers for my demon army, and kind of had that
I love those models.
things rattling around in my head because I liked them too. But the first time I'd painted blood crushers for, I can't remember what they're called, for the mortals. They call them something slightly different. So they're humans on juggernauts.
Right.
Oh, the skull crushers.
Skull crushers.
Yep.
Yeah. It was a really arduous process. I mean, a juggernaut's bigger than 2 guys himself, plus then a guy that's got to go on top. And
Right.
there was a lot to it. But bloodletters paint so freaking fast that I knew that would be better. And then using this going back to an older product, really, the Tamiya Clear, and thinning that. And Brian
The Tamiya clear red or
the clear red, right?
Clear, okay.
So doing kind of like a dark red and then stipple it and wash it effect to get kind of a mottled red look, and then just hitting that with one thinned coat using the Tamiya thinner on the red carapace.
And it works like a filter, basically.
Yeah, and what it does is just really, it's kind of like, Carl, when you were using the blood red from the Minotaur line, the Ghost
the
Tint.
Minotaur Ghost
It's a
Tints.
very similar effect, but it's more vibrant. And
All of a
if you-
sudden, it just deepens the red.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
So by doing a little bit of a purple wash in the lining and then doing a stippling highlight, I get this kind of mottled effect. If anybody who's seen the Forge World Brass Scorpion.
Yep.
So you did
Yep.
that over
Yep.
metallics.
No. So I tried it over metallics and I wasn't happy. My the Corn Bling Demon prints that I did that over metallic.
Like the
base.
candy apple over metallics
Yeah, and
kind
I
of thing.
didn't care for the effect as much as doing this using regular traditional. I think the old Foundation line dark red, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Mechrite red.
Mechrite
Yeah.
red, yeah.
I love that Mechrite red.
It
by
is
the
a
way.
it is a good color.
I ran out, and I'm so sad.
and then
Ran
I bring
out
it
or
up-
dried out?
Ran out.
Right, yeah, I mean, it's for me. There's a Reaper makes an HD line of paints that have really high pigments, and they're vibrant colors. They're more almost neon colors. Really pop, and there's a red in there that really is vibrant, and that's really what sets the effect off. Because I
Interesting.
end up with the dark kind of brick red. I cover it with and line it and cover it with a purple wash, and then I bring up by stippling that really bright, vibrant red is my highlight. And then when you hit the clear coat over
Right.
it, or not the clear coat, excuse me, the Tamiya
Tamiya
clear,
clear,
it exactly as you said, it sets the depth, but then it also even makes those top red pieces just really vibrant. And for the metallic body of a Juggernaut, or I have
Real
some
quick, did you airbrush the Tamiya red or did you brush it on?
brush, because
Okay.
I wouldn't want to airbrush.
So I've never
it.
shot that through an airbrush either. I've heard
With the thinner, I think it would be fine.
Yeah.
And what a difference!
I think
spirits.
You
would
need
need
to
spirits.
thin it.
Yeah, I'd been using.
Or no,
ni-
is it water?
It's alcohol based, according to the people I talked to.
Right.
But I was using isopropyl to thin it and wasn't happy with the result. It thinned fine, but it just wasn't reacting how I wanted it to. And Brian Tamiya makes their own thinner product.
Yeah.
And when I used that, it was bang, it
Interesting.
just worked.
Cool.
So I could see shooting it through an airbrush. If somebody wants to be brave and shoot that stuff through an airbrush, like on a larger kit, just be ready to clean immediately, because when it dries,
Oh, yeah.
it is
Dries
bulletproof.
done.
Do not let that
Right.
dry in your brush.
Yeah, that would be
That's the
sad,
stuff
sad news.
I use for inside of canopies and stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's so
It's
good.
a great
Yeah, it's
product.
great.
Everything Tamiya makes.
So to be
is-
clear, like this is a multi-step process to get the red that you're trying to
Yeah.
get, but you're not just doing one model at a time. I mean, when you do something like this, you're doing multiple models
Yeah.
to get to this point.
And it's not, the thing is it sounds
Then it's not cumbersome.
like a lot of steps, but it's not cumbersome.
It would be if you did one model at a time, but if you do a group of models, then
Right.
you're
Yeah, the only cumbersome part is the taking a minute to mix that Tamiya clear red with
Yep.
a thinner,
Yep.
and because you need to take the. It's such a goopy product.
Yeah.
As we head towards talking about Nurgle here in a minute, a nice goopy product
word.
that you're gonna have to thin it normally, and just having a little bit more control with it was awesome.
Sweet.
I finished painting the giant skull hill that we talked about last time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, because of, as Adon mentioned, the rain has actually messed my terrain mojo up. I can't. It's really the only knock I have against that Sculptamold product that we talked about in the last episode is it's messy.
Yeah.
And there's no way I can do it in my garage, or I can do it.
Oh, really? You do it out,
can't even,
outside?
like,
I need to go outside.
You can't
Well,
set up like a shop blanket and just go nuts.
I could. When I go nuts, yeah, there's all the squirrels are really excited.
It's in your hair. It's in your
Yeah.
mouth. It's
I'm
just,
not. Yes, that's an accurate description. Like, I got done when I built the big hill, and like I came in and I looked at the slider on our back patio, and was like, I'm gonna have to go
I just
clean
imagine
that
Pez
now.
walking into his house and his wife's
Looks like a ghost.
so sculpting mold, huh?
Kind of. She was like, so how did that go? I'm like, it was awesome. And my eyes were all dilated. My hair was all frizzled and covered in this stuff. Yeah, but because I get in there with this giant paintbrush to clean it up, it's
He
just
mixes it with
flicking
cocaine.
Oh, Jesus. It's like Jim
Warped
from
dust.
so good. What else happened to my life? I forgot, man. I had a little retail therapy of my own, Justin. So I feel you. I'd been wanting to add to my kill team industrial set, and I'd just been eyeballing crates for a while, and finally just said heck with it, and I bought a lot of 6 of the old AT-43.
Where did you find those? I saw
eBay.
them.
Oh, I
Because you
did.
paid through the nose then, because they're expensive on eBay.
Yes, Adon.
Don't you have a 3D
Thank you.
printer?
Thank you for bringing up that painful.
Sorry,
memory.
I mean,
Ow.
I love
No.
those things, but they're
Hey,
they're
man, when it's
expensive.
they are now. They are hard to find.
Yeah.
There was a lot of 6, and for that price, for that many of them, it wasn't as bad as
Okay.
I've seen them, because I've seen them go for like $20 a pop, and I didn't pay $20 a pop for them.
Wow.
And they're just, I do have a 3D printer, but the amount of time and effort it would take to
Yeah.
3D print a
Yeah.
file
Yep.
and then build it, and then
Right.
or I can just buy these and they're ready to go right
and
now.
they're beautiful. They're really good.
They are the
They're
best.
some of the best containers out there.
So, and you take a little sanding block to them, and you knock back the painted stencil that's already on the side.
Yep.
You hit them with some inks, and bink, they're ready for the table within
Nice.
10 minutes of hobby fugue.
And you have a beautiful line of sight blocking terrain.
Oh yeah, and they stack nice, and they look like cargo crates without somebody needing to be extra fancy. And then my other biggest hobby progress, actually, and I've been doing a lot of other kind of not 40K things as well, was I started what I'm going to call Thursday night small hammer at my
Yeah,
house.
I saw that you did this.
Yeah. So I'll talk a little bit more about that in games played, but the main idea is just as Doug used to lament of this area, it's seems to be difficult to get people to come together and get games in. So we just committed, pulled the trigger, and we set up a night over in Santa Cruz at my place where
That's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
When you set a definitive night, then everybody can make it.
Yep, and so far it's been really successful, and someone getting a bunch of little games in and really enjoying it. So, but setting up that game
On a
night,
weeknight, also small hammer's the way to go.
and we picked Thursday because
Good call.
it gets you over the hump.
Yep.
And then
You could go in tired Friday and make it through.
you well, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's when you're a teacher that going in and halfway, and it's like a really sick joke because it just blows up in your face. But yeah, I mean, still, it's one day I can rally for one day. And
Right on.
Yeah, so that was probably the biggest single thing. So that's
All right, so hobby goals and promises. I'm going to go real quick. I'm going back to terrain painting. So that's still my objective for the rest of this month, to get as much done as I can, because then I'm at the end of Q1, and that was my goal, to get a bunch of terrain done in Q1. I prepared my garage. We got our garage, like we had a dumpster out here. We got everything thrown in the
pictures look
dumpster.
great.
Garage is totally cleaned out, so I've got a workplace area. So now that I can, although I was a little concerned to hear you say you can't do the super.
Normal people probably would be fine.
Yes.
Well, I want you to come over and show me
I'll rein it
through
in.
this whole thing. So we'll, but I specifically have an area that I can work in now in the garage and be messy and do all that. So that's great. So that's part of that terrain thing. And then tomorrow we have the first of what we're calling, I don't remember what I call it, paint coming hobby day or something.
Yeah.
Eventually I may start streaming these things depending upon.
Yeah, you talked about that.
Yeah, but I want to see what interest is, but I'm kind of just set up a series of predetermined days that people in our group can come over and hobby or not. You're not beholden to anything. You just come over, bring what you want to assemble, bring what you want to paint, whether you want to airbrush, bring that, whatever. We got plenty of room here. We'll set up tables and assemble. So I'm going to do some assembly. I want to start working on these Warhounds and Reverb.
Yeah, I'm doing the next one. I can't do this one because of the.
Yeah. There's plenty of others. I think I lined up like 4 or 5 of them right away. So,
Yep.
And that's just every couple weeks just to hang out and chat.
I think it's a great idea. I'm glad you're doing it.
Adon, you.
Yeah, Adepticon is coming up at the end of the month, so I'm finalizing my lists for that. I was noticing that the Kill Team rules packet has been updated as of, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago. They're not doing arena for the Kill Team competitions.
Nope.
They're using 3D terrain.
I'm glad. For me, that's
okay,
for me.
That's cool. So it just means I have to finalize my stuff for that, because I'm playing in the Kill Team, and I want to bring my travel army, and there's bits and bobs of that have broken over the last 17 months or so I got to get that put back together. So that's my primary thing, and I was going to paint my Kill Team arena terrain, but I don't need to learn arena because they're not doing it as arena. So.
Right.
There you go.
Justin.
So I have classes. My tour is starting soon, so
That's awesome.
kinda
Keep her on tour.
Congratulations, man.
going on tour.
I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun. So LA is coming up soon, about a little over a month out.
I want metal band style T-shirts, man. Tour T-shirts.
I know. I told Kat and Caleb I want the sleeveless CK shirt. You know.
Yeah, with the tour dates on the back.
Nothing. A sharp pair of
So
scissors
get
can't
you a
help.
sleeve one and you just cut the sleeve.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, that's starting soon. So I'm just kind of like I've been face deep in all these color theory books, and
Cool.
I feel like I'm in art school, but I want to kind of sound like I know what I'm talking about. So I figure throwing around all these artsy fartsy words might help, right? So that, and then I've also done a lot of Age of Sigmar terrain, which we'll talk about on the next podcast or other podcast. I want to start working on that, and then also painting Harlequins. So I want to finish the 6 bikes because I got motivated by all those diamonds.
Jody.
Keeping that demon mojo working. It's funny, everybody around me is kind of committed to this quarterly, I should say in Santa Cruz area.
That's
this
just me.
Quarterly project thing.
Okay.
Yeah, we
I found it easier than I'm going to do this year.
Right.
because
No, I
things
think it's
change,
great.
right?
For whatever reason,
Like
I think
Black Legion models come out, and you know,
I hit that wall a few months ago where I just was really struggling, which for me is very unusual to not feel the hobby mojo.
Yeah.
So I'm really dedicated right now to just whatever whim strikes
wherever
my
the
fancy.
winds take you.
Yep, wherever those winds of change or the rift, the Immaterium says my paintbrush is needed, that's where it'll be.
Very
Nice.
cool.
That's where I'm at.
Moving into games played, so I already mentioned that we played Adeptus Titanicus, and I kind of gave an overview of that. The thing I didn't mention was Exploding Titans are freaking amazing. When they blow up, you want to be away from them because they cause tons of damage. It is absolutely awesome. The game is easy to learn. The hard to master piece applies. It's easy to learn if you've played war games before. Like if you've played a war game before, you're going to pick this up super quick. The actual instructions, like anything,
idiosyncrasies.
they seem more complicated than the game actually plays. Like once you start playing the game, like if you just read the rules and then go, okay, now I want to play the game, you're going to do a lot of flipping back and forth. Having somebody that was very good at it, Josh was super helpful with this. Josh was able to walk us through kind of the pieces, and we're like, oh, one round, and I was like, got it.
Yeah.
We're good, and we were playing. And
Yeah.
it was super fun. Then we'd have to stop occasionally because we'd run into some weird, rule thing. Like I fire a shot, the shot misses, rebounds at me. Do my void shields apply? right? Like,
sure.
I don't know. You know, so I mean, it'd be like weird stuff like that you'd have to kind of.
What's the answer?
I don't remember. I really genuinely don't remember.
Dude, I'm so bummed I wasn't able to come to that and watch you guys
cool.
play.
Super cool.
Yeah.
So definitely buying into that. So as far as games played, that was me. And I did forget to mention, kind of in the hobby progress section, a little bit of self-aggrandization. I did get the Warhammer Heroes Award.
Yes, you did.
Which I'm super excited about. Thank you. Easy.
And the Golden Throne Award goes
no
to...
applause, just cash, please. No, but the really cool thing, it's for those who don't know, first off, whoever nominated me, and it had to be several people, I really appreciate you taking the time to write something that was compelling and whatever. But, you know, meant a lot to me. It's very cool. I'm very excited about it. I'm proud of it. And
you've earned it, man.
And I think, you know, the couple things about it strike me as really cool. At Adepticon, there's a dinner I'm going to, which award ceremony. You get like a medal. I keep joking I'm going to wear the medal around.
Do it.
As you should.
There's no way.
Steer into it.
Are you kidding?
Steer into it. Steer into it.
Buy like a
So
big, like
embarrassing.
Mr. T plastic gold chain, you
With
know,
a giant
like
clock.
Yeah.
As my
That's
students say,
somebody
you
else.
won't.
But you also get like a polo shirt, like a special polo shirt, and you get a certificate, a framed certificate, which is really cool. So that I'm actually excited about because I can hang it in here,
Yeah.
which I think is really neat.
You got a few places on the wall where that could go.
Somewhere. But not only was I flattered, but it was like super cool, and I'm excited about it.
You should be.
Yeah,
That's
it should be.
awesome, man.
It's very, very cool. Thousands of people get nominated. They pick like 18, 19 people so far this year. I mean, they'll pick more, but super awesome. So, what I would say is if you're a person that you nominated didn't get in, keep nominating them and you know, write a compelling argument as to why.
Right.
And,
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, that's me. Sorry. Don, you're up.
Yeah, no problem. Went to LVO. Didn't play any 40K stuff there.
Went to LVO. Didn't play anything there.
I did play stuff,
Me.
just not 40. Oh, you did. Right.
Walked around, shopped. Hey, you know, first off, let me thank Jason and Reese and Frankie for giving me a pass to wander around, take pictures, talk to people.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't going to pay the cover price just to walk around. I mean,
Right.
I wasn't intending to play anything. And it gave me a chance to socialize, see what the event was, how it was going, and kind of report on it. That was a busy event, dude.
It was a very busy
They
event.
They were really pulling
Multiple
out all the
floors.
stops. Yeah.
620 people in the 40K singles.
Something
Yeah.
crazy like
Good
that.
God.
Insane.
Oof. It was amazing. And there's some
At a certain
great
point, how much is too much?
Yeah.
That's a lot,
That's
man.
a lot of playing.
But
Well,
you know
there's
what's
a lot
really
of-
interesting is you see the same names at the top, man.
Yeah.
Well,
Like
some of the names
pretty.
got knocked out pretty early.
Well, they did, because we're in 8th edition. Nobody, I mean,
These
everything
guys
has
know.
come out now. Give it next year. I mean, but that's impressive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, Don. I'm sorry to keep.
No,
you.
it was totally fine. And I got to be involved in some stuff that I hadn't done before. So
Yeah,
that was pretty cool.
You got to broadcast for the Age of Sigmar stuff.
right.
Age of Sigmar finals. Yeah, it was.
You said you were clearly having a lot of fun with that.
Oh, I had a blast. I really appreciate Ed and Blake
From Life After Cover.
Life
Save.
of the Cover Save because they were running the tech part of it. I really appreciated them asking me to jump in.
Yeah,
And
because they don't understand Age of Sigmar. They need somebody who knew how to play.
I had a blast.
Yeah, I could tell you were having fun with
A guy
it.
named Bam Bam from the Flying Monkeys, and he was actually competing in the event the first day, I think. And so it was. I had a blast. I had a blast.
I was
doing that.
very excited to see you doing that. I thought that.
And
was
I played some other stuff, but no 40K stuff. But I did play a game recently with Jake and Anthony Demore. He has the Urban Conquest book.
Yep.
And which I think is awesome. We read through it and was going through stuff, and I think it's really cool. And we want to do a campaign. It's going to be Knife Ears versus Inquisition, and so Jake has Aldari and Lance has Drukari. Anthony has Deathwatch, and I'm going to use Sisters of Battle. And so one of the guys couldn't show up, so we did a 2-on-1 game. And Jake found out last minute that Lance was going to show up, popped out his airbrush, got his stuff tabletoped like in 2 days.
Wow.
These were the purple Eldar.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was.
They look good. Yeah.
There's a lot of detail that he wants to do, obviously,
Sure.
but
But to get a
3-foot roll, it was awesome,
yep.
right? So really cool game. We did the one, and Anthony has put together a ton of that Mechanicum style terrain.
That table looked great.
Looked awesome.
On top of the fat mat.
On top of that fat mat.
Yep.
I mean, it was a perfect setup of terrain on that mat.
It was beautiful.
It looked great, and then the scenarios in that book and some of the rules and stuff are
really
awesome.
cool.
They're really good. Yeah. So we had a great time with it, and I'll tell you what, aggressors who stand still, they're like ridiculous.
They're good.
They are really, really good. And I had, I think, 6 or 7 immolators rolling around the board, flaming stuff.
Nice.
I was bringing down airplanes because flamers auto hit.
Yep.
Right? So I had like 3 immolators attacking.
That's kind of the one rule where I feel like that kind of breaks down a little bit. Like
Flyers have several rules, as we'll go into my games played, that are a little, hey.
There's
something to wish list.
Yeah, I mean, it's
something to wish list.
Something for ninth ed, right?
I'll tell you what, the rule there, because you're playing in this Mechanicum world, so there's this smog, this industrial smog, so everything is -1 to hit.
Yep. Oof.
You're right, and so the flamers got to be really important then.
For sure.
Right, and the Sisters of Battle have some rules where you can go +1 to your shooting.
Right.
So +1 to the shooting, re-rolling ones to miss with the canoness, and so that was my shooting was actually doing okay. I use the Retributor squad with heavy bolters, but I also use another Retributor squad with 4 heavy flamers and a combi flamer in an immolator.
Yeah.
And I use them, even though they're a heavy support choice, I use them as basically a fast attack choice.
Right.
Because you jump out of that tank with 4 heavy flamers, and
it's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage you're going to do. So we had a great game.
Very cool. Very cool.
Nice.
Justin, how about you?
Got a couple games in I'll talk about. One will be real brief because I played a couple games against my good punching bag buddy Robert. We do these brutal competitive games, and he's been
Tyson punch out.
Yeah, he's been rocking the Knights, and he always has some.
When he tried to bite off your ear, though, I thought that was a little much.
Yeah, I bit back. I bite harder.
He bit his sleeves off.
So, couple gnarly games, and the first game. So there are chapter-approved missions. The list I brought was basically 3 detachments. It was a Razor Wing flyer detachment for the +1 command point, yada yada. Coven detachment with like 8 Talos and Urian and and then I learned the wonder of allying in Eldar with Dark Eldar because you get Doom and Jinx
I like
and Guide.
how even you couldn't say that with a straight face. But please continue.
Well, this is I think in 8th edition, I think this is the first time I've done that. Like
I think so.
I've had fun with Harlequins and Dark Eldar, but man, when you ally in Eldrad,
oh my god,
with all the haywire shots,
yeah,
because all my Talos have haywire,
yeah.
and then the jets zooming around.
Can he cast it on?
Yeah. Okay. So Doom,
Doom, right? So I guess the enemy.
Yeah. So basically, Doom says you re-roll all failed wounds.
Right.
It doesn't say re-roll failed wounds from Assyriani units.
No, right. Right.
So,
yeah.
And
because it goes against the opponent, right?
It's just so i.e., hey, look, Knight over there, and he was using the new assassin rules, and he had the Calexis, which is the anti-psyker one.
Yeah.
But
good choice for that.
Yeah.
You deploy Wraight and shenanigans, and use the Eldar trickery, and it's at the end of the day, it's like -1 to cast, which isn't the end of the world with command points,
especially
and
with Eldrad.
Right. So, and there's stratagems and things you can use to kind of mitigate it. But the new assassins, I will say, how awesome is that we kind of have sideboards in 40K now where you can burn a command point, put those, like if you're playing an Imperial army, I would really highly recommend buying all 4 assassins, spend the damn 1 command point, and no matter what game whether it's at a game store or whether it's at a tournament, you have a Swiss Army knife that you can pick out.
It's really good. I'm wondering if competitive events are going to require you to list the assassin in your army list.
No, because it's a stratagem that you.
Well, I know, but I mean.
Do you have to hold aside points for it?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you have to hold aside points. It's like summoning points or.
I got to imagine.
That'll be interesting.
Well, I don't think they'll force you to put it in your list because even like summoning demons, you don't have to summon. Like you don't have to set aside the points and then say these will be pink horrors. Right. You just set aside X number of points. You could be like, "Well, I summon in bloodlines."
I would have to read the wording on the stratagem.
I think you're right. I mean, I agree with you. I think it's like summoning demons.
Yeah.
And
it's basically
I'll be
exactly
interested
like summoning demons.
because there tends to be, my observation is that in some events there tends to be kind of a bias against not allowing you to choose at the table.
Yeah.
Right, with the opponent.
Well, I guess we'll see.
And so,
Yeah.
but I think it's.
I feel like
I
you
agree with you, Justin. I think it's a
I
fantastic.
think you should have that flexibility.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I mean, I run sideboard events. They're great to be able to walk up and see what you're playing against and go, I choose you, Pikachu, and you're in my list.
Right.
Like I would love, dude, for like an Eldar stratagem like that, where I could,
Yeah.
put aside points for a Phoenix Lord, provided they were all kind of the same
Yeah, totally,
points.
because that's what
Right.
Eldar need right now.
Well, I'm just saying in general.
Right.
I
No,
would like
you're
to see it go to other armies.
No,
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
Hey,
Yeah, totally,
who won LVO? Was it Eldar?
No,
How come you weren't there playing Eldar?
'Cause-
no, he
Yeah,
lost at
we'll
the
see.
last minute.
yeah.
Because true.
He lost.
I'd play one. Yeah, he did. That was God.
That
What a
game was
game, though.
tense.
That was super
Wow.
tense, man. Wow. So great games, like really bloody, like always. But now, of course, Robert's having to kind of like go, maybe I need Death Watch, because he was sitting on his knights as like they were.
And
he was,
GW is
he
like,
was so
yes.
right. He was so confident with his knights, but then it's like when you running against an army with all the haywire, the doom,
Yeah.
and all
Yeah,
this.
they'll take the knights
It
in.
doesn't go, yeah. And
So-
that was the first game I actually killed 2 knights, like 2 full big,
Oh yeah, because you
big
said
knights.
you had not killed a knight before.
I think in the
He
game
killed one
I'd
before.
killed like 1 or something,
Yeah.
but I mean, that was impressive seeing Doom, what Doom can do, the Doom. That's pretty much me, but always fun, Robert.
I wanted to jump in just a sec to talk about, because we kind of alluded to the game, but Warhammer TV live streamed the finals of the 40K championships from LVO.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you have Amazon Prime, you can actually go back and watch that. And
Watch
so-
that last
Or
game.
if you
That-
subscribe to GWs.
Or you subscribe to GWs, yeah.
And that last game was a big like example of never give up.
Never give up. Yep. Because when I was watching as they were heading into, I think it was turn 3 and bottom of 3 or top of 4, I thought, oh, Eldar guy's got this.
That's what
in the
everybody
bag.
thought.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he pulled it out at the very end, and it's
Target
similar to what
priority
happened.
is what won that game.
And
Target priority,
focusing
yep.
on the mission.
Yeah,
Like always score
That's
points.
what I'm saying,
Yep.
right? Like
Yep.
always score points. Target priority. Remove the things of his that can score.
Well, and
Yeah.
that's what happened in the Age of Sigmar side too. The guy that we were following, he was on the top 3 tables for the last 3 games. The same Stormcast guy, and he kept coming from behind, and he won LVO the last 2 years by coming from behind. This year he didn't happen to win the final.
In the LVO 40K event, he was never behind. It just looked like he was going to
In that
lose
game.
his lead,
Right,
and
right.
he just never did because
Right.
he played smart. He
Brandon
played very
Grant
smart.
he's a machine, man. Brandon Grant is a champion.
Anybody that played through that whole tournament's
Yes,
machine. Because are
yeah.
you kidding me? I would.
Especially the guys they had too many players in the second day. They had to play in
round 6.5.
fourth round in
Yeah.
that day.
Yeah.
It didn't get done till midnight. Damn.
No, thank you.
It was
Wow.
crazy.
That's why. And honestly, and we can talk about this at length later. But honestly, that's kind of where I go. Well, how big is too big if you don't have?
Yeah.
In Vegas, there isn't.
Yeah, Vegas
They
is
weren't
never
playing
too
in
big.
Texas, buddy.
Also known as Kimura.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Anyway.
I will say though, I love the new chapter approved missions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
I love
Yeah.
They're
them.
super fun.
Really
Yeah.
good.
Jody.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, been playing a lot of Kill Team lately. Really, really enjoying that. Works great. Don, you nailed it right on the nose with why Thursday night, why all these things is we kind of looked at the guys that are in the area and who's available to play and what they have going. And right now, you can play a really satisfying Games Workshop game in 45 minutes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So
Absolutely.
what we've been playing hasn't just been Kill Team. Blitz Bowl that got mentioned earlier is it is so satisfying for Blood Bowl, and it fixes one of the Blood Bowl issues of Blood Bowl has never been good as a one-off.
Right.
And this
Blitz Bowl is,
Nice.
Blitz Bowl is.
Nice.
Brian and I got to play Gangs of Kamara.
That's
the
hilarious.
Skyboards and jet bikes
Really?
games. Yeah,
I
and
don't know anybody's ever played it.
nobody does.
A lot of people bought it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
No, it was
I
really
just sold it.
really, really enjoyable. It's a little dated in its game design in that it's a little bit counter fiddly and like nuanced of put this counter and then this guy does this
Like
maneuver.
1990s Fantasy Flight.
I
Not
think
that
it
bad,
came
but
out.
yeah,
I think
right
it
idea.
came out just before Shadow Wars Armageddon.
yeah, around that time.
And so Shadow Wars Armageddon also had that fiddly.
Yes, it did.
Like,
Yeah, it's a little bit of an old school, but at a smaller skirmish size like that, it's not as frustrating. And I think that's what a lot of people said about Shadow Wars, or even when we talked about Necromunda, the same sort of idea that the rules can be, by today's standards, kind of clunky, but if it's 45 minutes of clunky and you still get a fun experience out of it,
Then who
then
cares?
who
Yeah,
cares?
yeah.
Brian, Evil Space Elf, Splinter Mind Brian, it was his game, and he pasted me twice. He's better at being a pointy.
In that game
evil
is like
space
one
elf.
person the Hellions and one person the jet bikes?
Right,
Or,
and I
okay.
was playing with the jet bikes, and the Hellions are hyper mobile. And we played on a little bit of a cramped space as opposed to you really do, which I was shocked at. You want a 4x4 space for
Wow.
that game at least, because the jet bikes are capable of moving tremendous distances.
Yeah.
Whereas the Hellions are able to turn on a dime.
Yeah.
So you need. Because we were a little bit reined in, the jet bikes didn't have their full ability to kind of outrun
okay.
and strafe.
Okay.
So there was a little bit of a hiccup there, but still would happily play it again. Super fun.
Cool.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was gonna say, have you thought about folding in things like Warhammer Underworld and stuff too?
Oh yeah.
Shadespire?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. We've got it's Blitzbowl, Shadespire, Kill Team, the gangs. I'm working on another guy there has the Speed Freak set.
Yeah.
He's super anxious to get Speed Freaks and
Yeah.
some orc on orc action going. He's
Perfect for your Thursday nights, right?
exactly.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
you got an hour and you play. Two of the guys in the group, and this is what I'm really probably should have done is hobby progress challenge, but is really the highlight is converting / subverting new friends to GW.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
So two of the guys are relatively new to this stuff, and going to them and saying, "Hey, paint just this kill team, or paint just these 6 Blitzbowl guys, or paint just the stuff that's in
Yeah.
the Speed
Yeah,
Freaks
Blitzbowl is
box."
awesome for that.
Allows somebody to come in and get playing and get invested in what's going on.
And these are guys they're board gamers though, right?
Mostly
so they,
board
so they
gamers, yeah.
know the idea of mechanics and so they're not scared of the gameplay part.
Right.
It's getting the rest of that. Yeah.
Right. Which was funny last night. One of them had played out the Carl 2.0 of I'm going to hold back my assault units and make sure they stay in cover.
Yeah.
So Josh and my buddy Matt and
It happened one time.
well, you've talked about
Hey,
it
you
enough
know what?
times.
You want to talk about running jokes that go from just one time? No, let's not talk about
No,
that.
no, no. So, okay. First off, you're talking about something entirely different. You're talking about me not using assaulty units to assault, right?
Yes, specific.
Yeah. I think Don's confusing that with, hey, you can't hurt me. I'm just going to get in my Land Raider and drive around because nothing can hurt the Land
The
Raider.
tuttling?
Yeah.
Tuttling. Yeah.
That's what you're thinking.
I'm thinking of your corn army.
no, I was
yeah,
thinking
the
about
corn
making
arm.
a joke and having it follow you for 2 years. That's what I was thinking about.
A Don.
That,
Yeah.
that
Does
never
ever
happens.
Never happens.
I don't know what you're
As I
talking
sit
No, I
here
don't
and
either.
look at Dry Fitters Union Local 401 Maxi Cure Super Glue. That's Dry Fitters Union.
Fit twice, glue once.
So anyway, so we played
Thanks for the glue, Don.
actual game played. We played a 3-way game.
Glue it 5
Josh.
times, dries once.
That's right.
Jody, sorry.
Stay
go
on
ahead.
target. Stay on target.
Yeah, yeah.
So our buddy, one of the guys that I'm converting is a longtime board game colleague of mine at work, and then just really good friend of mine. We started playing Kill Team, so it was Josh's brand new Primaris guys, and they're orange and black, looks awesome. My orcs and my buddy Matt's going with Gene Stealer Cult for his army.
Wise choice.
And we played one of the
Yeah.
sector Imperialists, the new Killzone, well, not the new, one of the Killzone boxes. When you buy those boxes with the board and the terrain,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
get special mission cards
Right.
for those.
For that table, right?
And my house, my rules. So we played an orc forward mission,
Yeah.
which the only thing that mattered was orcs in the beginning phases get advantage, and then you roll off for initiative anyway, and it doesn't matter. So
Isn't that the one where they can get into the little tractors
there's a
and drive
card
them?
for that.
Yeah.
We didn't include those, but it was basically just one big scrum in the middle. So multiplayer Kill Team continues
awesome.
to be
Yeah,
awesome. It was
super
go to
good.
the middle, grab an objective,
super
and
good.
try and get it off
Yep.
the board. Man, Primaris Marines with an Auspex, that is some reliable shooting.
Yeah.
My goodness.
And his Primaris look really good.
You
Yeah.
haven't played against a Primaris Marine army with Gilliman in it yet, have you?
No, I have.
You want to talk about reliable shooting?
Yeah, I can
Reroll.
only imagine.
You get rerolls. He's like
You know
Oprah.
what? Just
Rerolls. Yeah, just why are we
Everybody gets
rolling?
a reroll.
Everybody gets
And
yeah.
just wound.
Who knew rerolls are good? Shocking.
I'm looking forward to Austin and I have a game set up. I'm
Yeah.
looking forward to that.
Yeah. It's
a
but
crutch.
multiplayer Kill Team, good.
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah,
super
it's
good.
really
It,
good,
it
yeah.
continues to be really fun. The extension of time on the game is minimal, but the back and forth stays nice and crisp.
Super good.
So it's just great. So we had a great time with that.
Well, I would love to come up there on a Thursday if I can like snake a Friday off.
Eh,
I'll totally drive up there.
Doors wide open for any of you guys. It's a yeah, give me a heads up just because life happens and sometimes we cancel. But for the most part, if it's a Thursday, we're at my place gaming.
I think my favorite game of Kill Team was a 4-player game, actually.
Yeah.
Same thing with Warhammer Underworlds.
Oh, see, this is where you disagree aggressively. Really? I think it's the worst.
Okay, fight.
Anyway, go ahead. Move on.
You fight on a different show.
We'll talk about hobby progress.
So last thing, Brian and I played a game. Neither Brian or I had got a full official 40K game in quite a while. We set up. It looked great. My Demons versus his Death Guard. I was so excited, especially with the show coming. I was going to get a Death Guard game in. We set up. We were a foot apart from each other with an objective in the middle of the field. And it wasn't until midway through turn 2 that we realized, hey, having an all-assault demon army, Khorne demon army, right in front of your army at a foot away probably wasn't a real strong move. And a couple turns later, we shook hands and said, well, it was fun to get to play. That went well. Brian was the no. The Khorne demons were really happy when on turn 1.
You were running Khorne.
I was running Khorne. Yeah.
That's
and you said that was open war?
That was it was where did that mission come from?
And how were you guys a foot away?
It was draw from the deck of random. So yes, open war deployment for whatever the mission was. I don't remember where the mission came from. Yeah, that's what Brian was like. It was my fault. I should have backed up. And I was like, we also should have looked at the deployment and been like, oh, we're a foot away from each other, and my Bloodthirster's right there, and you're gonna get charged.
Well, you could be a foot away from each other.
You can deploy farther back.
Yeah. So he was gracious. I felt bad because we hadn't played for a while, and I didn't. I was the one who was like, oh, well, let's do this, and then that seems cool. There's a shrine in the middle, and we'll go for it. And then, like I said, we both got to turn 2 and went,
this is not going to go well.
At the end of the day, though, visually beautiful game.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we it's always fun to play, and the red and the green play off each other well. And it was fun to continue to fight against his drippy Death Guard. They're gross and slimy, and I look forward to talking more about them. So let's do that.
Well, let's do that. So we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back, and then we're going to start Show of Force, Heralds of Decay, which is all about Death Guard. So we will be right back.
Great Scott, 00. Foam Finger's destroying all the models with his rough touch.
Oh, Mullins Penny. Don't you worry. Jond is on the case.
How is that, Jond?
I'm going to warn the world that they should be using the soft blue foam with the hard cases. Foam Finger will never ruin another model again.
You mean Operation KR? Is the world ready for that, Jond?
The world is ready. I'll make sure of it. The only way is to spoil Foam Finger's plans.
Hard cases with the soft foam is the only answer. You've convinced me, John. Let's move forward with Operation KR.
The name's Jond. Jimmy Jond.
Oh, Jond. See? Give 00 John the figures for this mission.
Go to krmulticase.com for some of the best storage and transport solutions for your army. Match almost limitless combinations of cases and trays in the KR transport system to suit your personal requirements. Reasonably priced, KR allows you to transport your minis safely to and from the tabletop, no matter where that battlefield is.
Hard on the outside, soft in the middle. KR Cases is where John always gets his foam. KR hard cases for soft blue foam.
All right, we are back, and we are now talking Show of Force Death Guard. Everything you want to know about Death Guard, and probably some things you didn't want to know about the Death Guard. The first thing I would say is, before we even really get started, you may want to check out our coverage of the Horus Heresy Book 1 Betrayal, Part 1 and 2, which are episodes 63 and 64, in which we cover quite a bit of history of the Death Guard in that, I think
Ed Brown said that was 2 of his favorite episodes.
Who did?
Ed Brown.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, there was a post about somebody said, "What are your 3 top episodes?"
Oh, it might be one of them. But that has some seriously long coverage about Death Guard as well as a few other legions. But you might want to check that out because we'll touch lightly on some of that, not rehash the same thing.
Sure.
And get your hand sanitizer ready.
Okay. Yeah. So, Justin, you're the big Death Guard player currently in our group going on. Well, Brian too as well. Yep. But Death Guard was actually the first army I really fell in love with for 40K. I had I still own a full Forge World Death Guard army.
That's where you were playing when I met you.
Yep. And super enjoyed it. Typhus was kind of my hero, and I just kind of loved the whole aspect of it. Super into undead stuff in D&D.
Yeah, who isn't?
Yeah, I've said on the show a number of times, my players. I've said on the show a number of times, the things that really attracted me to the army were a White Dwarf article that had a battle report in this beautiful constructed city with like a huge temple, imperial temple that the Death Guard were attacking. There were zombies and all this stuff, and it was just so cool. I was like, I got to get in on this action. So that was what appealed to me initially right off the bat.
And you won a Best Painted award for it.
I did. At the time, there wasn't a whole lot of, as I said this before too, there wasn't a whole lot of Forge World out there, and since I had a full army of it, it really got what we used to call the Forge World bump in the painting. Now there's a lot more Forge World out there. It doesn't really apply quite as much.
Sure.
What appeals to you, like, initially about Death Guard? Why did you get into? Because you had a Death Guard army before I did.
Yeah, I've had Death Guard off and on from 2nd edition on.
Yeah.
Like I remember converting the first Plague Marines and like the original Land Raider. I remember back in the day I had this converted Nurgle, and what appealed to me was I've always been into converting models, customizing them, kind of just going that extra mile on your model.
You don't play orcs.
I've been tempted. Well, and believe it or not, I back in the day I actually collected a smattering of orcs. You know, because
this is if you like that thing, the cutting and pasting and creating your own, but you don't like Xenos, this is the army for you.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. It's
a good call.
It's really easy just to like apply a little bit of sand texture or whatever, little green stuff, tentacles here and there. It's kind of hard to mess up Nurgle, you know.
It's almost better when it is messed up.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like a really well done Nurgle army from somebody who just kind of threw a bunch of green stuff on it and sand.
Sure.
But it really is a very creative outlet of an army to dive into, I think, and I think that's why it appealed to me. And I've always been into horror and zombies and all that, and heavy metal, so it was perfect.
Neither of you played Death Guard.
Nope.
Correct?
No,
Didn't think so.
Every play group I've ever had, one of my regular opponents has been
had a
Death Guard.
player that played them.
So I've never had a need.
So they're relatively new to having their own codex.
Yep.
They've always been a
part of a larger codex.
Right. Typically the Chaos Space Marine Codex.
Right.
So
that you pretty much could do if you want a themed army.
Well, that was what I did.
Right. Back from 2nd edition days, you know, with Plague Marines, you make that the foundation of your army, and then just everything else you Nurgleize, you know.
Right. Yeah, I was, you know, it was
take Mark of Nurgle and
yeah, it was interesting. I mean, a lot of people did not like that 5th edition Chaos Space Marine Codex, and in comparison to that 3.5 edition one, I see like how it had less character. But the thing I've always said about the Chaos Space Marine Codex is that I thought was very interesting is you can make so many different armies out of that codex that play so significantly different to the other armies and are, for the most part, fairly viable as armies. That, you know, that was where I cut my teeth on Death Guard, was 5th edition.
Sure.
So I very much enjoyed it. But originally they were just included as Space Marine Codex, as we just said. They were featured back in the 80s in Realms of Chaos, Lost in the Damned.
Which Jody has here in the studio.
Yeah,
the original
a really real one with Papa Nurgle looking lovingly over a horde of Nurgle Chaos Warriors at that time.
I love the guy that climbed him all the way to the top, and he's like, "Yeah, I made it. Yeah, he climbed the Nurgle mountain."
It is. So the funny thing is, not much has changed in terms of lore for them.
Yeah,
really, no.
The Realm of Chaos Lost in the Damned, which was the second Realm of Chaos book to be released, featuring Nurgle and Tzeentch.
And a parental warning.
And a parental warning, as I think probably it deserved at the time. It lays out, it's kind of the first time they codified the real nuts and bolts of the Horus heresy, being who Horus was, how the Primarchs fell, what the Emperor's role was, which is weird to think that a Chaos book is the first place that all got laid out.
Yeah.
But then again,
it's not
maybe
weird.
it's not.
It makes a lot of sense that you would describe their origin, because that's
right. But I think my thinking is it's so central now to what we understand about 40K, and the Imperium perspective, the Imperial perspective view is couched in the Emperor. So it's this weird thing that, like, no, actually it's couched around Chaos, not the Emperor. But I think it's two sides of a coin.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah. Mortarians, actually, which I was shocked when I dug this out of my personal Black Library and took a look at it. Mortarian story hasn't changed hardly at all.
Right.
I mean, tiny little nuances have shown up
Yeah.
that are really, really cool. But the bones of them were there. And there's actually a Nurgle Warband specific 40K army list in the back, way in the back of this.
How interesting.
so it's weird that they kind of fell away, but that was more, that era of Chaos in the 80s was much more Renegade centric.
Yeah.
So Death Guard still wasn't just Death Guard, even though they're called out by name and very much focused there.
Right.
But I think it's interesting to note that, I mean, back to those very early days from GW, the Death Guard have always been part of it, which is so wonderfully fitting for Nurgle.
Yeah.
Well, and I think it's also interesting because even the variations could just be attributed to different people's perspectives on quote unquote history.
Right.
Right. And so, because you're right, because the divergence isn't that large at all. And this goes back to what we were talking about with the Eldar, that Carlos said you were so surprised about how deep their lore was so early in the development of the game. And so this is a similar kind of thing.
Yeah, I think it's a testament to those nuggets of what made Games Workshop lore so good at that time that it's remained throughout, right?
Right.
And all
Yeah.
they've had to do is really kind of add to it and flesh it out.
Nice.
But testament, right,
Yep.
to good lore writing.
Yep.
Yeah,
Right,
great
right.
design,
Right.
design. That notion also of Don, like you're saying, different people's perspective. One of my favorite things, and this is going way back in my gaming life, but it was one of those cornerstones of me starting to understand this lore and this world, or these worlds, is a buddy of mine, Anthony, that you guys have all met, said, he goes, everything's propaganda. When you read any of this stuff, just go, I'm reading propaganda. For no matter what faction you're reading, you're reading propaganda.
Just depends on where it's coming from.
Right. And it when you start looking at it that way, in a weird way, it makes everything totally hollow, but everything way more rich at the same time.
Yep.
It's really wonderful. And then you get things like the Xenealogy book, which is like a counter argument to it, which is just wonderful. But that's a whole nother topic. So
Yeah.
so yeah, they've been here for a long time. Our Death Guard have been with us from about as long as Chaos has been a really rigid and understood as much as Chaos can be.
And this makes sense also because the idea of plague gods and gods of death is not new. It's not even 1980s new. It's centuries old. They talk about the Stygian scrolls in this that refers back. The word Stygian refers back to the river Styx from ancient Greek mythology. I mean, so this is something that's pervaded not just Western culture, but even Eastern cultures have gods of death and lords of pestilence in their histories and in their religions.
Sure,
So,
it was the only way they knew how to explain those
right,
events.
exactly right. And so it makes sense that this would be a foundational piece of it because it's a foundation of kind of human society.
Yeah. So the Trader Legion supplement comes out in December 2016, lasts for about 3 or 4 months before it gets wiped out.
Don't remind me.
I was, I was
fun
super
stuff in
excited
there.
about this supplement.
So was I.
And it didn't get. I was building up a huge Terminator force because there was like a Black Legion like Terminator formation in there, and never got it on the table.
We just don't talk about 7th, 6th.
Yeah. This was
It's
seventh
okay to talk
edition.
about
I used
5th, but 6th, 7th, we just don't talk about that anymore.
I used it quite a few times actually for the time it was out because it allowed me to really unlock Alpha Legion.
Yeah.
And so I was able to use it a lot.
I had a lot of fun in 7th edition. It just became too cumbersome near the end, but this was near the end of 7th edition.
Right.
Then, of course, 8th edition drops, and we get the Chaos Index Codex in the June 2017 piece, and you can again play with your Chaos Space Marines and your Nurgle Marines at that point. But it isn't until September of 2017 that the Death Guard get their very own Codex for the first time, and it's pre-announced at Adepticon. They show the images of the models of the Death Guard, and I thought, oh, good, I get to expand on my Death Guard. And then it really actually knocked me out of the Death Guard area just because everybody was
Dark Imperium
doing,
box set had.
it was so good. I mean, I'm not saying it's not good, but just everybody was
Yep.
excited about it, and that's cool. But that's not me.
Right.
So that was where I kind of
You gotta
stopped
be the
playing my
snowflake
Death.
guy.
I got to be the special snowflake, and so I kind of set them to the side. Now, mind you, I have a bunch of those models, except for the ones I gave to Justin because he was short of
A blood drone or two.
blood drones. But eventually, I may make my way back there. But with what's coming out for Black Legion, that may be a little while.
Yeah. Wow.
But they get a full-fledged codex of their own.
Boy, did they.
And
Yep.
it is not a wimpy codex.
No.
Not at all. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the historical overview of the Death Guard army itself. We talked a little bit about it within Games Workshop, But originally the Death Guard, and I'm going to breeze over a little bit of this because we talk about it in those previous episodes I was discussing. They were known as the Dusk Raiders. And this is after the Unification Wars, but before they have found Mortarion again. Right. They're known as the Dusk Raiders. They are so ruthless in the way they talk, and they were named the Dusk Raiders because they'd always come at dusk.
At dusk, right?
And they were actually a Terra-based army originally. Yeah.
Yep.
And did they have they had a red shoulder, one red arm,
one red arm?
the red,
I think the rest
red
of them,
arm of the Emperor.
Right. They were the right arm of the Emperor.
right arm of the Emperor.
Right. Yeah, and the rest of their armor was unpainted, but they still fought kind of how they fight now: attrition, toughness,
grind you down.
Right. But they were so feared, and I think this is a really cool piece of lore, which is why I included it in our notes. They were so feared that armies would be fighting, and then dusk would roll around, and they'd just throw down their weapons and be like, "We surrender."
Yeah.
Don't send those guys. Yeah, just don't send those guys. And I just thought that was pretty cool. And so they were known as the Dusk Raiders until they reunite with Mortarion, and they find Mortarion on Barbarous.
Right.
Barbarous is this poison
Such
planet.
a cool story.
Yeah,
It's a really cool story. I'd highly recommend checking out our earlier
I want to know more.
because it's a very interesting story about where Mortarion comes from and how he kind of leads this uprising and that kind of thing. But very interesting. But once he is found and is reunited with the Death Guard, they kind of shift from coming from Terra to now coming from Barbaros, where they kind of
combine, right? Like he brings a bunch of the Barbarossans.
So cool story about Barbaros from Angels of Caliban, the Horus Heresy book.
Yeah.
Typhon meets Luther, and he says, "Oh, Luther, you're from a death world, right?" He goes, "Oh yeah, but we got rid of we cleansed it with the lion and stuff like that." He's like, "Yeah, the problem is when they found Barbaros, they realized they'd set the bar too low for the word death." It's like,
yeah,
wow,
that was not a nice planet to be on.
No.
Well, anyway, Mortarion's given control of the Legion is typical when they find these Primarchs. And at that time, he tells them, "You are my unbroken blades. You are the Death Guard." And at that point in time, they change from the Dusk Raiders to Death Guard. They take on that mantle. And in fact, that's engraved above the airlock door to the above his battle barge.
Yeah.
That phrase. I just thought that was pretty cool too. So we know, during the Crusade, the Death Guard is used.
So it's like that football team. You
That's right. You go
on the way out the airlock.
As you go out the airlock. During the Crusade, they're very successful. Again, listen to our previous episodes. But here's the really interesting point, and this we haven't covered before. This is really about the fall of the Death Guard, the fall to Nurgle.
And what a fall it was.
This is where they really become interesting, in my mind. So the Horus Heresy has begun, or continued on for a while. The galaxy is in flames. They are taking the Death Guard fleet to Terra. And Typhon, Captain Typhon, who had been infected by this point already, is basically working for Nurgle already.
Right.
And he convinces Mortarion that their navigators are traitor and kills them all and says, "Don't worry, my librarians.
The librarians will get us there.
Can get us there."
Which is maybe the bitterest of ironies, because when the Primarchs gathered to debate over the inclusion of librarians, Mortarion of all people was one of the most vocally opposed to the inclusion of librarians.
Which is
so
really
this
interesting.
Twist is really keen.
Yeah.
So Typhon has his librarians basically take them into the warp, where they are immediately kind of
trapped.
They're trapped.
Stuck.
They're in what do you call it? There's a term where like ships are at sea and it's becalmed and they can't move forward.
Adrift.
Yeah, I mean, basically they're just stuck there,
right?
And they can't get out. And at this point in time, this is where Typhon really kind of lets his traitor go, and a plague is released on the ship. All of the Space Marines are infected by this plague. It's just incredibly painful.
And this is tough stock that's been infected too. These guys are not your average Space Marine.
There's some really cool descriptions about it too in both the Traitor Legions book and in the Codex, because one of the things that they really pride themselves on, because on Barbarous, most unaugmented humans die by the age of 30.
Yeah.
So
because the air is just poisonous.
It's just so poisonous. And one of the things that they pride themselves on is being able to grind through these poisonous environments, and they keep going when other people don't. Horus actually would tend to put them as a center of his battle line, to either be like the anvil that the enemy gets crushed upon, or
they were feared because they used like rad and phosphex grenades, and
they used stuff
chemical warfare,
to use.
World War I chemical warfare, basically,
right. And stuff that was proscribed that they weren't supposed to use, and they used it anyway secretly. Right. But so that was another piece of that irony, is that they get infected with this stuff and they get bloated from the inside and all this kind of stuff, and it actually adds to a level of frustration and anger and shame for them because they weren't able to power resist it. And so when they come through, they're like super pissed because they weren't able to resist.
And by the way, this thing is called the Destroyer Plague.
Yeah.
So it's not exactly
and I think
with a name like that.
It's not a nice plague.
It's not a common cold.
Yeah.
Put some tussin on it.
Well, and Mortarion even, it's so nasty that it affects Mortarion himself. Right. He is affected by it. And he, as the embodiment of his legion, is desperately trying to just press through, to just endure. That's his shtick, just this rugged endurance. And I think this story is probably where I finally understood how people become followers of Nurgle.
Right.
It's not always voluntary.
Well, I think more than any other god, it's not voluntary.
Right.
That when you guys did the coverage of the 4 gods, I love that you touched on that piece of how does somebody end up here. With Khorne, I want to be bigger, better, harder, stronger. I want to conquer my foes. That makes sense.
Tear off my sleeves.
Right. Justin doesn't play that for. Oh wait, sorry, man. Slaanesh, that desire for excess and perfection. Anybody can relate to that.
Yeah.
That desire for knowledge from Tzeentch. That desire for power and knowledge. We get that. That desire to be bloated and have my intestines hanging out.
Nope.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Everybody who wants to be bloated and have their intestines hanging out, take a step forward. Not so fast, Jody.
but see, the interesting thing, though, Adon said that they were all pissed. A lot of the Death Guard reacted differently. Like some of them just became insane wrecks, curdling in the fetal position, and some took it as like a blessing. Like they didn't all kind of accept this plague as the same.
No, of course not. And when you say Mortarians succumb to it, I mean basically Nurgle tells them, you either submit to me, or for all eternity, your guys are going to be racked with this disease and pain.
And that's the real killer of it, is you're so durable, it won't kill you.
Right.
Because you're too tough, and you'll endure this suffring forever. And the thing that
let me tell you, I have been sick enough, and in enough
that you prayed to Nurgle.
No, but where I've literally thought in my head, if I died right now, and at least this would stop.
And in talking
I've
about,
literally been that sick, and so
when people fall to Nurgle, and when the Death Guard falls to Nurgle, that it's this, in a weird way, the most insidious of all 4 of the gods, because it's people cry out for help.
Yeah.
They cry out in suffering, and Nurgle goes, "Hey, I'll help you out.
I'll help you out. Yeah.
I'm here for you.
It won't hurt
Let
anymore.
me give you all these things to ease your pain." And it's sick.
Yeah.
It is a sickness. And it's this really weird, twisted, perverse version of, I'm just here to help. It's going to be okay.
Well, he's always projected as this jolly guy.
Yeah.
Happy, jolly.
And people are suffering, and he offers them hope in the most horrific form possible.
Well, and I think that it's interesting reading the lore in the Codex and in Trader Legion and some of these other places, especially in the Codex, the writing style and the word choices they take. I could not. I was trying to do it. I was eating lunch one day. I had to stop. I couldn't eat while I was reading it because of the word choice they use, because it's so gross.
Yeah.
But the writing is actually really good, really evocative. I mean, they even like pick words like dregs. I mean, even just the simple word choices.
They're evocative. They're
very evocative. I was like, oh, this is pretty well done.
So Mortarion agrees to this.
Mm-hmm.
Typhon becomes Typhus as he is swollen with the
full power of the Destroyer Hive.
And he was down,
Destroyer Hive.
And he was down with Grandfather before anybody else.
Oh yeah. He's the cause of this.
Yes.
I mean, now let's bear in mind, like, Mortarion was already a traitor at this point. but now he gets raised to demonhood,
Right.
You know, as a demon prince of Nurgle at this point, a
Demon
Primarch demon prince of Nurgle.
Well, that actually happens a little bit later.
yeah.
But he
But
basically
what I'm saying is, as
Yes,
a result
right.
of Typhon,
right.
Yeah.
this is what happens.
Right.
And Typhon was the first captain
Yep.
of the Death Guard at that time.
Right.
And I think, not to make the story easy, Mortarion does this as a means, and admittedly already committed to being a traitor, but does this as a means of saving his legion,
Yes.
Yeah.
saving
Yes.
his sons.
Which is interesting because sounds real familiar to Magnus.
Right?
Yep.
It's this over and over. It's this
He
sad
makes his
story
deal with
of,
the devil
Yep.
to save his
sons
sons.
and do what he
Yep.
thinks is right. And when you look back to his origin story that you guys already covered on Arm Barbarous, it's that same story
Yeah.
playing out
Yep.
over and over for
Yep.
eternity.
Yeah. Okay. So the battle for Terra commences. The Death Guard is involved heavily in that entire battle, as is Mortarion. But as we know, that is somewhat unsuccessful.
yeah.
Well, arguably, it begins the decay of the Imperium.
Right.
But
Good word.
effectively, the traitors are broken when Horus is killed. Spoiler alert! And the forces of the traitors all flee to the Eye of Terror. Some of them, of course, don't and are hunted down. But what ends up happening is Mortarion kind of dispatches his fleets over the next few thousand years across the galaxy, from the Eye of Terror, kind of spreading contagions and all these things across the galaxy, and now effectively supporting Nurgle. Mortarion kind of vanishes for a while. He
There's a
kind
story
of
about that.
goes off into his own thing.
Yeah.
On the Plague Planet.
There's a couple of different stories about that. Well, one of the things that I think is important to point out is that their whole thing, their whole shtick of being tough and with withstanding all of the things thrown at them, after the attack didn't work, they were the one legion that stayed the most coherent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They stuck together.
Yeah.
And they were the most organized
Until
Mortarion kind of disappeared.
takes off. Yeah.
One of the ways that he ends up getting disappeared is in a battle with the Grey Knights, which happens a little bit later, but because he shows up for a while, comes back, and then he gets banished
Right.
by Drago.
Right.
I'll talk about that later, but yeah, so they basically start splintering after that.
Right. So the Death Guard end up splintering into all these different war bands and such. But eventually, once Rubute Gilliman is kind of quote unquote resurrected, comes back, he senses this, reappears, and gathers the Death Guard under his banner again. And then that begins these massive wars, the Plague Wars against Ultramar, which are really kind of central to the setting and focus of 8th edition.
Yes.
And the fact that Ultramar is beset by these Death Guard, by the Death Guard Legion itself.
I thought the story in Dark Imperium about how the contagion kind of gets into the Ultramar system.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty.
Yeah,
cool
it was
little,
pretty interesting.
little thing there. Yeah, and it also points out, I think part of the fracturing happens because, and you see this really played out in Dark Imperium, Typhus and Mortarion don't get along.
No, not
at all.
necessarily. No,
and there's some really cool little interactions between them in Dark Imperium. Where
Yeah, there really are.
They do not like each other.
Yeah.
And that, I think, that causes some of the fracturing. Mortarion leaves, and Typhus is like, "Hey, cat's away, mice are playing."
Yeah. I've always been a huge fan of Typhus in particular.
Yes.
Like, I think he's a really great villain. I like that he kind of goes his own direction. That's probably why I like Armin as well. I mean, Armin and Magnus have that separation as
But at the
well.
end of the day, like, he goes his own way, but they're all still serving Nurgle. So.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and so
Yeah.
under the right circumstances, they're going to work together.
Right.
And that's the strange thing is I think Typhus, as you said, is a villain, whereas Armin is trying to do something questionably noble, but he is trying to do something good for at least his brothers.
Yeah, he's still a villain.
He's still a villain. I mean, I mean, he gets the old CSM label. So, but Typhus is just he's just a force of evil.
Yeah.
And
well, he is the Herald of Nurgle.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's an amazing title.
Right. And
Ahriman is not the Herald of Tzeentch.
Nope.
Right.
No, and that the way that interaction in Dark Imperium, I read that or audioed that to prep for the show.
Yeah.
And that interaction was really interesting.
Yeah. Typhus also has a part in Lords of Silence too, which is pretty interesting as well. So
Such a great book.
When he's used, like Katie
So
and
good.
Blood actually was, I think, the first book I read that actually had Typhus in it, and he has a very bit part, but it was one of Aaron Dembski Bowden's first books, and he kind of like Typhus shows up, kind of goes down the planet. The objective is gone. Okay, he leaves, but like even the way he wrote him was horrifying.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so that kind of brings us up to speed on where the Death Guard sit. Any points you guys want to add that we may have glossed over, covered? No?
You have it here that was this the where they fit into 40K is they're iconic. I mean, you got the four big gods and you got 4 legions, one for each god, and this is one.
Yeah. They sit squarely on that one large
prime
arrow
axis,
of the 8-pointed chaos star that is pointed at Nurgle. These are the champions of Nurgle in quote unquote humanoid form, human form, right, as opposed to demons,
right.
And so in that sense, as you said, you have Thousand Sons for Tzeentch, you have the Emperor's Children for Slaanesh, you have
World Eaters,
the World Eaters for Khorne, and you have the Death Guard for Nurgle. And man, of all those, I think this is one of the most horrifying of the forces.
Although it'll be interesting to see what happens when they actually redo the Slaanesh stuff.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Some of that stuff's looking pretty horrifying.
We'll see. Yeah, that's for sure. You wanted to talk about Mortarion and the Grey Knight?
Well, no, just because we were talking about how they fit into 40K. There's the story where they kind of bring in different characters together. The Mortarion actually is a badass. He leaves after the battles at Terra and stuff. He goes back and he gets awarded demonhood after they exit the warp, and he goes back.
That is true.
So that's when he becomes a demon prince and basically starts kicking ass in the Eye of Terror. He starts killing other folks, but he actually ends up killing a Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights.
Yeah,
and the guy who ends up getting replaced, who replaces that great Grandmaster, is Kaldor Drago.
Right.
And Drago basically learns Mortarion's true name that the Emperor was going to give him, and if you have a demon's true name, he banishes him to the warp, and he carves the name of the guy he killed into his heart, into Mortarion's heart, and which still pisses Mortarion off to this day. But it kind of banishes him to the warp for a while, and he has to kind of reconstitute. And then Drago gets sucked into the warp later in a different battle. But that was kind of cool that is kind of how they introduce another character by the way he interacts with this character.
Right.
I thought it was a really, really cool story. And it just shows what a badass Mortarion is. He just say, hey, I don't care if you're the League Grey Knight. Boom, you're dead.
Right.
Yeah.
So when we talk about how they've evolved over time, I mean, Jody, to your point, they've kind of stayed very, very true to form.
Right.
From even the Realms of Chaos book. Since their inception, they've kind of remained the same. They're the Chosen Nurgle, the Death Guard, the followers of Nurgle in human form. I think that you have seen, especially with this codex, areas that we've never explored with them before.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, in order to fill out the codex, they have to have battles they took place in they've never really covered before. They have a few side anecdotes and stories and maybe flesh out some of the details a little bit. And that's one of the things I actually really like about codexes and them getting...
It seemed like that they appeared more as part of the Black Legion or some other battle where there were other chaos things happening.
Yeah.
This is where you really get a chance to see them in their fullest form and kind of...
Yeah, especially through a lot of the characters that are in the book.
Yeah.
Through the elite
new characters, too.
And not HQs, but especially the elite choices in the book. It's just disgusting stuff. Yeah.
Well, I think that speaks... both those ideas speak so much to how strong the bones were of this idea.
Yeah.
And then over time, we keep using this term, it fits, fleshing out and filling in the in-between, like what happened in between. One of the little tiny aspects of them evolving is as as tinkerers, not craftsmen, but tinkerers. Specifically, Mortarion has this. He likes to fiddle with things. He likes to adjust. He likes to manipulate not people, but actual gear. And it makes for some of the very. Why are the Death Guards so different than everybody else?
Right. Why do they have these bloat drones and all these
yeah,
other things?
and it finally it was like, oh well, now that makes sense. But all of that makes sense as you tie back to your understanding of what Nurgle is and how he operates and where Mortarion came from. So they just filled in the why in between,
Right.
and then we see these elites and HQs that are just carrying that path.
It really is cool.
Yeah, it's a
And
really
I think
rich,
one of the
writing.
ways they've evolved is somewhat with 8th edition as well. I mean, we're starting to see Demon Primarch's return. And so we actually see him on the table now where we've never seen that before. Ever before. So I think that is really, really impressive. Okay, and so the way the Death Guard itself is organized, I wanted to talk a little bit about their organizational structure. And you'll see the number 7 come up repeatedly in their organizational structure as well.
I have 7 tabs on my preparation for the.
Oh my goodness.
Well, you're going to get sick. So you have the Legion Command structure, which consists of Mortarion at the top, obviously, and then the Lords of the Legion, which are various Chaos Nurgle Lords and Demon Princes. Then you have the Lords, the Legion Command Retinue, which is like the Tallyman, Sorcerers, those kinds of things. And then you have the Death Shroud, which are the bodyguards for these various pieces of the command structure. I think one of the coolest
models,
units and models in the game.
super.
Like, I love the name. Death Shroud sounds freaking awesome.
Yep.
And I've always been a huge fan of units that then have like bodyguards because it makes them like instantly more important. Some of that may come from my old days in protective services, but it makes
got his entourage.
It makes them suddenly cooler because they have to actually have this protection even.
Right.
Well, it's interesting when we first started doing 30K Horse Heresy stuff, I always wanted to have the Mournival, or like you were saying, like the entourage, those inner circle guys.
Oh, this is why Zardu Lyak of the Word Bearers and his 2 Blade Slaves.
Right.
Like I'm like, that's cool, right? Who's the Primarch that has the Ferrus Manus, and he has the automatons that basically protect him. I mean,
Perturabo.
Or Perturabo,
Perturabo,
sorry, not Ferrus Manus. That is awesome.
Yeah. Right. Especially when the rules in the game mimic
Reflect
that, and you can pass wounds around and things. Yeah, it's cool.
And the Vicatrix Guard just getting re-released with
so good.
with Calgar.
Yeah, it was so good. So below this, so that's the command structure, and then below this you have 7 plague companies.
How many companies?
7. 7. Not 6 and not 8. 7.
Yeah, that would be a whole different thing.
Typhus and known as the Lord of the First Company. Basically, Captain became Lord of the First Company. Now, when you say company, like these are huge. These, don't think Space Marine Company. Nope. These are massive.
And that's what I was saying. They're one of the few Traitor Legions that remained a legion.
Yeah, they are no longer fractured. They are one of the most true to heresy now, horrifying.
I would argue the Black
thousands
Legion is probably the only thing that dwarfs it. Yeah.
And then each major company focuses on like a different plague, which
that's
is really cool.
Yeah.
So there's a Lord Commander of each plague company, which is a sacred host of one of Nurgle's most virulent diseases.
Absolutely.
And so, and they call them the sepsis cohorts that serve that Lord, and they're like the favored vessels of these diseases. And
how many of those guys are there?
Probably 7.
7.
Oh yeah, look there. There are.
Is there? I just totally guessed. Wow. There it is in my notes. There is 7. And then below the sepsis cohorts, there are 7 colonies below each sepsis cohort that are led by lords and lesser champions.
This feels like a Schoolhouse Rock episode.
And it should, but and I think it should be said that until really Mortarion's return, I mean, they're all fragmented.
Yep.
There's thousands of them spread around the galaxy doing their often different things. And even still, I mean, Mortarion hasn't assembled the entire Death Guard Legion, but he has called them to him, and many have answered that call.
Well, and that's another point is, while we are joking about the 7, that's in theory. This number probably doesn't play out that way because you have renegades and offshoots and betrayers and even within the ranks of the Death Guard. So, but nevertheless.
But that's the organizational structure.
Yeah, that's the intent.
Yeah. Adon, you want to add anything to that? Or are you good to go?
No.
I just saw an extra note in there. Okay.
No. I mean, I already brought it up. That basically, they're the ones who stayed the most intact.
Oh, right. Okay. So what have they done that have driven events in the 40K universe to get us to this kind of point that we're sitting at now? Well, obviously they were involved in the invasion of Terra.
Yep.
Their reemergence started the Plague Wars, which again I will say is a major theme within the Ultramar system, which is a large system. Right. I mean, if you look at the 40K book, the basic 40K rule book, like the Death Guard attacking Ultramar is a significant piece of that.
Well, it's the Imperium Secundus was started from Ultramar, right?
So they were a major component in the Siege of Rack series by Forge World, and just one of the best stories ever for 40K in a Forge World book. I just think it's fantastic. The Blood Pox campaign, in which the Dark Angel's Supreme Grandmaster Amoros was eventually infected with an incurable disease that led to his death. I just thought that was a nice little...
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Dark Angel's Great Grandmaster.
They're
Grey Knight's
Grey Knight. They are killing people.
Yep.
And Space Marines are supposed to be resistant to poisons. I mean, they can survive in the void for a little while. But even these plagues they cannot resist. You mentioned killing the Supreme Grandmaster of Grey Knights. They took part in the 1st and 13th Black Crusades. The 13th being honestly the one that has now split open the galaxy in half. Yep. And
kind of a big deal.
And continues.
Yep.
And so I mean, this is my notes. I said this is a force, a Chaos Legion that is a mover and shaker in the 40K universe. It's actually interesting that in the Horus Heresy series, there haven't been more books dedicated to them, and there is one coming out very soon. I can't remember the name.
Well, I think they're going to be featured more and more as they talk about the Siege of Terra.
Well, they're certainly going to be featured in the Siege of Terra series.
Well, it may be. It's fitting within their kind of macro view. So when Khorne World Eaters or Berserkers do something, they do it in grand fashion.
Yep.
It
is very obvious.
A spray of blood and gore and explosions.
Yeah.
Death Guard a little more insidious, right?
Yep. Right.
Exactly
When Tzeentch releases one of his machinations come to fruition, it is this grand scheme unveiling with multiple points of contact. It is the slow, inexorable grind of Nurgle that maybe they don't feel like, not that they aren't contributing, but it's not this grand gesture. It is this slow, inevitable grind.
Yeah.
It's always underneath
to
the
atrophy.
surface.
Well, I mean, to your point, the Siege of Rax, right? It starts off with Traitor Guard and all this stuff and a Chaos Uprising there. And then, the World Eaters show up and they're like, hey, we're going to kill a bunch of dudes. And they start slaughtering everybody. And so there's all these poisons and corpses and everything laying around. So Nurgle's like, hey, looks like a party. I'm going to slowly show up. And all of a sudden the Death Guard starts showing up and people are like, what are these?
It's the random roommate that just won't get off your sofa. Who's that?
And brings
Papa Nurgle. I just hang out, bro.
Yeah, and I'd really recommend
disease and pestilence with them.
When we did our chaos coverage where we looked at each of those, like if you haven't listened to that show and you're listening to this show, you're going to want to go back and listen to that show.
The Chaos Resurgence series was good.
That was a really good series. I'm really proud. Of episodes you're proud of, I'm really proud of that series.
Yeah.
And a side note to your point earlier, the person who asked what's the best episodes, I still think that Slaanesh episode's one of our best because it was just like I learned a lot from that episode.
Yeah, I don't know if it was one of our best, but it's definitely the one I learned the most.
Maybe we have different criteria for best. Okay, so I mean, these guys are they are a central villain in the 40K universe right now. I think you're going to see them consistently showing up. I know anytime you play against Justin, they're showing up. But
either knife ears or space zombies.
And we'll talk about how they play on the table in a bit. So they're much like we were talking about how they broke out into smaller war bands from the Legion. I thought we'd go through and kind of pick our own favorites here.
That's one thing the Codex does a really good job of. There's so many different
ways to paint them.
I was going to have some scientific word in here. So many different poxes of warbands that you can choose from.
That's a
pick your poison, as it were.
Pick your poison.
Well done.
Strains.
Okay, there you go.
So many different strains of Death Guard to pick from.
For me, and I I think it'd shock anybody if I didn't say the first plague company ruled by typhus, known as the Harbingers, are probably my favorite. I mean, when I began playing Death Guard in 5th edition, the unit I always ran was I got typhus in a Land Raider with 4 bodyguards, that are also Terminators that were Forge World Terminators.
Just a big hammer.
Oh,
unit.
Yeah. And
just
at that
deal
time,
with it.
You moved a vehicle and then disembarked if you chose to.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So it was that
It was a
threat.
24-inch threat range.
I was very aware of how that threat range worked, and I'm going to drive this Land Raider right down their throat. And then Typhus's buddies are going to pop out and be like, blah, blah, blah.
It's funny. I always thought his voice would be different.
I did. I
Me
did
too.
Well,
We're like, blah, blah, blah,
maybe
blah.
again we have different opinions. But,
It's his narrative. He's fortunate.
But not only that, the thing I liked about him was he was a freaking powerful sorcerer too. So not only that, I would jump out of the thing, I'd do psychic powers, and then I'd lay into him with Man Reaper.
And he was like toughness 8 or whatever.
Whatever I made up in that game.
He's whatever toughness Carl
was
says he
weapon
is.
skill, and I had the weapon skill wrong once.
One die.
Justin never makes mistakes.
Never.
Mm-hmm.
Never.
So
But no, I hear you.
Is that in
That
the
was-
index or is that in the codex?
Exactly.
Oh, what do you know?
Exactly. I'm 1,000% correct. Oh.
Anytime you hear me go, I'm 100% correct, is true, we better look this up.
Yeah.
Just like when you
mean-
say, that's never coming out in plastic.
Right.
You mean Battle Scribe isn't 1,000% correct?
No. Well, it is. What's 1,000%?
So, Carl, where you took the best and brightest and the drippiest and the grossest, the First Legion.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go the other direction almost completely. I love me some Renegades. Give me the Rebels. And even within the Death Guard, we've got a group who have totally rejected Mortarian's return. And
I love
not surprisingly, it's a group of librarians. They call themselves the Rotworm Brotherhood. They are a group of psychers totally devoted themselves to Nurgle. And what I love is they go and they just, like a Rot and Decay, sow social discord and give cults power and minor uprisings. And as soon as the planet becomes unstable with all of these insidious uprisings, then they show up
It's
and
kinda
just
Alpha
lay
Legion-ish.
waste.
Almost
The way
like
they
Gene Stealer
slowly
culty.
just-
Yeah,
in a way.
it's all
Yeah.
of this just insidious rotting
Yeah.
in, the enemy within, which is, one of the oldest of taglines.
Yeah.
Well, you know how much I love sorcerers, so...
and I...
What?
Yeah.
Nurgle sorcerers?
Yeah.
Where do I sign up?
Yeah. Yes, please. And there's this note for me of always liking to find where's the just slightly off of the main storyline.
Right.
Like there's this awesome main storyline, and that's rad. Where's the
Another
just
snowflake.
parallels?
Yeah.
it? Oh, hey, I half my armies exist because I go, why hasn't anybody done this army yet?
Right,
Right.
And
exactly,
then
yeah.
20,000 points later, I go,
Oh.
so yeah, I'm fighting me the temptation to invest in a Rotworm Brotherhood. As
That is
No,
actually
I think
a
you
really
should. I think you
cool
would do a great
background.
job with painting it too. It'd be awesome.
Yeah, what is their color?
This is him right here. They're white.
Yeah, they're white and brass kind or copper kind of
Yeah.
looking. So, and I've always liked that kind of throwback to the whites and grays from
Yeah, the real Death
original
Raiders.
kind of Legion colors.
I think that's one of the reasons Justin's army looks so different from, your Death Guard army is not the standard, like mine's the standard green, with the underlying reds and that kind of thing. But yours looks so unique. It's
With
very,
the
very
lighter
cool.
color. Yeah, I mean this codex has a lot of what I call the Hummel plates, where it's the same image in different
The
paint
Hummel
schemes.
plates.
It really does. Like I was
so the
actually
inside joke there, just for people who haven't, we've done more episodes than Jeff was ever a part of at this point. I mean,
Oh, well, yeah,
way
that's true.
more.
Yeah.
The main complaint Jeff would always have about Forge World books was that it was the same plate, the same color plate with just slight variations across all of
Yeah,
them.
if you blur your eyes and you look at those pages, it's all one big
It's all one big
canker.
blob, yeah.
But
It's really
what
well
can
done.
you ultimately really do with guys that are really rotted?
Well, I think it
And-
helps. It gives you a paint scheme. And
Yeah, I
stuff.
mean,
no,
I
sure
think
about
that was for me. That was kind of a one downside. It was looking at those color plates, kind of going, "There's very little
Some of them,
variation."
not a lot of variation.
Yeah.
Well, as things get rotten and rusty and corroded,
No,
they tend to become uniform.
valid.
Well,
Valid,
Don,
yeah.
which one did you pick?
Well, I tend to pick the ones that aren't in the book. I like the ones that kind of fight with the Black Legion. I always liked when I looked at the stories that I liked of
Yeah.
Death Guard being involved or Chaos stuff. Nurgle stuff being involved. They were always ended up being Black Legion stories.
Right.
And so, but I like the what's the guy's name? Corpulax.
Yeah.
Who was at Pandarax. He was one of the guys who fought at Pandarax. But it goes back to what Jody was saying. They kind of come in and they're very disruptive, and they infect the troops and everything while everybody's reeling and trying to recover from all these illnesses, and all of a sudden they hit you like a ton of bricks because you can't knock these guys down.
One of the interesting things about them working in the Black Legion in particular is, Abaddon basically plays all the gods against each other,
right,
and manipulates himself into a champion position. I mean, people call him Phil Baden and that kind of thing. If you haven't read Aaron Dembski-Bowden's stuff, like, he is seriously given you why this guy is the guy he is. And one of the things I was asking Aaron at one point is, so he's got a champion of Khorne who's as one of his lieutenants. He's got a champion of Zeech as one of his lieutenants, ex-sorcerer, Thousand Sun sorcerer. He's got a champion of Slaanesh. How do you fit a Nurgle champion there? Because who wants to stand next to this guy who stinks all the time? and it has a very different, you almost don't want to be near him,
right?
And so I'm curious to see how Aaron tackles that going forward, because I too like the fact that you have and I want to, in my Black Legion force, have this is this lieutenant, and this is this lieutenant, and this is this lieutenant. And so I will have a kind of Death Guard Black Legion force and a Khorne Black Legion force.
For me it was Corpulax and the Lords of Decay.
Yeah.
Which started out as the Lords of Pateros when they were Death Guard, and they transformed into the Lords of Decay. Yeah.
Anyway, I think that's very cool. Justin, how about you?
So I went for a color scheme more than anything that I was very close to painting my Death Guard in, until I painted that Cursed Knight, which spawned my scheme.
Spawned the Death Guard.
Spawned my whatever they are. I haven't really come up with much lore for them, but I chose the Glooming Lords, and this is the 6th Plague Company, and these are the guys that are really dark black with the green trim.
Yeah.
Which again, this is a color scheme that dates back for quite a while. I remember seeing this scheme back in 2nd edition days. And I think when those models came out, like the 2nd edition Plague Marines, they were painted in this scheme. There's not much lore behind them, other than these guys. Obviously, they're very dark and somber, and they have tons of demonic plague flies that just surround them as they very I think Black Plague when I think of them.
Oh, that's a good comparison.
And these guys are marching into combat, and I just imagine this cankerous black swarm moving towards the army.
You actually can't even see them because of the swarm until they hit you. Right.
And these guys, they have a particular disliking for Tzeentch, because they just feel like all these bright colors, and it's like an affront to what makes them what they are. And they love they have a very large contingent of Blightlord Terminators that just advance before them and crush everything underneath. And visually, I was like, that's
pretty awesome.
Really cool.
Yeah.
This black cloud of death.
Yes, just overtaking the lines.
I'm surprised one of them isn't literally called the Black Death at this point.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, and because obviously a lot of what makes Nurgle Death Guard is, I think a lot ties from the Black Plagues, these medieval just sweeping through the lands, killing everything. And then
those things standing up and then fighting for them like the zombie plague.
Yeah. Right. So just visually evoking.
You touched on something there that I think is one of the kind of, it doesn't translate to tabletop particularly well, but in the lore I think is amazing, is the sound component of the Death Guard. It's something when we get into favorite models, I'll talk more about it, but that cloud of flies and just that insidious gnawing at your mind that would create, and how daunting that would be.
There's a cool description of it a couple times in Garrow.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk notable battles. We each picked one battle that we really want to talk about. Jody, let's start with you this time.
Oh, okay.
Sorry to do that to you.
I went with the honestly, I didn't have a ton of reference. I found it really surprising as I started looking at this and just thinking back in my kind of daily lore knowledge of this. Nothing jumped out as a standout battle for me, not because I'm not an avid Black Library reader. So I did sit down and I read or listened through Dark Imperium, and I'm going to go with that one. And it is the Assault from the Scourged Stars by Mortarion himself. And it is building up to, I don't think this is an anti-spoiler.
I think you're fine.
Okay, the end of the book.
Yeah.
doesn't have a conflict between the two of them.
Right.
So Rabute and Mortarion don't clash.
go toe-to-toe.
Yeah,
And people who are
hot
unhappy,
Primarch on Primarch action.
yeah, you do not. And I think people who it is not lacking for an amazing, giant, over the top.
Right.
Michael Bay is jealous of this battle scene.
Right.
End of the movie, book. But yeah, you don't get that square off. And people who I read some comments where people weren't thrilled with it. But it's this really interesting look at, I think, on tabletop, what plays out constantly of Marine on Marine. And what does it really look like when the, noble, whatnot, Ultramarines go head to head with, Death Guard, and how do the Death Guard wage war? I think it's Guy Haley. Does a great job of presenting the kind of micro to macro view of a planetary war. I'm always impressed when I have read these novels in years past. I always find that would be incredibly challenging as a writing exercise. How do I convey multiple planet war fronts and then get down to where you actually care about it? And he does a fantastic job of that. I think what struck me, though, about this war zone is, and Don, you mentioned this earlier, is this slow and steady invasion of Nurgle, that the way the invasion takes hold. And that it does start with the common man. It doesn't start...
This is one where there's camps of people that they're coming in and they're ill and
right. It's people that have been fighting because Rabute was on a different war front,
right.
And so they bring him in. He's coming there to save his home
the hospital world.
And it starts on the hospital world, and it's this very human character is at a hospice from being on the front and being sick,
right? And
slowly how effectively he is infected with the Nurgle plague. The counting and the droning of sound and it was just so well described. In a weird way, the bolters and the melta-guns and all of those things seemed so secondary to the psychological warfare of the battle scene. And that was something I think I probably hadn't fully appreciated about Nurgle was the mental aspect of that it's this decay of the mind. And watching these Ultramarines, there's a great scene, and I can't remember the character's name, where a librarian who's a long-standing Marine is guiding a group of Primaris Marines, and he keeps telling them to stand down and to stand back, and they're like, no, we know what we are, we'll go fight. And he's like, you haven't fought this before. I've fought for hundreds and hundreds and thousands of years. Your hundreds of years are nothing. Stand down. And sure enough, they press forward because bigger, better, harder, faster, bro. And they go forward, and it's the mental war that they lose. They're not ready for dealing with Papa Nurgle and his followers.
Interesting. Justin, you've read Lords of Silence like myself, and I mean there is a lot of that as well. There's one thing, and if I had the recording still of Chris Wraight, and hopefully I can get that back in, we'll do another interview with him. One of the tricks Black Library authors often do is write from an everyman perspective, so that you can see the larger, the bigger than life.
You have to connect the reader to the story, right?
That's something they discovered a number of years ago, and
the horror.
But the horror
in
this
book.
guy in Lords of Silence goes through, you're like, oh my God, that is awful.
And
he doesn't even realize it,
Right.
Until he looks in that puddle. No spoilers.
It's a very similar mechanic used in Dark Imperium. So my takeaway though was this just insidiousness of Nurgle decaying your mind, the Death Guard launching this psychological war, which I think as we touched on our war bands, we all kind of alluded to that, this psychological war that happens in a mental and spiritual sickness. I think that's maybe a better way to phrase it, is a spiritual sickness. That happens long before any bullets are really flying. And then once that happens, how implacable and
it's just
daunting.
it's clean up at that point. Right?
There's a trench line battle that is
super.
It is worth the price of admission to the novel. There are to be perfectly honest, I had some real issues with Dark Imperium as a book. It didn't wow me by any means.
Right.
But there are a few
scenes that stand out.
And seeing Death Guard dug in a trench line and what it took to crack that line
was
really, really exciting and a very cool,
cool.
scene. So yeah, this new frontier of the crux battle of the modern timeline I thought was great.
Yeah. I didn't think the timeline had to really move forward before they moved it forward, and I was really an advocate for no, things don't need to move forward, but I'm actually kind of glad it has, and I really do like what they've done and how it has been planned out pretty meticulously, and we're kind of seeing that come to bear.
This new pulse point on the map, like you alluded to, literally you can go right there on the map. This is what's going down right now.
I kept going back and forth between Siege of Vrax and Pandarax. And
Both great.
And you had Siege of Vrax, and I was like, okay,
Originally,
I'll take Pandarax.
yeah.
And then you gave up Siege of Vrax. Like, oh, okay, well, so I'm going to pick them both. But one of the things...
By the way, if you want to, we have Siege of Vrax coverage. It's
Yes,
like
we do.
episode 12 or something like that.
Pretty
like
early
14,
on.
15.
Yeah.
It's not 13. That was actually our first coverage of a Forge World book. Yeah, and we did all three in one, which was a mistake, but that's neither here nor there.
You learn as you go.
Yeah,
Right?
Done.
So I both Siege of Vrax and Pandarax were not only Nurgle involved.
Right.
And so, but one of the things that I like about both of them is how that they integrate with the other Chaos Gods and in Black Legion, specifically with Pandarax. And again, it goes back to this whole kind of insidiousness and Siege of Vrax. It was the Death Court of Krieg, which were like the human versions of Death Guard.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
Yeah.
In that they came from a death world, they knew how to fight in those
They fight
environments. They fight
yeah.
relentlessly.
They wear gas masks.
They have the gas masks on. They were put into a war that they anticipated. This war is going to take at least 17 years, right? And what happens?
Drags on longer than that.
It drags on for a long time. But the Death Guard show up, and this green fog comes over and melts their mask, and they all start getting infected. And even the most stalwart of the Death World, IG guys, the Death Corps guys, are getting affected. And it was just a really cool parallel for me, that with the fall of the Death Guard in the Eye of Terror after Terra. I saw a big parallel there.
Right.
So I really like that in the Siege of Vrax. And in Pandarax, Corpulax and the Lords of Decay are just awesome. And I mean the way that they kind of invade, and Abaddon kind of has to almost like put a leash on him at some point. And it was just cool to see also in both of those stories. Now, Siege of Vrax came as part of the book, but Pandarax was a novel that then also had a campaign or
She was a campaign with a supporting novel.
Right. It came out at the same time, but I love these things where you can do quote unquote historical battles.
Absolutely.
Or they use the story to drive a tabletop narrative.
Agreed.
So sure. I like those.
Justin?
So I picked a little excerpt this is from the 6th edition Chaos Codex, and this is the Fall of Sanctia. And basically what happens in this storyline is you have an orc warband hits this planet, Sanctia, which is an ecclesiarchy. Ecclesiarchy?
Ecclesiarchy? Excuse me?
Sister, a battle planet.
It's a church planet, yeah.
It's a church planet. And they basically...
It's a church planet.
Churchgoers. They consume all these churchgoers, living and dead, as if compelled by a demonic hunger. So clearly this orc warband had been touched by good old Papa.
Which is
weird,
really interesting.
That's what I found interesting, right? Because you don't really hear about Nurgle infesting Eldar or orcs or Tyranids. It's always humans, right? Why is that? So here you have...
How come we've had no Nurgle stories infesting Eldar? That's a cool juxtaposition.
No, it's not.
I think it is.
No.
Look at Justin. He agrees with me.
But I remember seeing, I think it was in 5th or 6th edition where you saw a picture of a Nurgle orc.
Yeah,
it was super cool.
Yeah,
but anyhow, these orcs they consume just mass populace of this planet, and they become bloated and kind of slow moving. And once the Sororitas come down to battle them, they're just easily dispatched because they're just bulbous and bloated and disgusting. They destroy them, and then as they die, their bodies burst open, and plagues and nurglings are popping out of them. And as soon as that happens, Mortarion drops down with the Death Guard. They make planetfall and just wipe out all the nuns with guns. and they basically take over the planet, which I found interesting. Not quite the most detailed part, but they take over the planet in 20 hours. So this warband must have hit just in chunks all over the planet, right? Within 20 hours, the planet is basically a dead world, and they just expand from there and just take out the entire subsector around it. But it was intriguing just to, again, hear a different race falling to Nurgle, because you don't
usually
hear about that.
Yeah.
And then my brain starts thinking, some orc poxwalkers could be kind of cool to
Oh,
convert
yeah.
So I always love stories like that evoke hobby projects.
So for me, and I think Justin will appreciate this one probably more than others, but the War of Rust and Ruin, I think, is one of the coolest stories I read. And it made me switch from Vrax to this one, which is really Mortarion and the Death Guard, shortly after the Great Rift, go down and they're invading this world called Dissactus. And they're trying to find something called the Temple of Ascension. However, and this is what really tripped me on this one, was they're down there and then they get confronted by Perturabo, who's also a demon prince. And which is cool because we don't have a model for Perturabo.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, so that kind of got my imagination juices flowing. And he has this host of Iron Warriors and Chaos Titans from the Legio of Borax. And so this confrontation quickly descends into this huge battle that they're fighting. And this is where it gets really cool. What ends up happening is, the Death Guard, as they're wont to, are kind of withstanding the withering power of the heavy Legio and all this stuff. But they're getting kind of decimated until all the vehicles and things begin rusting and kind of falling apart and decaying.
Get the WD-40.
So
Get the WD-40.
I think the freaking crazy thing is that all the war engines, the Chaos Titans, all those things are just rotting and and falling to pieces because of the power of the plagues and everything that is going on here. And then Mortarion kind of seizes on that opening, and major battles continue, and then basically the Iron Warriors have to fall back and fall out of that. And I love the concept of them driving in these tanks, and the tanks just slowly break.
Was there any why behind that? Why did Perturabo?
They don't go into specifics, but I think that's actually one of the cool things that they don't, right? But the implication here is that things are rotting around even the metal, and because all things.
So is Perturabo
a
a demon prince of Khorne?
No. Iron Warriors.
I know, but he has to be one of the Chaos Gods if he's a demon prince.
He doesn't necessarily. He could be undivided.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess he could be.
Yeah.
As a demon prince,
Yep.
undivided.
Sure.
I guess so. Yeah.
Sure. You absolutely can.
Sure.
And we don't know what he.
Yeah.
But I think he's undivided. Yeah. So
equal opportunist.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I thought that was just a really cool story. I love the concept and the visuals of these, even the Titans not being able to withstand the power of Nurgle and the power of time decaying.
Going back to what Jody said, that it's there's psychological plagues and soul plagues. I mean, they have plagues that affect machinery and the machine spirits within these things.
Yes, and that's actually called out too. So I mean, when you talk about the plague being a war of the mind as well, I mean, imagine these machine spirits, and I've been reading a lot of Titan Death recently, which has a lot of the machine spirit and the Titan princeps kind of warring with the machine spirits. They take control of the Titan and that kind of thing, to the point where I mean, imagine even these machine spirits becoming infected and so I thought it was a fascinating story.
Yeah, I think I love Justin, yours and Carl's, and it instantly has me thinking why aren't there more iconic battles between Death Guard and Thousand Suns?
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah. Those are the two gods that hate each other and want nothing to do is change and atrophy. Yeah, I'm curious. So maybe if anybody's listening and you do know of a story where it's Thousand Suns and Death Guard, give a heads up. I'd love to see some of that, or the Eldari plague, because I think there is a Nurgle.
Oh, that'd be cool.
AOS is what I'm thinking of. Never mind.
Yeah,
AOS. There's
crossing the streams.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, there's a lot of Nurgle on Elf action there.
Well, let's do this. We've been going for about an hour. We've still got a lot of Nurgle coverage coming, so let's take a short break, and we will be right back.
Hey, this is Big Nasty B from Life After the Cover Safe, and I'm at a mall talking to strangers about Table War. Table War develops some of the most innovative products for the miniature wargaming and hobby industry.
And I develop pictures.
That's great. They develop things like the Fat Mat.
Who's Matt, and why is he so fat?
Well, first off, Mat is not a person. The Fat Mat is a tabletop gaming surface, and with over 40 different designs, Table Wars Fat Mat has become a community standard.
I got a Surface Pro. It's like 10 inches. By the way, I'm meeting my friend Simbon. Do you know what that is?
No, but I do want to tell you about the Table War Tower case line.
Oh man, towers are so huge.
Well, it's not that kind of tower. It's the original modular, all-in-one display, storage, and transport system for all your tabletop miniatures.
Wow, you're really smart. What's your relationship status?
Well, it's complicated, but you know what isn't complicated?
Chili dogs.
This is true, but also the Macromat.
Oh geez, not that guy again.
The Macromat is a one-of-a-kind, innovative photography backdrop, perfect for collectibles, hobby miniatures, and small works of art. Its durability, portability, and functionality in one inexpensive product.
I wasn't paying attention to what you just said, but do you validate parking?
No, I do not. But if you want more information, head over to tablewar.com and check them out.
Table War!
All right, and we are back, and we are continuing our show of force, talking about the Death Guard and their lovely codex. So let's move into the models section. Who would like to go first this go around? Let's start with Justin over there.
This was a hard one.
So just to reiterate, we've each picked 2 models. We used to do 3. Now we're going down to 2 because we got another guest.
Yeah. And this is models we visually
like things that just appeal to you visually.
So this is a hard choice. We basically both pick a unit and a HQ, right?
Right.
Hard to pick because when this book came out with the whole new model range, it is infested, one might say, with beautiful sculpts. But for my unit, I guess we'll do units first. I picked the Blightlord Terminators, and both the Blightlords and the Deathwatch Terminators. Death Shroud. Thank you. Are just amazing. Like so much detail, so bulky and gross looking, and just so Nurgle. I mean, they got the cataphracti armor, they got the chainmail going with stuff popping out everywhere. I mean, I knew when I saw those, I'm like, even though Terminators obviously aren't the most competitive choice for the most part, I was like, I gotta paint up a bunch of these, and they've done a really good job of releasing all these, like the push fit, easy build models.
Yeah, right.
So I built up that 10-man Blightlord unit with glee.
I was right there with you on this. This gets honorable mention for me for sure. Was the various Terminators, the one where his belly is segmented and then like drooping down to his knees,
and he's turning into a fly with little fly arms,
but still looks like a Terminator.
And the model with the plague flail, the Blightlord Terminator with the plague flail. Yes, please.
That guy's brutal too.
So good.
That weapon is so brutal.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I had to pick them.
Right on the nose with you. I think we're going to do that a little bit here.
So,
the Terminators.
So I'll jump in because I grabbed the Death Shroud Terminators. So here's the reason I grabbed them. We talked about bodyguards earlier and why I like those. When I did my Terminators, my Forge World Nurgle Terminators, that were always with Typhus, I was calling them the Death Shroud because I knew that piece of the lore.
Nice.
And I was like, man, it would have been great to model these guys up with size. If I could have found size, it would have been great. And
nice.
lo and behold,
Here
you have the Death Shroud Terminators with sides.
They're so good.
It's such a great time to be a Death Guard player. It really is. So,
and those models too, like not to get too gamey, but they took a big points decrease.
Yep.
And I need a few more. I only have 3, I think. I think I need to do like
7.
a nice big 6-man block. When I run Mortarion, just push him up the middle with those 6 Death Shroud around him. Just come at me.
There you go.
It's epic.
There you go. Jody.
I went with, and I fudged it a little bit here. I went with a pair of HQs. We'll get to the second one in a minute. The Noxious Blightbringer, the Bell Ringer, with his massive bell above his head. That bell motif has been present in Nurgle
forever,
quietly forever.
Yep.
Quietly, Bell was
quietly forever.
Yeah, word choice. All right, zing. Okay,
resoundingly.
Zing. Yeah.
Bring out your dead.
Wub wub wub. sad me. Okay. I love the look of this model. He's bloated, he's grotesque, he's imposing. As I mentioned earlier, this learning about the spiritual, psychological decay that is the army, he's fantastically representing that. A Chaos Marine icon bearer has always been something I liked.
Yeah.
Just aesthetically a great deal. It made sense to me.
One of the things I liked about them in 5th Ed was it was those icon bearers that you summoned the demons off of.
Right.
And I miss that mechanic.
Yeah, it was, and that's a long-standing mechanic. That's
Yeah.
But even Legion standard bearers and things like that, or company standard bearers, excuse me.
The bigger the flag, the better in my mind.
Yeah.
Apparently, But no, I mean, it's a cool thing because, and not knocking anybody's choices, but when you see a Marine like in camouflage, I kind of always go, why?
Yeah.
What are they hiding behind that's harder than ceramite? Like,
right.
That's not how. So this notion of this guy walking with this massive bell over his shoulder, just ringing out this just, literally psyche crushing drone. And again, in Dark Imperium, the description of this particular guy is so cool. That it's just this total debilitating effect. And it represents, in an aesthetic, a narrative sense, the rules match really nicely in that it's this -1 leadership and it's this decay. The effects he has on other units of moving, exciting the Nurgle units and empowering them.
I'm kind of like imagining Marines like firing at the bell just to hear it ring. It's like their bolters spring off of it.
That gets into that part of the problem is it's just adding to the drone. One of the other things is the massive horns that kind of hold the bell and are sprouting out of his shoulders, and the jolly Nurglings, and like that new, and that feels new to me. This new
Jolly
like
Nurgle?
gnarled horn aesthetic. That piece. It's always been there, but I feel like they really pushed it forward.
Yeah, because the models before, they were basically just rotten plague zombie Marines, and now they really have like pushed that. There is crap growing at like bony protrusions out of these guys.
Right.
It's pretty horrific.
Yeah, and I've talked a few times before, and it's something I'm really big on that I'll talk about on one of my other choices is the silhouette of this model. If you blacked him out and then just looked at that outline, what a powerful, powerful shape that this figure holds on the tabletop. He is and having fought against him with Justin's and Brian's a few times.
He's great in the game too,
He sticks out on the table. When this model hits the table, you know it.
Interesting.
It's a really striking piece. So
and you get him
really
the starter set.
You can do it. Yeah. I think it's the only way you can get him.
It is.
I'm not okay, so
you're not a Chaos fan.
I'm not. No. I'm not a Nurgle fan. I actually think the Zinch is cool. I'm not a big.
This is not
Nurgle
you.
Fan. No, not me.
Okay.
Which is ironic because of all the painting classes I took, the model I did the best on was the Poxwalker.
Well, there you go.
But like Justin said, it's hard to screw up Nurgle. So
I was gonna say that.
I know.
Maybe in time it'll grow on you.
Yeah. So
Drops Mike.
Oh man, I picked the Nauseous Rotbone, the Plague Surgeon.
Okay.
And I do think he's kind of a cool model.
Such a good sculpt.
Basically, it's a bastardization of an apothecary, and instead of healing people, he's infecting people. He kind of, and it's the model itself. I thought they did a nice job. Even the small things like painting the glass vials and the way they were able to get that effect and stuff.
I also like how he's not overly. He kind of draws back to almost like a Fabius Bile kind of look.
Right.
He's not overly bloated.
Right.
He almost looks like more of a just this emaciated, gaunt, Grim Reaper type. Yeah.
So let's explore this a little bit. Why do you feel the Nurgle aesthetic doesn't appeal to you at all?
I just don't like the rotting guts falling out horror.
But doesn't that make like a great villain in your mind?
Yeah, I guess, but I don't like it. I don't like. It's not something I would buy or something I would paint or something I would choose to have as artwork. I just don't like.
But wouldn't
the aesthetic.
you feel good when your like Grey Knights are blowing them off?
Oh,
the
absolutely.
Table?
Oh yeah. I don't mind blasting.
Truly cleansing.
Yeah.
No, I mean, but
I hear you.
But if I was, there was a couple times where I was like, I really like those Zangors, man. I could do some Zinch. There's some of the Chaos aesthetic I like. I had a Alpha Legion army.
But you keep saying they're loyalists.
They are, but But so there are some of the
he can't bring
aesthetics.
himself to go that
I
far,
know.
Justin.
There are some of the aesthetics that I like.
That's what it is.
But Nurgle, I just don't. I just don't like the rotting.
That's interesting.
Putrescence.
Do you like it? So you've played Dungeons and Dragons. Do
Yeah.
you care for like undead in D&D, or is that not your? That's not. Your thing?
Not. No, I'm the paladin guy. No,
And you're not.
Well, I'm not saying playing undead, but like as a villain, right? Like
no,
one of the
I prefer to
things-
fight against kobolds and.
So okay,
stuff
because
like that.
one of the things like about the word bearers that appeals to me is the fact that they're the architects of the heresy.
Yeah.
They are literal heretics that
They're the
have
literal bad guys.
corrupted and
Yep.
and turned something that's supposed to be, glorious or holy into something twisted.
I like that. Yeah.
And so, I mean, and it's interesting that so when I think about playing them, I guess one of the reasons I don't mind losing sometimes is because in D&D I was always the DM and I play the bad guys, and they're kind of supposed to lose for the most part against the players. And so here, when I'm playing a monstrous type army, which I consider the Death Guard to be monstrous,
They're a bit
quote-unquote,
monstrous, yeah.
right? And they're losing. It's like, well, the good guys are supposed to beat the bad guys, at some point. I mean,
I just,
occasionally they're gonna win.
I'm not a big zombie fan.
Totally
That was
understand.
actually going to be my next.
I was going to ask him what his favorite zombie movie was.
I don't
None.
know.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
hey, that's cool.
my favorite zombie movie is the old original Night of the Living Dead,
Okay.
1970s.
That's a good answer.
Because it's just campy.
The black and white.
Yeah.
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 I
Okay.
I'm a
good
huge
answer.
No, I was
No,
just
I-
curious as to what it is that didn't appeal, and that makes complete sense to me.
Yeah.
No, and I think
Complete
that's
sense.
really valid. That I'm sure there's
Yeah,
people
for sure.
listening out there that are like, "Hey, they're not my thing," and that would be, I think, aesthetically.
Slanesh, not really my thing.
I
and
think
can articulate.
aesthetically, that's probably the key
Yeah.
for me. If I'm really honest, Nurgle of the four gods, as I was mentioning, like until we did this, just never made sense to me.
Yeah.
It's telling
Right.
that of my demon legions,
These
which
guys,
which one isn't painted.
Right.
You should have got
don't
two other
have-
guys in here,
I'm
Justin.
telling you. Non-believers.
My progress, I did start actually working on Plague Bearers, so it's coming along.
Yeah.
Next time we talk to Jody, he's gonna be like,
legit.
"Yeah, these Show of Force episodes. He's gonna buy some Blight Lords and Mortarion."
Yeah, the hobby
and...
whim might not be a hot idea doing show of force episodes.
Okay. So who started us off? It was Justin.
It was
right?
myself,
Justin, let's bounce back to you then.
I have the honor. Come on, Mortarion.
Yeah, I'm right there with him on this one.
Doubled up on him.
Yeah.
That is an incredible model.
I mean, I'd say it would have been nice to see a little more like convert ability out of him. That's my only gripe. Is he's pretty much a mono build.
Yeah.
For the most part, but man, what an amazing sculpt.
Yeah.
Just a pleasure to build and paint, and tons of detail. You can get lost in him forever. If you're a fan of Mortarion, do yourself a favor. Look up Richard Gray. He's painting this model, and
Is this the one with the moth wings or
yes,
the dire
with the eye
Oh
in
my
the
God.
wing.
Yeah, that it looks. It almost looks as if Mortarion as a model isn't textured enough. He's added almost the feathery effect that a moth wing with its powder would have. It is, yeah.
It's insane. But yeah, that sculpt, I'm so happy to have him and own him. It makes me more, I just want to see all the Primarchs come to fruition, man. That's all.
If this is an indicator of what's to come, this was my other model as well.
How can it not be, right? I mean,
yeah. The paint job on the face of Mortarion in the codex and in their stock model. And I don't mean to sound pretentious at all when I say the following. It's going to come off that way. Apologies. It's not often that GW Prime paints something for their codexes that I look at it and I'm like really blown away. They're super clean, super functional paint jobs. They're designed to show off the model, and they do that. And
which is a gripe that this book got when the Games Workshop came out with the codex. They were they're so clean, so yeah. It's to showcase the model, right, Jody?
That's the job. And Mortarion's face is one of the few times that when I looked at the model, I went, "Oh my goodness!" That I am reminded, because what's
His
funny
face
is
does look awesome.
It's
super twisted.
If you follow any of the GW painters on social media, they'll post their personal projects. The degree to which they are holding back when they do these paint jobs is alarming. These guys are, these men and women are incredible artists. And the face of Mortarion, where his eyes are clouding, but you still have expression and vision, and he's looking in a direction that is so difficult to do.
His face has expression, yet it's still behind a mask. It's
And having
the eyes.
painted this face, it's tiny.
Yeah.
Even on a big Primarch.
And the way they're able to get it through the eyes.
Yeah.
And there's some color modulation going in the Rust and Decay. I think, arguably, though, despite all that, my favorite part would be, as either Justin said, the wings, or Silence, his giant scythe.
Yeah.
The sculpt on that, and now, again, reading Dark Imperium, where he draws Silence from its chamber as the pendulum of a clock.
Right.
It makes so much sense why it's sculpted the way it is, why it looks the way it is. I mentioned earlier about Mortarion being this tinkerer, that he's always revising, he's always working on things. If you read the description of the tank thing we'll talk about later, it's a design of his.
The PBC?
Right? Yeah. So Mortarion, they could not have done. I cannot imagine something else. Like, I don't look at it and go, what if they had, when I look at Rabute Gilman's model, it's gorgeous, but I go, what about? When I look at Mortarion, I go, no, that's Mortarion. That's what he's supposed to look like.
Interesting.
For me, it just
thought
resonates.
He'd be gaunter, but I'm happy with the vision they came out with. I just always pictured him
being
more
skinnier,
gaunt and skeletal.
But he doesn't have like the big gut, He's still very like,
and he's still in power armor, which
right.
is something I didn't really consider before. It's a great model.
I think the
paint in sub-assemblies, people.
I
paint that model in many, many sub-assemblies.
And create a plan for the wings. I have heard that pinning them post-paint is going to be a necessity, that they are apparently quite fragile for such a large model. Apparently,
interesting.
You want to have a plan for assembly and think through on something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll go with I'm going to switch it up. I'm going to go with Typhus, but the old Typhus model.
No.
Yep.
I don't believe that.
I really wish. Now,
out of all the HQ models,
you could actually put together a model that is a very close representation of that model by kit bashing some of the one of the Death Shroud Terminators with some of the stuff.
Sure.
The new Typhus is good. I think Campbell from 40K Badcast summed it up best, where he's like standing there and he's like, "Hey guys, look, I have a scythe." Right? Like, that's every time I see him now. Look, guys, I have a scythe. His model before in the stance he had, which they did carry over to one of these Death Shroud Terminators, is really just so powerful and was representative of how scary I thought he would be. The new one, not as impressed with, but like I said, if I were going to go about it, I would probably kit bash one together to kind of represent him.
I mean, the quality of the new sculpt
is fantastic.
Absolutely amazing.
And I mean, and what people have done with him holding up like a Tau guy or whatever is fantastic. Like, it looks great. I don't think I would go that route. I think I would kind of kit bash something together.
I'd love to actually see that happen, because on the new one versus the old one of the things I loved was the Destroyer Hive.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
And the old one, it was understated a little bit.
Here
it's exaggerated. And even a paint job on that, I'm sure you could redirect visual composition, and I'm being really nitpicky now, that the yellow is going to draw your eye up to that, so you have this kind of horn shape and on the new model, and it's drawing your eye, and it's kind of creating some visual discord in an already kind of all over the place model. But yeah, I'd love to see
it's just
a
kind
conversion.
of one of those things where it's like, it's one of your favorite models of all time. Like, could they actually even live up to improving it?
Right.
I don't know that they could have.
Yeah, give him the 10% size increase and basically keep the same exact model. And I understand why they can't do that.
Yeah.
Like, that's not a valid move on their part. But yeah, the model, the first version of him is a classic, a true classic.
Just my take there.
Sure.
Adon.
So my second model is not an HQ. Because everybody was going to pick Mortarion, and I knew you were picking Typhus. But actually, the model that I like, that I chose, he's actually one of the guys in the Plague Marine Reinforcements group, and he's this dude. He has almost like a skull rattle, mace kind of thing, and he's got a Nurgling.
Pretty sure it's a blight grenade, I think. Yep, it's a blight.
Yeah, it's a blight grenade. Yeah, it's a blight grenade. It is, but. I just like the motion in it. I like the little Nurgling guy kind of captures the current vibe.
He's a blight launcher,
and it's a
no.
I just think it's
a blight launcher.
No, it's a Death's Head.
Oh, okay.
Death's Head grenade.
No, I'm talking about in the right hand.
It's a bolter.
It's a bolter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's a great. That's a dynamic model, which is not something we typically see with
Nurgle. Yeah, with Death Guard. But anyway, I like the model a lot. I like the pose and the bringing in the little Nurgling guy, and
that is
and again,
really dynamic looking model.
this dude doesn't have, the guts hanging out and all the other kind of horror elements. To me, this just looks like a badass, hard to kill, in your face dude.
Right. Yeah, there's in the book, I was looking at the wrong picture. There is one that he's also holding a blight grenade, but he has a blight launcher. That's the one I thought you were looking at.
Yeah,
but I see why you chose that.
Yeah, this guy he's from the Plague Marine Reinforcements Kit. There's 3 dudes.
Yeah.
That's an easy push fit.
I think it is.
Kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah, I think it is. So, okay, let's move on to units in the Codex. We've covered everything else that we intended. Did I miss anybody?
No.
Okay.
I think we're good.
Let's talk about units in the Codex, and I'll go first. We've each picked 2 units, one favored unit and one HQ that we think would perform well on the table. That's one that you want to use. I avoided Mortarion because that's the easy way out. Whoever took that is using a crutch, but
thanks.
I'm not being picky. But anyway, all joking aside, I actually chose the Plague Surgeon, which was interesting to hear you bring him up before. I think that's
what I picked too.
I think this guy's really, really interesting. The fact that he grants a reroll on disgustingly resilient rolls of 1. I mean, they are already
disgustingly resilient,
freaking resilient and tough. This should not be underestimated. This is a very, very strong ability. Plus the fact that Death Guard infantry within 3 inches of them increase are receiving an increase
toughness.
Yeah, for that. I mean, it's not just him, but it's any unit within 3 inches of him. I mean, that's amazing.
I look forward to trying him out because, currently you don't. Well, we'll get into kind of competitively. You don't tend to see many Plague Marines in this army.
Yeah, I know.
But that guy would be.
Which is a real shame because I would almost argue it's not a Death Guard army without.
I'm going to get to that in mind.
Yeah, we're skipping ahead. So fantastic.
But
choice.
I love the model, but also I love what it could do on the table.
Sure.
I think that adds a ton of resilience to this army.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I ended up picking instead because that was my first choice.
Ooh, we can share it. They shared more.
Yeah, but I picked
There's a lot of Mortarion.
Sharing is caring.
Poxwalkers.
Yeah.
Because they're just, you have to have them.
Yep.
They're super iconic in the way that this army is described in the lore.
And they have goofy grins.
And it was
Latte walkers.
It was the one I was able to best paint in the paint class, so I like it for that.
Okay.
But to me, it's an auto include. You have to have Poxwalkers in this army.
I would disagree, but I think that.
But they're super useful.
But yeah. Well, I guess it depends on your build. However, I found myself last time playing. I've tried them both ways. I've tried with the Horde pushing up the middle, and then I found myself using 2 cheap 10-man units when I play against you, Jody. 2 cheap 10-man units just to fill my back line and spread out and then prevent things dropping behind me for board control.
What's really cool about them too is and again, this is where I think GW has done a really nice job because we're talking about how they perform on the table. One of the things I think they've done a really nice job in the last few years is having effects and stratagems, things that really connect to the lore.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
It's almost like they have people helping them with that aspect of it.
Almost.
It's really cool.
Wonder who could do that.
And one of the things I like about the Poxwalkers in this army is that for 1 command point until your next movement phase, everything that dies around them becomes a model in that unit.
Yeah, it's pretty epic.
And it's just so evocative
Super
of the
thematic.
lore, right?
Yeah.
So thematic. And so I just think they're a great unit to have. They're the kind of thing where you got to do something about them.
Sure.
You have to do something
the best
about
part, they don't run away. They're
Right.
zombies.
Nope.
Right.
You got to kill the last one.
Right.
I will counter this. This is my least favorite unit in this entire codex is the Poxwalkers. And I agree that they are thematic and lore based.
Yeah.
This is one of those times, and I'll talk a little bit more about this later, but I feel like it went too far. They tried to hit every possible note of lore with the Poxwalkers, and instead of them being a shambling horde of zombies,
That's what I would have preferred.
they are not a shambling horde of zombies.
Right.
They
No,
are
but it was a certain
far.
specific plague that made them what they are.
Yeah.
It's
If
not
you
like- it's
read
not
their
like-
description in the book, that's not what they are. They're the plague zombies. It literally calls them out as
they talk about different plagues affecting
there's
different
a
populaces.
Thread and this and that, but they're supposed to be the plague zombie in this book, conceptually, I think. To me, though, that it's too much of a good thing, rules wise.
Valid. That's valid.
Rules-wise or model-wise?
Rules wise, they're a good rules wise play on table. They are super effective.
Yes.
I absolutely, I can't deny that. But to me, it's too much to where they no longer feel even like the lore for me. Even the Poxwalker Plague, they're too good for what they should be.
Okay.
Like you'd rather see them being wiped out in droves.
Or
like there should be a
Okay,
bunch
they
of
have a negative armor save. They have to be in cover to get any save. All they have is a 5-up.
Mm-hmm.
I think the problem you're running into is you refuse to use shooting units in your demons armies.
So, not the case. Like I said, from my experience playing against them, they succeed on every front. Not only are they incredibly durable, taken in large numbers, you have to take a lot of them.
Okay. They max at unit size 20, but okay.
You have to take the 20, but they're going to bloat beyond their 20 if anything gets near them.
Yeah.
Okay. They fight reasonably well. You have to kill them to the last. You can't take away their save to make them more killable. You can make their save better, so they're more likely to survive. They're slow
I don't
and
think you can make their
shambling.
save better. You can make them stronger and tougher with Typhus.
Point being, they're going to be more durable than this throwaway unit. So they are,
And you can make them faster.
and yeah, you see the bell guy.
With your favorite bell guy.
Yeah, you put him nearby, and suddenly they're not a slow shambling horde. They're super fast.
They're a great chaff screen for sure.
In comparison to Zangors, they beat Zangors every time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I've literally had them beat up units of bloodletters, which is lore problematic.
Your 20 Zangors that are deep striking in, attacking twice, would mince a 20-man unit to play
Not
Poxwalkers.
that it should, but that is not how it plays out. They are so my gripe is
too
frankly they're too good.
Yeah,
for
I get
what
it.
they're supposed to be. This shambling horde. Admittedly, some super plague made super zombies, but holy cow, they are really
Well, since this section is the unit I would pick and put it on the table if I.
So you're not wrong.
That's right.
Not
You're
wrong.
right.
And I'm not. And yeah, I am agreeing at Dawn. They are super good. They drive me crazy because they are so good for what they're supposed to be.
Okay.
So what did you pick then?
So what did I pick? My first choice is the Myphitic Blight Hauler. I absolutely adore this unit.
They're cool.
Love it. It's cool looking. They're the little pet demon engines.
They're pretty cute.
Yeah. So these are the
This is
little.
when you always
As
run
far
in
as
threes, right?
demon engines
As far as
go.
Nurgle demon engines go.
They're these tripod
Yep.
machines. They have a missile launcher and a multi-melta, as well as their gnashing maw and their bile spurt. Their narrative is
Adorable.
This is why I don't like.
they wheel across the table, nibbling up all the dead matter and then projecting it in a cloud of disgust around them. Now, why do I like this as a
I like
game?
the disgust on Adon's face.
What's not to like?
You can field them as singulars or as groups. I think they're probably.
But you
more-
don't. You feel them in a trilobe.
Yeah, you got.
See, interestingly, Brian, because he's going to be my. He disagrees. He finds them much more valuable as singulars because they're not an offensive threat. They're something that makes everything around them again a little more durable. It's everybody within 7 inches of them gains a cover save. So upping your save when you already are disgustingly resilient.
Well, those
when you're
Poxwalkers.
already. Hey, no, they're going to get the bang for the buck.
Armor, not invul, right?
Right. So they move well. They have some short range, heavy firepower. So if this was what's the unit you would always field? Well, for me, I want the narrative in my army if I'm building it, and then combat. How do I get that to play out the way I want it to? Because that's how my mind works. For when I build an army, I go, what's the narrative I want? Now, where are the rules in the codex to allow me to forge that narrative on tabletop? I want the implacable advance of the Death Guard. These guys not only offer a tremendous, a multi-melt is nothing to sneeze at in terms of punch.
And they have a rocket launcher too.
Yeah.
And if you have them in a trilobe, they hit on 3s instead of 4s.
There it is.
And they ignore the movement penalty.
Yep. They get all these things. So they're reliable, heavy firepower, which is good.
Yeah. Which is we talk about the number 7 with Nurgle. There's also a very continuous
Right.
trifecta of 3. Quite commonly the symbol of Nurgle.
Yeah.
Which is
so
interesting.
Yeah, for me, I love demon engines. They present a level of resilience to an already resilient army without just being you just can't kill them, they themselves are super durable. In close combat, so your answer is like, well, I'll just run up and hammer them in close combat. No, that's not a good idea. They have a -1 to hit. They have tough 7 and 8 wounds. You're going to be there for a while, especially if you do with the trilobe. You're going to be standing there forever. I mean,
hell, you stand there forever fighting 3 Nurgling bases.
I do. I don't think everybody does that, but I sure do.
The best troop unit in the game.
Yeah,
overachiever, Jody.
Yeah.
Nurglings do that. That's what they do.
That's
what they're
you field 3, so they trilobe you and they pin you in. You can't even escape.
Yeah, I adore this unit. I think it's super thematic. I think it's very effective. I think it fills a niche within the army. If you want that implacable advance, you want the ability to push forward, having these supplement whatever's pushing forward is a win.
Right.
Cool.
And looks freaking rad.
Yeah, they're cool. I think there was an easy push fit, and then there was the actual kit, right?
Yeah.
I think I just bought the easy fit.
Yeah, there's both.
Diversity, yeah.
Yeah.
I need to buy 2 more.
So Don, I would call you out now, but both of your your main and your alternative were taken.
No, I already went.
Did you already go?
Yeah,
I think it's my turn.
It's Justin.
Remember, he was giving me a crap about my Poxwalkers.
Oh, I thought it was Justin that called
No.
the Poxwalkers.
No.
That's why I was like, oh, you already got this and the Poxwalkers.
No.
Okay, Justin.
My choice comes as no shocker. It's definitely the Plague Burst Crawler.
Yeah, that is,
Yeah.
God, that vehicle.
This thing is, if you're looking to play this army kind of competitively, or just have like a unit that's even one of them,
Get 3 of
awesome.
them.
Get 3 of them.
I would start with 3. They're so good. They're so good. They give you indirect fire with the plague mortars. You can fire at units you can't see. They're durable. They just don't die. They're
hard to kill. You can't, and shooting them is a problem. Charging them is a bigger problem because you got those flamer things on the side.
Yeah, they have the flamer weapons, and then of course you take a warlord next to them that makes them even deadlier because they have demonic weapons. So he's allowing you to reroll wounds. They just don't die. They're annoying and they're super undercosted for now. So
For now.
take 3.
So great.
Yeah, fighting against them, because that's my experience with Death Guard. They're win. It's a great unit. Other than it's an anchor, but you got to have something. Like if you're gonna move, then why not have this be your anchor? And it's a demon engine, which also
they're phenomenal.
Push forward.
I can't imagine playing Death Guard without having 3 of them. I just can't. They're too good. They also
Justin.
well. Because I want to do the Plague Marine army thing, especially because Plague Marines came down in cost, way down in cost.
Yeah.
And combine that with the Vulture Drill rules.
Yep.
Because one of the big things with Death Guard is one of their army special rules is they can rapid fire at 18. So, even on the move, right?
Yep.
So, I think that can be quite good with the points decrease. But this army definitely gives you that reach out and touch somebody.
Yep.
Ability, whilst also being that traditional Death Guard, come at me, bro, with the flamer weapons on them, and just not dying.
Yeah.
So
super.
So I'll go next, and we've all gone one. Lose count. Okay, I'll go next. For HQ, I chose a Demon Prince because you cannot go wrong with a Nurgle Demon Prince.
No, you can't. And I'll piggyback you off this one to save time. Yep,
cool. They
I
get
agree.
disgustingly resilient, which is incredible for a Demon Prince. With their combined with their toughness of 6, but you're also allowing other models around him to re-roll.
Toughness 7, aren't they?
Nope. Toughness 6, strength 7.
With DR, right?
Yep. But the disgusting and resilient is really where it's at. But 4 attacks, and a psychic phase.
And where it's really at is when you combine some of the best stratagems and warlord traits, in this book, when you give him like Arc Contaminator, where he's allowing units within 7 to reroll wounds on blight on plague weapons, i.e. Plague Burst Crawlers, and then you give him Separating Plate, which is it tends to be what you kind of see.
What does that do?
So Separating Plate, it basically allows him, it gives him a 4-up invul. It's been a while since I played with my army, but it increases their invul. I want to say it makes it a 4-up, and then any save you pass puts a mortal wound back on your opponent.
Oh my god!
On a 4-up.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
It's really good. So,
I love Demon Princes. The Nurgle one is a good one.
Super good.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. If you're playing Chaos, take a Demon Prince.
Hey.
I've tried to avoid it just because it's an auto include and see earlier
Right.
snowflake comments.
Well, to me, if it thematically matches my list that I'm building, I'll take one. But,
Sure.
You know.
And right now they're
And just you put
so
wings on yours,
useful.
right?
Yeah, I tend to put wings on them.
The mobility of the wings is really nice.
It is really good. I've seen a lot of people, and I need to build one without wings because the way I tend to play my army is I have him always the warlord and backing up my plague burst crawlers.
So he's just standing.
So
back
he's
there for the
always
most part.
he's always centralized, kind of hanging out and just
So,
boosting the army.
So
and
why
then,
worry about the wings?
Why worry about the wings?
And
But
if
it is
somebody
nice.
does happen to deep strike back there, he can handle that.
Sure.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you could take 2 others with wings that could go out and yeah.
You know, it's funny. I'm a little surprised, and I think probably listeners maybe as well, that nobody picked this as their favorite model. This model gets a lot of
great
love
model.
and traction. The
old
saggy
Seb,
gut, one
the old
eye.
Seb Perbet sculpt.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's an iconic model. I don't know if it's for me. It's okay, but I was a little surprised. I thought somebody for sure would have that as one of their favorites, just because
I think
it is.
I have one painted over there.
It's so
I really
iconic.
love it.
and-
Mortarion.
That might be. Mortarion said, "Hey, hold my beer."
How's it going?
Jody.
Yeah. So I went with a really controversial choice. In a Death Guard army, I think one of the essential units you need to have is, Death Guard, Plague Marines.
I always try to take at least one unit.
It feels a little thin. A little thin. So, I mean, technically you can't field a Death Guard army without them because they are the Death Guard. Like, that's them. I understand why they're not getting a lot of play. Like, that's not hard to figure out. I would field them because, as mentioned, when I build a list, I go, this is what I want to see. Now, how do I make it work? But the one thing I will say of them is, and I've talked about this a bunch of times, and I probably will continue to talk about it, is this notion of being an iconic choice and an iconic silhouette.
Yep.
You can black out a Space Marine model, and you know it's a Space Marine.
Right.
You can block out a Thousand Sun, and you know it's a Thousand Sun. You can block out a Khorne Berserker. The
bunny ears give it away.
They sure. The chain axe helps too.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is if you think about a Plague Marine, he doesn't have bunny ears or a Egyptian crest
Correct.
or anything, and yet there is no question if you take a classic, good old Jess Goodwin 1980s, military visor sculpt, and you black one out, there is no question.
Well, the World War I spike sticking out of his top of his
those
helmet
help.
helps.
They do help, but I mean, for the most
The big
part,
gut also.
Yeah, it's
Mine
that
always broke off
really
anyway.
bulbous, round shape.
Yeah.
That mass that's
That
conveyed in
bloated
that
shape.
weight, is so iconic. And the new kit is
So
not.
they're
it's
incredible.
so good looking, and it's not. It's surprisingly flexible, actually, in terms of the.
You can build them choppy or shooty or both.
Right, and what's it called? The Great Plague Cleaver.
Yeah.
Not only looks
That is
awesome.
a cool looking
It's
model.
good.
With
But
that.
really good.
it's a good weapon, and you start layering in combat effects, and these guys aren't going to die, and you've got some great. I mean, effectively, it's another power claw, or power fist. Excuse me, my orc's showing. Power fist, but
orc
better.
is showing.
But it's so these guys. They are no slouches, and for anybody who's feeling the call of Papa Nurgle, man, a kill team of these guys.
Oh, they're brutal and kill
they
team.
just
They're
don't
brutal
go
and kill
away.
Yeah.
Especially that stupid flail.
Well, and the blight grenade launcher is
Yep.
fantastic. Not as
so
good of a
good.
choice in 40K as my understanding. Is that accurate?
Blight launchers are actually pretty good.
Oh, there you go. And in kill team, they're devastating. So yeah, I not only is this the iconic unit for me of the entire army, it has to be fielded for me. But it's not tactically inflexible. There's a lot of options of how to have them operate, and synergize with one another. And
I'd have liked to have seen them had a better morale. Like these are Plague Marines, man. Why are they only morale 8 or whatever it is? Like,
So morale means something in the game. Don't worry, your poxwalkers can just ignore it.
well, yeah,
Keep going.
that's my
that's why
point.
they
Though.
don't-
Like,
I know.
I don't imagine Plague Marines. I mean, I guess it's more that like
No, I agree. I think
attrition's wearing them down. And they're not fleeing because they're getting
no,
shot to pieces.
I agree
but
with you. Actually, they should be fairly, and
Just make 'em
likewise,
immune.
likewise, I think they should be immune to poisons like Dark Eldar
Absolutely,
poisons and stuff.
I wouldn't say immune, but treat them like vehicles.
But certainly they should be able
wounded
to
on 6s.
shrug it off.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Poisons, wound on 6s.
Yeah.
I dare say give them a 4-up invul. I dare say that just to make them just tougher. Because you read the lore on these guys. You read
I don't know
can't
about a
put 'em
4-up
down.
info.
you read Lords of Silence, man, and these guys do not die.
Right. That's the.
But I agree. The poison 6 would be amazing.
That alone and making them immune to morale, done.
Yeah, they need they can
Make them
use
immune.
really
Just
good.
make them immune.
a little upgrade, but yeah, that's my choice. Is you got to have Plague Marines in your death.
They have anything that's immune to morale except vehicles at this point, do they? There's no fearless anymore.
Certain units here and there, have it. I mean, zombies.
Huh.
I mean, Dark
Interesting.
Eldar at a certain turn in the game, they're immune to morale. I mean, there's things out there. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Abaddon makes units within
That's
his
true.
little
That's true.
bubble immune.
Yeah.
So
For
it's
now.
out there.
Yeah.
So on that note,
oh, buddy.
I have a good feeling that's going to be my competition model.
Oh, cool.
Oh.
That'd be
I have
awesome.
a very good feeling I'm going to look at that and go, oh.
We'll see. We'll see.
Gosh, God,
Adana, are we down to you?
Yeah, I'm last. I picked Mortarion. I go to events where there's 600 people playing for the 40K championships, and Maggie and Morty are on so many tables. Maggie, Morty, and Bobby are on all the tables.
Sometimes together.
And sometimes together.
All
And-
three of them.
Looking at you,
Yeah.
Colin.
Yeah. No, but I mean, but
Didn't work out.
it's
so
true.
well.
Maggie and Morty, you'd see them on the table together
Yep.
on some armies.
Here-
And so when he's in that many
Which is
competitions,
so thematic.
right? I know, right? But when he's in that many competition armies, then me as somebody who doesn't play this army
Goes, well, why
goes,
is he there?
Well, why is he there? He must be something that's important
Last
to
year it
have on
was
the table.
Magnus everywhere.
Right, but
I
now
mean,
they're both everywhere.
Yep, I know.
And so I thought, okay, well, if I'm going to pick an HQ that I think is always going to be on the table, that's the guy. Now, what did I run in my army all the time? I ran a Demon Prince with wings.
Yeah.
But when I look at this army specific, also for me, he's super iconic.
Yeah, Magnus is no slouch.
He's the man.
Yeah.
I mean, Mortarion's the man.
Mortarion isn't
so,
either.
yeah.
They're both.
I mean, once these
brutal
guys
in their
get
own
powered
ways.
up, they're really good. But the thing is, though, they can't hide. You
Yeah,
can't
no,
you
cannot
can't
hide
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 them.
those models,
And
man.
they're
And we
huge.
live in a deadly edition
Of shooting.
with lots of
Anything can
shooting.
hurt anything.
Yep.
So, yeah.
All right. So speaking of diddly, let's talk about this army in competition a little bit. Again, I'm the wrong person to talk to this, but I think Justin, you can probably speak fairly well about it.
Yeah, I think that the Army, I mean, look at a gentleman by the name of Don Huson. He won the Bay Area Open, using a bunch of Death Guard. It wasn't a primarily Death Guard army. You
Right.
didn't see these iconic units.
Look, I don't
like-
think you're seeing anybody win on a mono build, mono
Sure.
codex army.
Sure.
Right? Nobody is.
But at the same time, he took a list. Of course, he had like the Plague Burst Crawlers, and he had the Demon Princes, Allied Knights. But the big unit that's kind of caused like a cult following, he had 10 Blightlord Terminators. And I think it was more of like reaching out to the ITC format, embracing that of, if you can't kill a unit a turn, that puts you at a big negative. And very few armies can kill 10 Blightlord Terminators.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Especially when they come down late game.
Yeah.
right.
And that's a big footprint.
Yep.
On 40 mil bases, you can
that's
spread
huge.
those guys out big time.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I think that the Codex has some really, really strong units. But I think if you were to mono build it competitively, you might hit mid tier or lower, but to win a big GT, probably not.
Again, I'm not seeing any mono builds at the top.
Yeah.
Right, but you're seeing a lot of builds that have at least some Nurgle in it, some Death Guard in it.
Yeah,
For sure.
So it's
For sure.
There's certain units like the Plague Burst Crawlers, the Blight Lords.
Look, if you're
the
playing in our
Terminators,
group and where I'm primarily playing mono builds, or maybe like one ally for thematic purposes, like this is an army you can't go wrong with. I mean,
we
it's a
played our
really
game,
good-
and I took
crushing.
demon allies, but it was still Nurgle. Same thing with you, Jody, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's thematic. That's
Oh
absolutely
yeah, for sure.
thematic.
Absolutely.
I even had Plague Marines. I had a unit of 7, which. Come on, Games Workshop. Can we please get the freebies back from taking units in their sacred number?
There's a lot of other things. that
Please. I know, but
I miss it too, man.
It would be
I'm
nice
just
to have
with
some
you.
kind of nod to
I
it.
always ran my Death Guard 7 Plague Marines,
Yep.
7 Plague Marines,
I'm the same way, man.
7 lesser demons when it was just lesser demons.
I mean, it's cool that in the book, like power level, they're like, for an extra couple power level, you could take 2 more Plague Marines.
Yeah.
And it's probably the same in Tzeentch.
Yeah.
But it would be cool to see like a little gimme, like, the champion gets a free weapon or something.
Yeah.
But I think the Army definitely has. It's a good book, but the thing is, it's also an early book. If
Yes,
you
it
look,
was early in the edition.
if you look at their stratagems that are inside of it, there's real gems. Like for example, the one where you can auto explode your vehicle.
Oh my god.
Yum.
Yeah.
Why orcs didn't get that for ramshackle vehicles, I don't know, but okay.
Right. There's just, and then the one where the Cloud of Flies, where you can pick a unit like your Blight Lords or your Plague Marines if you're doing like this zombie horde walking towards the enemy. No vehicles, just 50 Plague Marines with zombies walking forward. Take that 20 man, because Plague Marines can go up to 20 men, which is circling around in my brain when I do the Plague Marine army. Take your 20 man block, burn that one command point, and you can't target them. And the Plague Poxwalkers are all up front, just pushing forward. Right? That's kind of cool. So there's a lot.
And it's very thematic.
Yeah, very thematic.
I had put a note around that specific one, that Cloud of Flies.
Yeah. The relics that are in the book, pretty bad. Like the separating plate.
Yeah, it does suffer a little bit from the early Codex syndrome, but I would say it suffers less than some. Like it suffers less than the Space Marine Codex for early Codex syndrome for sure.
Sure. Yeah. But the caveat to that too is it's a very low CP hungry army.
Yeah.
You know, it has so many inbuilt rerolls
that
and
it doesn't really require.
It doesn't need many CPs. Yeah. I mean, I think
and it doesn't struggle to generate them in the first place.
It doesn't struggle to generate them, but it does if you're looking to kind of like put them in detachment-wise, allied in with like say knights or other things. You know, you can do that without needing many.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
that's some good observations.
Yeah.
I think when I was looking on, not competitive build, it seems like kind of what you were saying of the allies, that it's people are cherry picking the durability out of this army. And then reinforcing with either Plague Burst Crawlers or Predators, which I think is a direction you went initially.
Yeah.
Using the Chaos Space Marines to bolster the firepower, and then something that's gonna
you've kind of ditched the Predators
break.
at this point, huh? Because the Plague Burst Crawlers are
Plague
so
Burst
good
Crawlers
for you.
pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean Predators are still they're still good.
Last
and it was one of those things too.
Joke, dude.
Because I had the models, right?
Yeah.
So I was using kind of what I had and experimenting as you do with any army, but you kind of fall into your little niches of what works. And Plague Burst Crawlers just work.
All right, so let's talk Black Library, because Lords of Silence, which is the first book I have on the list here, we've read.
I want to read it again.
It's so good.
So good.
The audio version of it's fantastic as well.
The voice acting on that,
so good.
Man.
Chris Wraight really wrote a fantastic Death Guard book, and one of the questions, unfortunately, like I said, when we lost the Astronomicon computer, we lost the interview with him. If I can get it in here again, I'll put it in. All right, so as you've heard me mention on the show, I may or may not have been able to get Chris Wraight back. As it turns out, being the gentleman he is, Chris has joined us again for a rehash of the interview we did previously. Chris, thank you so much for joining.
No worries at all.
So this episode is, as our listeners know, and as you know from my earlier discussion, all about Death Guard. And we wanted you on in particular because of The Lords of Silence, the novel you had written that really focused around there. And Justin was a huge fan of this novel as well, which you should be excited about because he hasn't in the past done a lot of Black Library stuff. But
cool.
He's getting into it now. It's on Audible and that kind of thing. But your book really resonated with him.
Oh, that's great. I'm really pleased. It's I think it was a bit of a new one for me because most of the books I've written for Black Library on the 40k side have concentrated on loyalists.
Yeah.
Either in 40k or in the Heresy books. And this was the first one that I read that really had a Chaos warband as a protagonist. And it is different writing about people from their point of view rather than seeing them as the enemy, even if, as in the case of some of my books, the Chaos characters had quite a lot of screen time. To actually see it from their perspective was the challenge of the book. And Death Guard are a really challenging legion to write about because their perspective is really strange.
Yeah.
So there was quite a lot to get my head around when doing it. But I'm really pleased that that people seem to like it. So it's good.
We do talk a little bit about how as villains and really in the latest edition of Warhammer 40k, they've really come to the forefront as a strong villain army because they are attacking Ultramar and they've really kind of just brought them out finally, especially with Mortarion showing up, kind of pulling them all together.
Yeah, that's right. I think with the Dark Imperium storyline, they are the key antagonists, and they're really sort of set against the Ultramarines. And I guess for some reason that's like the iconic clash Warhammer right there. I guess you've got this obviously visibly corrupted Legion, and the Death Guard are about as corrupt as you get versus the sort of the poster boys of the Imperium. And I think that's a great contrast to have, and you can see why they were picked to be those kind of two sides of that conflict. I think the Death Guard are cohesive in a way that lots of Chaos forces aren't. It's very clear from the Codex that they're one of the factions that retain their unity after the heresy.
Yeah, they kind of lose it for a while after Mortarion kind of vanishes for a while, but yeah, clearly now they all kind of regroup around him, or the majority of them do.
That's right, and one of there's only one scene in the Lords of Silence where Mortarion really figures, and it was one of the things I really enjoyed writing, because it was a chance for him. There's a character in the book who goes basically to visit him on the Plague Planet before everything kicks off in Ultramar, and they talk a little bit about the Legion and what Mortarion's been doing and what Demon Primarchs have been doing for that long. And you get a sense really that Mortarion for a long time has just been kind of communing with the warp. He's been doing the great game. He's been out of time. He's been in this strange state that Demon Primarchs are all in.
Yeah.
And the return of Guilliman revives him, brings him back, and he wants to get back in the game. And I think that there's this sense with a lot of books that are being written now, there's this acceleration to the end times after a long period of static warfare. That there's all these things are changing. Abaddon's coming back, the Demon Primarch's coming back, and we're beginning to see the Imperium respond to that.
What did you do? I heard you mention the Codex, but what other research did you do before writing for this Legion? Because there's quite a bit out there. I'm curious what you did, especially if you said, as you said, you hadn't really written something from their perspective for a while.
I think some of my favourite sources at the moment for any book, whether it's 40k or the Heresy, are the Forge Worlds, Horus Heresy, big black books.
Yeah.
They are so full of fantastic background. I think Alan Bly was responsible for writing an awful lot of really immense stuff. And even if you're writing in 40k, particularly with Chaos forces, who won't have changed that much because they haven't had the same amount of time out at the subjective time that Loyalists have, you can always draw a lot from that, and that was a real source of inspiration.
Yeah.
The Codex, of course, because it was and there was a lot of new stuff coming out at the time that the book was being written. That was really important to get down. And I think looking at the fantastic miniatures as well, which were spectacular when they came out. I think one thing it's probably important to say is it's not always about the codexes and about the Games Workshop material. I think that all Warhammer forces are based on archetypes from the real world. So when we were writing the White Scars, we did look into a lot of sort of Mongol styles of war and the kind of sort of some of the warrior archetypes of the Far East, which were their inspiration. And it's the same with the Death Guard, really. My understanding, I don't know if this is true or not, is that the original Death Guard from Warhammer Fantasy Battle were based on these kind of weird kind of flagellant war bands that roamed the country in the 30 Years' War, that these kind of religious fanatics who were full of disease and kind of despair. And that was the sort of imagery that led to Nurgle. And so there is some of that in the book as well. It isn't taken from the explicit Games Workshop stuff, but it's really, what would it be like to be kind of caught up in these very strange forces that the Death Guard exemplify?
Yeah.
And it would be like being brought up into a kind of a strange religious cult. And in many ways, that's how I've sort of come at them, that they are profoundly religious in a way that, for example, the World Eaters aren't. They are deeply tied up in this strange kind of cultist kind of way of thinking that they've got. And that's what makes them tick. Otherwise, it's quite hard to see what's going on with them. But I think that's the angle we've really gone for.
We talked a little bit as we recorded the show about how the Death Guard, how they come to be after Typhus or Typhon at the time kind of lures them into the warp and somewhat betrays his legion and becomes the Herald of Nurgle. We talked about how we've done a couple episodes where we talk about each of the kind of various factions of chaos, and the Slaanesh one, I mean, you can kind of see like there's excess in all these things, and so you can see how somebody gets lured into that. Tzeentch, the quest for knowledge, and that you can see how somebody wants to do that. Even Khorne, you can see how somebody's full of anger and wants to hurt people, but Nurgle and how somebody falls to Nurgle is such a weird way of doing it, and you capture that in a number of ways in this book. Like, what are your thoughts? Because that has to go towards. You said they're kind of an odd, Chaos Legion to write for.
I think what you just said is exactly how I feel about it. I mean, all the other major Chaos gods, it's quite easy to see what the appeal might be. Even if you don't agree with it, you think, well, look, that there is appeal in following those instincts and having the rewards that you get for following a god like that.
Yeah.
And it is hard to see what Nurgle gives you other than getting really sick.
Yeah.
Well, why would you want that? And I think the more I thought about it, the more it became one of the really interesting things about writing about them, because it's nuanced. It's a strange, almost paradoxical relationship. If you become a Death Guard Space Marine, a traitor Marine, on the one hand, you get genuinely ill. You genuinely start to fall apart. On the other hand, you become almost indestructible. There's this bizarre relationship between your sickness being your cure and your cure being your sickness.
Yeah.
And I think that's the more you delve into those kind of really contradictory notions, the more interesting it gets. Obviously, the characters in the book see themselves as the follower of the true Chaos gods. They're not. They barely acknowledge the other members of the pantheon. They see themselves as following the oldest, the best, the wisest, and of course, every other follower of every other faction will say the same thing about their god.
Sure.
But for these guys, they take quite a lot of pride, I think, in the philosophical richness of the tradition that they follow. The lead character, the guy called Walks, who really thinks a lot about the nature of life, the nature and death. He keeps a book on the plague planet of all the people he's killed. And every time he gets back from whatever raiding he's been doing, he writes down a little bit about them in order to create this kind of melancholy history of death. But it's not death in the way that, say, a Khorne berserker would talk about it. For him, it's this almost kind of quite poignant record of lives snuffed out. And that for me, again, certainly it's an aspect of Nurgle I quite like. It's quite sad. It's quite resigned. It's about despair. It's about acceptance. All these really interesting. I don't think you could ever get to a really definitive statement of what it's all about, other than it has these kind of really rich elements to it.
Yeah, the despair is an interesting choice of words too, because I think that resonated through the book, in particular with. We talked last time we recorded about how. Frequently at Black Library, you guys will, like somewhere along the line, somebody realized, hey, a great way of demonstrating and giving somebody something to relate to is have a human within the story. And you have one there. And what he goes through, despair is kind of it's weird because like initially he is despairing. And then by the time his whole transition occurs, it kind of comes to an acceptance level of it.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think there are stages for him to go through still. I think that he's not quite there yet, and it will be interesting to see what happens to him. But that's right. I think that he is involuntarily part of the Death Guard Legion by the end of the book. He's an Imperial guardsman who's kind of captured. And so there's no point at which he voluntarily says, no, this is for me. And there are characters in the book who do make that choice. And so initially the despair for him comes to the fact there's no way out. He is just on this path now, no choice of his own, and there's no way out. There's no possible way he can now escape this. There are reasons that if you read the book, it'll be obvious that he just can't get away. And that for me is absolutely what Nurgle's about. It's about, it's cruel. I mean, it's important to remember that these are chaos characters. They are not nice in any way.
Right.
There are aspects of them that are interesting, and that they have some kind of depth to their character. Hopefully, that means they're not just straight out villains, but they're not nice. They are deeply unfair. They're completely wrapped up in their own goals and aims. And
they're even plotting.
The reason for introducing this character was to show that actually they are monsters in lots of ways.
Yeah, they're even plotting against each other in many cases. And and you used another word there. They're a monster. That was another kind of thing we ascribed to the Death Guard. Is that you look at the followers as each. You look at like the Thousand Sons, and you're like, yeah, these guys are evil. Ahriman's fall is fairly tragic, but he's not a nice guy, and you got to keep reminding yourself of that. But you look at the Death Guard, and you're like, these guys are monsters. I mean, they're monstrous. Whereas The others are I guess their monstrous form is a little more hidden. It's not so physical, you know.
There's a line in the book as well when there's a scene at this imagining the muster of Chaos forces under Abaddon before the assault on Cadia.
Yeah.
And there's a line there that even the rest of the guys in the Eye don't really like the Death Guard that much because they're so weird.
Yeah.
And, that's because they are monstrous in a way that, again, you quite rightly say, the Thousand Suns aren't physically monstrous in the same way.
Yeah.
And I mean, there are horrifying characters. I guess the Emperor's Children are horrifying, but even they physically aren't quite as degraded as the Death Guard. And that's the whole thing about the Death Guard. They've become these monstrous, shambling horrors.
Right.
I think, a really kind of basic way to look at them would be just to concentrate on that and show how kind of physically disgusting they are. But of course, more interesting to look into the psychology, I think, and see that kind of physical degradation has all sorts of interesting side effects, and it makes them. I mean, there are two characters in the Lords of Silence that are quite contrasting. One is the character I talked about earlier, Vaux, who's been a member of the Legion from the start. He's seen it all. And then there's another character called Dragan, who's originally was Imperial Space Marine, and he has turned. He's a traitor. He's joined the Warband, and he's relatively new in the service of Nurgle, and he has a very different perspective on things than the older warriors.
Yeah.
He's much more attracted to Abaddon's kind of version of the Long War than he is to his own Primarchs, and so that creates all sorts of tension with him. And again, I thought that's exactly what we should be doing in Chaos, because they're not going to be like the Imperial side of the fence. They're not unified. They don't have this very singular, monolithic version of events. They're all going to have their own kind of chaotic way of looking at things.
If they were unified, it'd probably be over already. So
I guess that's right. Yeah. The one thing the Imperium has, particularly now that the Great Rift is kind of talking to, it still has its unity and its discipline.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing that the other kind of guys will never have, and they can't have because of their very nature. And so that is their great weakness, I suppose.
So I frequently chat with Aaron Dembski-Bowden, John French. We're kind of in a regular ongoing kind of discussion that occurs. And one of the things I asked him after he had written Talon of Horus and Black Legion was, well, you've got, clearly you're setting up these lieutenants of Abaddon. You have, your Khorne lieutenant, you have your, Tzeentch lieutenant, you have your Slaanesh lieutenant. I go, how do you fit a Death Guard? How do you fit a Nurgle? Like, nobody wants to stand next to the guy because he smells. And so it's just, I think he's still working that out for himself as well. But I'm curious to see how he approaches that. And I think it was John or Aaron at one point that had talked about, you were just talking about the Black Legion in mass. And they were talking about what it looks like when the Black Legion like attacks a planet. The skies literally go black because there's so many ships, and then there's the waves of cultists and uprisings of cultists, and then the demons, and then finally the Black Legion themselves show up. And it's just when he described it, the way I think it was John that described it this way, and when he did, it was like. It's this all-encompassing warfare, and when they leave, there's nothing left. Based on kind of that description and everything, we know the Horus Heresy series is coming to an end. The Siege of Terra series is coming up. We saw a picture of you amongst other writers in the writing room figuring out the Siege of Terra. Are you excited to be writing for that part of this story?
Oh, yeah. No, that really exciting. And I think that as I think people probably know by now, the Siege of Terror will be quite a short series of books, and it'll cap off the entire Heresy series, which has been extremely long. And it's been fantastic just to really sit down. We've had a meeting. We've had a whole series of meetings now about what's going to go in this final capping series. And I think because of that, because we've had a chance to really kind of plan it out and talk to one another and get a sense of what the key themes are going to be, I'm really excited about. I think they're going to be a really tight selection of books. I think they're going to have a whole series of things going to run through all of them. They're going to form this unified story. And some of the ideas that have been kicking around, and you can imagine what happens if you've got guys like Aaron and Dan and Gav all in the same room kind of just coming up with stuff. There's a lot of things that have been held back, I think, for for the Siege of Terror. There's a lot of Easter eggs that have been planted all the way through the series that are going to come to fruition now, because this is where it's at. Everyone's now in the right place. They're either actually at the battle or they're there, and because we know they're on their way. So there's everything's kind of now in the center where it ought to be. And no, it's fantastic. It's I mean, I think hopefully be writing one of the volumes. I haven't started yet, but I've read a couple of the things that have been coming out of those meetings, and they're really exciting.
Oh man, what are you like other? I guess I can't really ask you this question fairly to say, what are you most excited for people to see about it without giving any spoilers? Boy, that's a tricky question. Maybe I shouldn't ask that one.
Well, I mean, I think in a way the answer to that is just the simple answer. This is what we've all been waiting for. I mean, speaking personally, I think the bit of the heresy that I've written about is the White Scars. Really, that's the Fifth Legion. Is what I've concentrated on. And for years and years and years, the only thing that anyone knew about the White Scars was they took the retook the Lionsgate spaceport on Terra, and that was their contribution to the defense of the Imperial Palace.
Yeah.
And almost everything else has been made up for the series, because there wasn't stuff in the background. And so it's great to finally get to the White Scars' pivotal moment. That's the bit that really cements them in the history of the Imperium.
Right.
And it's their moment of great heroism alongside the Blood Angels and the Imperial Fifths,
right?
Who probably get the lion's share of the attention. They did something really cool. And so I think that it's really nice to be able to start telling those things. And I know that there are other events that people are going to be dying to see, like Sigismund, like Khan, like Sanguinius, and they are going to be massive when they turn up.
Well, I got to tell you, I mean, speaking of the White Scars, and I told you this before, but I'm not a huge White Scars fan until I read your book, which was released, a little bit at a time, and I didn't actually get it when it was coming out a little bit at a time, because I was like, it's White Scars, I'm blah blah blah, and I knew your writing. I mean, clearly I had read other books by you, and very much enjoyed it. So I was like, well, Chris is writing it, but it's White Scars. And then finally I read it when it came out in its entirety. I think there was a period where I've kind of read everything else. Let me read this. And I was like, why did I wait so long to read this? This is amazing. and it just really changed my opinion of the army entirely. I'm still not going to run out and build one, but I was like, oh, these guys are really cool. And the way you wrote them was really flattering to them.
Well, it's been really lovely to hear people say things like, I wasn't interested in White Scars, and then since they've had books in the heresy, people have been getting into them. So I think that's what you really hope for as a writer, particularly, writing for Warhammer, that you can really try and encourage people to see factions in a new light and try and get into and flesh out factions that haven't had a lot of attention, and give them something that people find interesting. And I suppose the advantage of writing White Scars was that they were so unknown that we really could go right back to first principles and say, what are these guys going to be like? And I don't think with any other faction I've written about, we've had that opportunity. And so a lot of the work of the book was written down before page one started. It was about thinking, well, we really got to think hard about how they fit in. There were all sorts of questions like, why aren't they just like Spaceballs? And so we worked really hard to think, well, what if they're not like Spaceballs? What are they like? Do they have their own culture? They have their own kind of a set of combat beliefs, and we really sort of tried to differentiate them and make them interesting. And so it was incredibly rewarding, particularly when people come up at shows or sort of we're talking about books and they say, oh, I wasn't interested until we read those books. And you think, oh, that's great. Well, we've done something for the setting, which is nice.
Mission accomplished, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, I want to thank you for coming on again and re-recording this, because the insight that you gave, I think, is really fantastic. And I kind of leaked some of it because I didn't know if we were going to be able to get you back on so quickly. So I really do appreciate that. What can you talk about that you have coming up soon that people should be looking out for you?
Okay. Well, I've written book 2 of my Inquisitor series. It's called The Hollow Mountain, and that follows on from a book called The Carrion Throne, which came out years ago. That's coming out later this year. I think I'm expected to be at Black Library Live in June. I think there'll be copies there, hopefully. And then what I'm currently writing is the sequel to The Emperor's Legion, which is a book about custodians, which came out last year. and that's very much set in the kind of evolving sort of politics and fighting of the Great Rift on Terra,
Nice.
and follows the same characters in that first book. So it's all been Inquisitors and Custodians so far, and then looking forward, there's all sorts of stuff coming up, and I wish I could tell you about it, but I can't.
That's a pretty standard answer I get from you guys, but I did hear you talk about and the way that Lords of Silence ends, to kind of end on that note, kind of opens the door for a sequel to it. Is that something that you have in mind? Because you kind of mentioned earlier.
I'd love to write some more. I think that it's definitely the thought with the book was that we'd be introducing a warband that could have some more stories told about it, and I've got some ideas for that. I think my schedule's pretty full at the moment, but I'd love to go back to them and try and sort of develop them and see what happens to them next, because they're set in the Dark Imperium. There's so many stories that could be told about that.
Oh,
and
man.
I think it'd be great to see what they do next.
And the thing I think you capture really well here is that, a lot of the books, they're kind of, they focus on, I think the players too, and the fans of the lore are focusing on a lot of the Primaris Marine and the kind of some of the advanced tech that's coming out of the Imperium, like the hover tanks and this kind of thing. But I think the picture that's getting painted, it's starting to evolve, is that things are way worse than before. And okay, sure, Reboot Gilliman's back, but the insurmountable obstacles in the way of the Imperium. I mean, with the galaxy literally split in half at this point, Abaddon is 13th Black Crusade, fairly successful so far, I would say, is well on its way.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's important to remember that what's happening in the Imperium is a response to this.
Yeah.
It's completely clear, if you sort of take a step back and look at what's happening, that this is bad for the Imperium. This is and life in the Dark Imperium is awful, and it's it is if you're an Imperial citizen. And so I think we can see all, as you say, all the cool stuff coming back in a way. I think the way to look at that is the last throw of the dice for the Imperium.
Yeah, you've gone from 2 minutes to midnight to 30 seconds to midnight at this point.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that there's a sense in which, I think we were talking earlier about, that things are accelerating towards some kind of climax. It's always been, in my view, that the sort of the 40K setting has always been about the long, slow demise of humanity. It's fighting a losing battle, essentially. And that doesn't mean that we know the outcome of that battle. It doesn't mean that we know how things are going to transpire right at the end. But it's always been the setting that the heroism on the Imperial side is that you are fighting for a pretty grim organization that's got a lot of things wrong, that is losing ground. And the Great Rift is the biggest kind of example of that. So I think it'd be really interesting to see what direction things going from that. How far Games Workshop decide to push that angle, how far we're going to get because we've got a lot going on in the background at the moment. And it's an exciting time to be a Black Library writer, because we often find things out not a lot ahead of time, when you guys find things out. So we're responding to events in the way that a lot of the players and a lot of the readers are too. And so I don't know exactly how things are going to pan out, but there will be stuff happening, and our job as writers is then to look at those and try and tell novel-length stories about them and make them as exciting as possible, I guess.
Well, I think you're killing it, Chris. So I really appreciate you coming on again, and thank you so much. And hopefully we talk soon. I just heard you say that the Black Library Weekender is going to be in June, and I need to go out to Belfast for work in summer, so let me see if I can maybe,
oh, that'd be great.
Work this out. It'd be phenomenal timing on my part if I could pull it off, but we'll see what happens. But thank you again, Chris. I really, really do appreciate your time.
No, it's a pleasure. Always good to talk to Cal too.
Because one of the points he made, and one of the points I made to him, was it's got to be difficult writing a character like this that's really just monstrous. Mm-hmm. I mean, how do you get into what it is they want to do? And there's varying degrees that they have different motivations and those kinds of things. But he did a fantastic job of doing it. He's one of the best Black Library authors, honestly. Chris Wraight is fantastic.
Yeah, he really did a good job of of inputting that sense of antiquity.
Yeah.
With them. and how they've kind of been grinding through this plagued existence for so long. They've kind of almost forgotten what it was like to be
for sure
mortal, if you will, and then to see
closer to mortal, right?
Right, and then to see like the characters in the book
devolve
and dissolve, and even they don't know that they're infected until a dude looks in a mirror. They know
there's something wrong with them. They don't realize how far they go, and it's
such a good book. Read it.
But there are actually quite a few Black Library books that kind of support this. Cadian Blood, which I talked about before. Black Legion, the follow-up to Talon of Horus, deals exclusively with a Nurgle champion in there that is fantastically well written. Horus Heresy Book 54, The Buried Dagger. That's the one I was trying to remember. That comes out this February, and that is all about Mortarion as well.
Yeah. Have you read that one yet?
It's not out yet. Or sorry, I said February. I meant it comes out March here.
March. Oh, yeah. March. Okay.
Key of Infinity, which is an audio drama that really focuses around. This is a John French story focusing around some Thousand Suns, but there's a Nurgle component to it that deals with a Death Guard guy that's just awesome and also well voice acted. Dark Imperium, which we've talked about. And then let's go down the list. Like Horus Heresy book, these aren't in order. Book 36, Path of Heaven by Chris Wraight, again, where you see the Khan and Mortarion fighting at that.
That was a cool book.
Sweet.
Book 4, Flight of the Eisenstein, a freaking instant classic of a book right there.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it's Death Guard, but kind of not.
Well, it's Death Guard pre-fall to Nurgle.
But I mean, but he's leaving because he's not a traitor.
Sure.
Yeah.
But
still
there's
cool.
things that happen.
Yes, there's things that happen. Yes.
Backstory
there.
Right. Book 10, Tales of Heresy. Book 42, Garrow.
Cool stuff in Garrow.
And book 1, 2, and 3, Horus Rising, False Gods, and Galaxy in Flames all deal with Death Guard as well. So,
and that was one of the things they point out is that Mortarion and the Death Guard is something that Horus always put in the very center of his forces because they were so tough.
Yep. Supporting supplements for that have come out. The Horus Heresy Book 1, Betrayal. If you have those black books, I mean, there is nothing like the lore in those books. They're just some of the best written stuff ever. Imperial Armor, The Siege of Rax. Again, great Death Guard stuff in there. That's actually why Forge World created those Death Guard models that would add on to Chaos Space Marine models because it was in support of that. Imperial Armor 13, the Chaos book, which is just phenomenal as well. And then you have the 8th edition Index for Chaos, and you have the Index Chaotica Apocrypha. And then you had... you were talking about one of the
there's Pandarax.
Pandarax, that was the one I was missing.
Yeah, the Pandarax supplement, which actually has some stuff in there too.
Yeah. Some of those are dated. 7th ed,
but they're good hooks, and this is one of the things I was going to talk about in the Codex as well. And the
like these Imperial Armor you can't buy anymore.
Right, but which page is it here?
Well, while you look at that,
on the page, the Outbreaks of War page, which is on page 18 of the book, it shows the galaxy and the different areas of interest.
Every codex has one of these.
Right. And what I really like about it is their campaign hooks, basically.
Yeah, for sure.
There are ways you can take this and develop into a campaign. And that's why I like even these older books like the Pandarax supplements. Sure, you can't use necessarily the rules in 8th ed, but you could definitely use the hooks.
Yeah. And sometimes they even have various like missions that you could easily modify to an 8th edition mission. Yeah. From Forge World support.
Lots of stuff.
Yeah, lots of stuff. For the Horus Heresy range, Death Shroud Terminators, Death Shroud Terminator Scythes, Mark III, Mark IV shoulder pads, Demos pattern Rhino doors, Typhon, the first captain of Death Guard before he becomes Typhus.
Right.
Death Guard Rhino doors. These are the regular ones. Legion Rhino doors, Land Raider doors, Legion Land Raider doors, Legion upgrade heads, transfer sheets, Contemptor Dreadnought, Mortarion before he gets all beasted out and takes his final form.
So have they done away with all the 40K Nurgle stuff for the most part?
No, you can still get it there.
Yeah.
You cannot buy the
box dreads are gone, right?
They're gone. They've been gone for a while.
The doors
are there, but you cannot buy the add-on kits that make Plague Marines, that make Plague Marine Terminators anymore. They're out of scale for the larger stuff.
Right.
And then you have the Death Guard Grave Warden Terminators. Which
Can we,
again, most of those are all
Horus
30K.
Heresy. Yeah.
Let's. What do we think of the Mortarion model from Forge World? The Horus Heresy Mortarion. And people always like to talk about which of these works, which doesn't
best.
work. And
I think this one works.
I think it's
really
great.
Good.
I think it's kind of how I picture them.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. And actually, what I really like about it is actually more what I like about the Demon Mortarion, which is he definitely looks like an evolution of
his original form.
Right.
And now he's the Demon Mortarion.
Yeah, I think that the tie-in is much more clear here than we've
Especially
seen
with the
the
armor
others.
types and the feet.
Sure.
In particular, the legs in particular, I think really resonate with me. I think it was one of the earlier Primarch models. I think it came right after Angron, and I think it is fantastic.
I think for me, he's maybe a touch understated,
Okay.
but some of them are. I mean, Rebute isn't particularly,
No.
other than his base, isn't particularly overstated.
Until you adjust him a little bit, carve out his head, put in a
Right.
Then he looks freaking amazing.
I think it touches on something, Don, when you picked the Plague Surgeon. It's got that kind of sickness, that death shroud kind of sickness, gaunt look to it. I mean, their paint job really sells it, but even the way like the cowl partly drops across half his face in this very, you know, it's a depressed kind of sickly look, while he's at the same time still, laying waste with his scythe. It's just, I know those models are always a source of discussion.
Yeah, they really are. But I mean, I think for the most part, they're all good. Some are just better than others.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's...
I mean, I genuinely think they are all good. Do I agree with the direction on some of them? Well, maybe not, but it's still a quality model. There's no doubt about that.
Sure.
So, okay. This is kind of in summary here. As we get to the end here, why is this army fun? What makes it unique? What resonates with you about it? Since I think it probably resonates the least with Adon, let's start with Adon and ramp up to Justin.
So what makes it unique is, for me, I think the lore fits the way the army plays quite well, or it can when you put it together. You start off with the stratagem with the flies buzzing in, and you got the poxwalkers rolling out, with the heavy-footed plague marines right behind them. Mm-hmm. It really plays out the lore the way you hear about it or read about it in the novels. You can do that on the table, and the codex is structured very well for that. And while we can argue about whether or not plague marines are that great, well, then put the Blight Shroud Terminators behind the poxwalkers. I mean, if you want that heavy-footed. That heavy-footed entrance, right? You put the bell guy in there. Now you even added more of the lore and the kind of the feel of the army onto the table.
Yeah, and especially when you sprinkle in the characters too. All the elite little characters in there, like the Plague Surgeons and all these guys. There's so much richness you get through those little. I mean, you got the guy spraying his guts out all over the enemy. Just
I was in for a rude
squads.
awakening with that dude. Man, is he effective? I can't think. He's got the giant tank on his back and the little
full of guts.
The nozzle and the man. I got into combat and I was thinking I was doing great, and all of a sudden he walked around a corner and somebody was out of combat nearby, and
he tends to delete entire units, and that's the foul blight spawn you're referring to. And God, is his lore so good. Like he basically has this thing inserted into his body, and he's so foul that other plague marines are like, dude, really? Like
take a shower.
His eyes melt out of his head, and he only sees the world from like warp sight. And his skin is see-through. It's so plague infested. I mean, I agree.
This is why I don't like the army. I don't like that kind of
cool,
stuff.
Man.
Yes, but I know a lot of people
it's
really
like
like it.
just when you think, okay, what's grosser than like a rotting carcass, right?
When that sprays his guts all over you.
Yeah, well, a rotting carcass that has a flamethrower injected into his body, and he's going to shoot you with that, right? So this army, absolutely.
Yeah, but I think that makes it super unique in that,
the horror.
If you look at the Space Marine side, Space Marines are Space Marines are Space Marines. They have some things that are kind of different, but for the most part,
certainly in the Primaris era, that's more true than ever for now.
But when I look at the Death Guard army, what makes it unique? Those are the things for me that make it super unique. It's just this fetid, disgusting lore that you can play out on the table.
Yeah, and also that grinding advance, right? Because
Yep.
even like
Yep.
we have the new bolter drill rule, which is awesome, but your Plague Marines can be advancing and still shooting at 18.
Yeah.
Which is nothing to be. You know.
So let me
then the other thing that I like about it, it makes what's fun for me, what was unique for me is, and I said this earlier, but it's in the notes, of all the things I painted in the GW classes with Duncan, my Poxwalker is the one that came out the best. When I look at it, I went, damn, that's a good paint job. But then again, if you mess it up, it works.
Right, and I think that echoes kind of what I was going to do, or my favorite points is it's as a hobby experience, and Justin, you said kind of this got you going, is it's a super rewarding hobby experience that you can't go wrong. Even if you make a mistake,
right?
You throw a couple more washes over it and hey, look, it looked okay. And then learning your green stuff, learning adding texture with sand, learning to do those things, very forgiving, very rewarding as a hobby experience, which is not something I think probably if I was talking about, as I've talked about a bunch of times, not finding Marines in general to be a rewarding hobby experience for myself. I know most people find them incredibly rewarding. For me, this lets me take it to the next level.
Sure.
And I think anybody that I've long-term gamed with that is a Death Guard player really enjoys this aspect.
Yeah. So anyway, are you?
No.
Well, he's not half done.
Oh, okay. Well, keep going.
Okay. So this is kind of a grind, I guess. They're super forgiving to play in the sense that you have this durability out.
Yeah.
In that an army which is tough, which is durable, which has a durability out, it's going to build in some forgiveness to it.
And it speaks to one of the reasons why it was good to have it in the starter kit.
Absolutely.
It's forgiving to hobby and it's forgiving on the table.
Yeah. So those two aspects are great. It's also a problem consistently GW misfires on this note. The Necrons have this issue. Old fantasy players, I call it that. I said this offhand to Brian as we were talking about, as a Death Guard player that's in my area, we were talking about like, hey, well, what are our thoughts? And the comment I made is they dwarfed them. And what I meant is back in the day, the dwarf armies from Fantasy Battle, they'd go, well, they're slow. So how are we going to fix that they're slow? And they'd build in durability and they'd build in long-range firepower. And then they'd suddenly show up with these hyper-mobile units. And then they'd show up this really cheap unit. And you're like, the fact that they're slow is totally a non-issue now. And I feel like consistently when GW is given an army that is, or creates armies where the narrative is durability, Necrons, it's one of two things happens. Either they undersell it and the army is durable but can't really do anything, or it's durable and it lays waste.
Right.
This army to me falls into the second category. And the problem with it is, well, the Death Guard player is able to fight and be effective and kill things and do what they want to do. You as the opponent aren't able to achieve what you normally would be able to achieve. It's a canceling effect, as opposed to being I do this and you do that. Now let's compare what we do. It's this army has some elements that go, I'm going to take away your ability to do what's fun with your army. Now in a competitive environment, that's fair as fair as fair, right?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what you signed up for. And I think that's a reason we're not seeing these guys at top tables is, hey, everybody's playing on that same footing. I think I'm a little bit more.
Well, 8th edition became much more quick, much faster. Everything moves faster.
Right.
I mean, if you look at this army compared to my Drukhari, they're still pretty damn slow.
Sure.
Did they become faster? Yes.
But I will say one of the first things you said to me about this army when you first started playing it was, oh, well, and I just take this, and now these guys are halfway across the table before you know it.
Right.
Like that was literally one of the first.
I do remember being surprised by how fast they were.
Yeah.
But again, like that was still in the infancy of 8th edition, and then now seeing how fast Eldari armies are, or truly fast armies are.
Okay, but Eldari and Drukhari are truly fast armies.
Sure.
And they get the advantage of being truly fast against everybody. These guys should be slower and plotting compared to Space Marines.
I don't know, man. I saw 28 days later, those zombies were moving pretty fast.
Okay, but that's not these zombies and how they're depicted in the fiction.
Shambling.
Right. So For me, it's an issue of, and this isn't to poo-poo the army at all.
It's a great army to play.
Yeah, it's a super
fun,
army, and you can get whatever you want out of this codex, which I think is like, in a lot of ways, the ultimate high five.
Yeah.
The fact, though, that narratively, there should be a little bit of a drawback. Like, every army has its, I'm good at all these things and not as good at this thing.
What are they not good at?
Yeah, I struggle to see what is this army not good at.
They have no flyers. They have... Okay. Well, I guess you could ally in some Hellblades or whatever else. But look, if we're talking just the book itself.
And to be fair, I am, like, let me caveat, as a not competitive environment player. So, stepping...
But that's fine, because what we're talking about is what, for you, makes this army...
So
ultimately, that's all that matters.
As a garage player who likes to, be able to have a game with anybody, where I go, man, I wish this army had something where I go, well, what are they wanting for? Like, what is the weakness I'm supposed to exploit?
What I would say is, in your game, and not to like combat you completely, but you just said in the game you played with Brian that you started super close, and what does it matter if this army gets to you if it can't damage you? Your corn army just swept through it and murdered it. Poxwalkers with their 2 strength 3 attacks, if you're getting murdered by that, then maybe you're doing something wrong.
They were still there at the end of the game.
Okay, which is good, but that's still, he had one unit of them. I guess my point being, I don't view the army as super fast, personally. I just don't.
I don't think it's super fast.
I think
but your comparison is Eldar.
Okay, but period within the army. Yes, that's also a comparison of 8th edition of everything getting faster and being able to deep strike down and charge and consolidate in and then pile in again and attack twice in some instances. The game has just become deadlier and faster. So if you look at the big picture of 40K, Death Guard are still pretty comparatively slow. Yeah, they have rhinos. Who the hell's using them? Not many people. So your Plague Marines are still foot slogging. You might take the Bell guy. You don't tend to see him very often, just because people don't tend to take Poxwalkers. So I guess it ultimately comes down to whether we're talking about playing competitively or within your local meta, right? Which are two big different things. But innately, when I visualize this army, and I've played it tons of times, I don't see it as a super fast army. Is it faster than you envision in the lore? Sure, that's your perception, right? Absolutely. But it's not like these Poxwalkers are moving 30 inches a turn and first turn charging you.
No. I guess the bigger issue I have is not so much their speed or this or that. It's the canceling effect that I'm going to do this. I'm going to shoot you. Well, I'm going to be super durable and assault you. Well, then I'm going to assault you. Well, I'm going to be super durable and you can't get through that. Like, it's the canceling. Like, they're tough to a point where when I want to go on the offensive, I'm not able to any longer.
Which we did see when we played, right? I had the thin green line. But that was also Plague Bearers from the Demon book.
But what did those Plague Bearers take on?
They took on a lot, but that was also with demonic spells that were bolstering them.
Well, that's
not
case in point. Like, 2 bloodthirsters simultaneously
but again, that's
charged.
That's not spells from within this book. That's from the Demon book.
Right. That's not Death Guard.
So
it's that's my kind of like.
That's been your experience so far.
I wish that GW, when they had a tough army like this, could make them feel tough. And Carl, you've touched on in this edition, there's more ways to make things
I want to see them
feel durable.
Get tougher.
Yeah. I'm okay with that, actually. So
Plague Marines, at least.
Yeah, I'm actually okay with them being tougher. It's then make that their thing. Make them so tough, but then somewhere else they have to give. And in my experience, it's like, I'm not going to be effective in combating them, but they certainly aren't wanting for ability to combat me.
But in a way that also fits their lore too, of that grinding.
Sure.
We're slow. We might be a little faster than you envision, but even once we get into combat, we may not be the best troops, but we're going to put up a damn good fight, and we're going to fight to the last. That matches specifically the lore of the Death Guard, does it not?
No, I would agree with you.
But they're outpacing the things I've been in combat. So I'm playing Khorne demons in combat.
Right.
And they're outperforming the Khorne demons in close combat, which is where I go where.
So is the Khorne demons not strong enough, or are the Death Guard too strong?
Fair point. And I've seen the same thing with my Tzeentch army. Yeah, it's like, hey, I'm shooting the heck out of you with the Tzeentchy changey whatnot, and they're like, yeah, I just shrug it off.
But this is also one of those armies though too, where when your dice are hot, they seem unkillable, right? If you keep rolling 5 ups, it's
mean,
like, what, dude?
To your point, like there was a point where I was playing against Aaron's Necrons, right? And it was the first time I ever fought against Immortals, like his Necron Immortals.
Yeah.
And his dice were just super hot, and I kind of
I've
didn't
had
realize
those games with him as well. Yep.
I kind of didn't realize his dice were hot. Like I was just like, these freaking Immortals. I mean, they earn their name. They won't die. And and then I was completely afraid of that unit going forward for quite a while. And then the next time I actually engaged, I just wiped it off the table. I'm like, oh, maybe it was just that moment. But I hear what you're saying. I hear what both of you are saying, actually.
And for all that devil's advocate of like, hey, maybe there's a drawback, I keep playing them. I would happily play you again. I'm going to play Brian a bunch more times. Yeah. Like I enjoy fighting it. It's when certain synergies kick in that I go like, this no longer feels right. Like something's up. And as we've talked about, the lack of Death Guard and Death Guard armies is disheartening.
That's what bothers me. I think that yes, Plague Marines have dropped in price. I think rightfully so. I think they needed to. I think while they are durable and tough, they weren't accurately represented points-wise. When we see power level shift, which inevitably we will see, I mean, without a doubt, we will see that. It's just a matter of time. Hopefully those drop and become representative of that as well. Since it's just really an equation, it should. It's not terribly difficult.
Yep.
That being the case, I mean, thematically, this is one of my favorite armies of all time. I think that they make some of the greatest villains in 40K.
Yeah.
They're not particularly, like, the thing I like about Thousand Sons is they're conniving and sneaky, and there's this grand scheming and planning that goes on. With these guys, you get what you see, right? They're coming at you, and they're horrifying, and you don't want to breathe the air they're breathing, and thematically, I think they're one of the coolest armies. I think they do, for the most part, match the thematic aspect of the army.
Yeah, and I think the new codex did a really good job of cementing that.
I do agree that there is this pattern of moving things faster than all of a sudden. I'm like, why did they need to? Like, if they just left that out, then okay, they're slow and plodding and they're still resilient and whatever. In my experience in the past, the antithesis of this has been the Dark Eldar, which just freaking decimated them because of the poison weapons and everything. So I really love your idea of
I think that would be a great
6-up to
huge.
wound with poison would be amazeballs. But thematically, if you like playing the villains and you like being the bad guy,
horror.
This is a great army.
And I would say too, if you really like, if you want a project you can really experiment with, as you guys have heard me rant and rave about on the podcast, of just so many different things. You can just go hog wild and try all these different weathering techniques, chipping techniques, UHU glue, blood and gore, guts. All around.
Learn glazes, learn washes, learn pigments.
You name it, man.
You can't go wrong.
All in one model. Or you can literally spray them whatever bone color and pick out some green and some silver and wash the entire thing and have an army ready in a week.
Yep.
So
and
it's
we'll still
great
look
for
good.
that.
Well, and I think there's a great point you have in here, Justin. You guys kind of got derailed talking about the other stuff, but I don't want you to miss this, and that's that this is a great army for beginners.
Yeah, it is
for sure. It is. It can withstand a lot of punishment. It's very forgiving in that aspect.
Forgiving in the hobbying aspect too.
Yep.
Hobby, and then there's also like.
I mean, the reality is, if you buy fine cast models for Nurgle, you're fine.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, hell, put more holes in them.
Even if they have problems, honestly, you're gonna be like, is that supposed to be there? I don't know.
Who
maybe.
knows?
Sure. Looks good. My early experiments with Finecast, I remember you listen to these old episodes. I'm like, I have no problems with these. I don't understand what you're talking about, Jeff. These are great. I got this. It's a perfect sculpt. And Jeff's like, my Eldar are terrible. Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm getting knife ears that are missing knives.
Right. Necrons that you poke and they're
Mike Tyson elves.
They're hollow inside and crumble to dust. But for thick models like these, even your Finecast models are going to perform well.
Yep. And for beginners too, like codex wise, being able to assimilate and digest this book, it doesn't have many stratagems. There's not many relics to choose from.
The early edition syndrome actually helps for the beginners.
Absolutely. Yeah. So you have a low model count army for the most part, especially if you want to go plague bearer heavy. Relatively money-wise good too, right? Because they're all starter set models. You can
That's
probably
what I was
find
going to say. You can get a big investment in this army fairly inexpensively.
tons of push fit models out there.
That's where I was going to go. Yeah, you got a surprising diversity of push fit stuff.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
all around good.
Okay, well,
Fun.
let's take a break, then we'll come back and close out the show. Actually, I'm lying. We're not going to close out the show. We're going to go to...
Long pause.
Yeah. Sorry about that. We're going to end up going to an interview I did with the Objective Secured podcast, which is Mike and Emma Basc, who are also 2 winners of the Warhammer Heroes Awards.
Cool.
But they have totally reinvigorated the scene down in Australia for Warhammer 40K and GW games.
Nice.
Out of Perth. And so I have about a 30-minute discussion with them. We happen to have a mutual friend before the awards were announced.
Jordan?
No, actually not Jordan, another friend who Craig, who introduced us and said, "Oh, you guys should talk. You both do podcasts."
Cool.
Mike also used to be on the Worlds in Radio podcast. So,
right on.
So I'll have an interview with them. It goes about half an hour, and then we will come back and close out the show.
Boom.
Hey guys, I'm Caleb.
And this is Kat.
And we are CK Studios. We want to invite you and your friends to come paint with us at one of our exciting and fun-filled airbrush and hobby weekenders. Our weekend workshops are 2 days of intense hands-on training, working directly with and learning from some of the top gaming artists in the industry.
Whether you're brand new to miniature painting or an experienced veteran that wants to up your game, CK Studios has the workshop for you. Our workshops cover everything from learning the basics and building confidence in airbrushing, all the way up to creating that centerpiece model for your army or display case.
For more class info and our upcoming schedule, you can find us on Facebook at CK Studios Come Paint With Us, or register directly at ckstudios.bigcartel.com.
If you can't find a class near you, that's okay. Just contact us and we'll bring a workshop to you.
All right, so I am currently here with Mike and Emma Basc. And, you know, what's funny about this is we have a mutual friend, Craig, who reached out to me and said, "Hey, you guys should talk because these guys are involved in the 40K scene down in Australia, in Perth. And, you know, I think they should be on your show." And I said, "Hey, sure, let's talk." And it's just so funny. Well, first off, welcome to the show, guys.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
And it's so funny because as we were talking before we started recording, there's just so many connections that we're coming across that make this such a small world. First off, Craig and myself knew each other separately, obviously, from the two of you. But as soon as we started talking, it turns out, Mike, you used to be one of the regular hosts for Worlds in Radio.
Yeah, it's been a few years since World's End wrapped up. But yeah, I used to host that with Luke.
And
as regularly as we produced episodes.
Yeah, and the funny thing about that is you guys were actually a major inspiration for us in the format and starting of our show. So it just blew my mind as you started talking. I was like, "Oh, wait a minute, you're that guy."
Yeah, yeah. My accent and my tone. I've been fortunate to play 40K in a whole bunch of places around the world, and the amount of people that have come up and spoken to me, having heard my voice across the room.
Yeah.
And mainly from World's End Radio, but it's happening a little bit more now with our own podcast and what we do.
Yeah.
Who come up and say hello, who I've never met before. It's kind of...
It can be
cool
little
and strange at the same time.
Yeah. I have the same, and some of it is like people at work tease me all the time. They're like, "Oh, Carl's famous," and I keep going, "I'm not famous." And yes, he is. No, I'm not. And then finally, the HR gal goes, "Well, has anybody ever asked you for an autograph?" I go, "Oh, okay." So a couple of times, and see, you're famous. No, I'm not. And I always say I'm well known in a small community of people. But you know, when we go to something like Adepticon, like that is our target market. So of course, people there recognize you, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So talk a little bit about just so we can kind of get this piece out of the way. Can you or Emma talk about what you guys are doing down there and a little bit about your podcast? I'm really curious to hear about it because I've heard the title, but I have not listened to it, and now I'm going to start. So,
yeah, one extra listener is always a good place to start.
They're 1001.
That's it. Perfect.
Emma's actually the inspiration for most of what we do these days. I started writing a blog in
June 9th.
Oh, there you go. 4 years ago? 5 years ago?
4 years ago.
4 years ago. Yeah. Just to kind of, get a lot of the thoughts about the hobby somewhere that wasn't in my head.
Yeah.
And around that time, we'd seen the last of the major 40K tournaments essentially disappear. Luke, who was my co-host with World's End Radio, was running like an invitational every year, and he'd wrapped that up by that point. And we were all kind of, me and a bunch of buddies of mine who I used to have a very close gaming group who, unfortunately, these days most have moved away and, life happens.
Yeah.
We were sat chatting and sort of lamenting the fact that it was the same 10 to 15 guys going to tournaments and, there were essentially no more tournaments.
40K is dead.
And one of the guys made a comment that 40K is dead. And Emma turned around and basically said, pull your friggin' head in and put your money where your mouth is. Like, if you want to make it happen, go and do something about it. Stop sitting here whinging. And with her encouragement, a group of us kind of got together to run what we called the West Australian 40K Masters.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd never had an event that had broken 50 players in WA ever.
50, 50 players.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah.
And we got 66 for that first event. And despite the fact it was meant to be me running it solo, Emma spent the whole weekend there helping me run it because I'm a big picture guy and she's a detail person.
Yeah.
Do you think
and he's very much about keeping that big picture in his head.
Do you think that you got so many people because there was kind of a pent up, demand for it that it wasn't happening, and so suddenly people were like, "Hey, there's this thing going on," or what caused the spike?
I think that we did a lot of marketing for it.
I think it was just that we told people about it, and
we had a lot of support from the Games Workshop and Warhammer stores as well.
Actually, for that event we didn't.
For the first, we had one store that was a big supporter of ours, mainly through an existing friendship that I had with the manager. And he was awesome.
Yeah, but I think it was just that. We'd heard that 40K was dead, and we heard that so many times, but I personally didn't believe it because I thought, well, if I know of 20 people sitting in my back garden who all play it, and you all know 3 people each, and they all know X many people each, then actually it's not dead. We just need to tell them that we're going to do something. And I think what had happened in the past is that when clubs had run events, and clubs are amazing, but when they run events, they tell their members about it, and that's it. Well, we didn't have any members because it was literally Mike by himself, and so we didn't tell members about it. We just told everyone, so as many people as we could.
And to this day, one of the greatest marketing strategies we have is just bombarding every single Facebook group, Instagram, Twitter.
We try not to spam, but it's just about sharing it as much as we can and getting the word out there and telling people, look, if you want to play a game, we're putting it on, so you know, turn up.
And so that first tournament we ran, like I say, we had 66 players, which, like I say, was unprecedented at the time in terms of attendance for any tournament in Perth, not just 40K, like in general. We've
You're
never
saying
had an event with that.
even at the height of its popularity before that, it was not having that many.
No.
Okay.
No, 50 was the biggest we'd ever seen.
Okay.
And so we got 66 for that first event. The venue we hired, because we ran it independently from anyone, the venue we hired was not the ideal venue because it was split across 2 floors and there was no elevator.
No air conditioning on the top
no air conditioning.
No air conditioning on the bottom floor. We had air conditioning on the top floor.
So everybody wants the game on the top floor.
That's it. But there were only 6 tables on the top floor.
Yeah, those are the top tables. Give everybody some inspiration to get up there.
See, the top table I actually had set up on the stage with me because I had a video camera streaming it.
Oh, okay.
Not streaming it, recording it. And it was funny because that event, we spent every last dollar that was left over from the ticketing after we paid for all the expenses on buying terrain and boards and stuff so that we could actually run the damn event. and we had, I think it was 7 or 8 tables that were ours. And then we went to one of the local clubs here, Outpost 6030, who... they're a fantastic group of guys. I actually opened this club back in 2002, this branch of the club, and I'm a life member. So I went to the committee and said, this is what I want to do. And they said, yep, we're happy to loan you the entire cache of terrain and boards. So we got, I think it was 20 or 22 from them. And then we'd had a club close recently, just prior to that event. And I went to the who's another friend of ours, and I said, do you have anything left over? And he lent us some stuff, and then we had a couple of hobbyists who had sort of 2 or 3 boards themselves lend us some stuff, and
it was a bit like a potluck dinner,
yeah,
but with terrain and board.
But we got it out to the 33 boards we needed, and this is, we're used to playing on chipboard that's painted green, so we're talking about really bare boards. And at the time, I'd been talking to FLG Australia about the fat mats that they were doing in conjunction with Table War. And we did a massive group buy for the West Australian community. We bought 100 fat mats.
Wow. Okay.
And most of those went to the community when they bought them from us. It was essentially us buying them in bulk and then having pre-sold them.
Right. Gotcha.
And it let us, obviously the postage cost to Australia is the killer. So it let us bulk purchase and bulk post. And we kept 7 or something, however many boards we had, we kept. And we got complaints after that event saying, I wanted to play on a table with a mat. Why did I have to play on a table that didn't have chipboard? There was only chipboard.
So, but between the 33 tables, we'd got
about
Realm
half
of
the
Battle
room.
boards, and so no, I think it was only it was a small number that didn't have these mats on, and people complained because they didn't play on it, which worked out quite well because it made us lift our game for the following events.
Gotcha.
And that's kind of what we've, each event after that. So we ran, I think it was 8 events the following year, and then the year after that was the same plus our first convention, and then last year it was the same again plus the second annual convention.
And what was your turnout at the following years? Did it grow?
So our 40K events have so we do an event every year at the start of the year called First Blood, which is aimed at kind of letting experienced hobbyists kick off their new year with a new project, because it's only 1,000 points an army.
It's a hobby focused.
It is It is definitely hobby focused. So guys will bring out passion projects rather than hardcore stuff.
Nice.
But it's also a great way of us letting new tournament goers come to an event that they recognise, because we play chapter approved missions, so the standard missions, as opposed to anything
and it's a gentle
complex.
Introduction.
And because, like Emma says, it's a hobby event, the guys who are serious competitors, generally speaking, wind it back a little bit and come with the right attitude. So we did 70 the first year, 80 the next year, 90 last year. We only did 70 this year, but that was a deliberate choice.
We had to change venues, and that's all we could fit in the venue.
Yeah, we booked the venue not 100% certain we could actually get 35 tables in there.
But it's funny because, as Mike said, our events have grown over the years. So we run an event, West Australian Team Challenge, Team Championship. I can never remember what the C stands for.
Basically our version of the American Team Championships that you guys host.
And so last year we had 120 players at that. So when, we were so excited for our first Masters to get 66 players.
Yeah.
And now, we've just done First Blood and it was 70 players. I'm like, yeah, it's a small tournament.
Jeez.
And
it's all about perspective.
It is all about perspective, because when you kind of juggling 120 players and in teams and all the things that go with that, to only have 70 in a room seems actually quite small.
I should point out with that, so the single biggest tournament, as in single system tournament we had, is what we call WATC. It was 120 players last year. We turned away 2 teams of 6 because we didn't have the resources to cater for any more.
Oh, wow.
And
that is huge.
So it could have been 132.
We couldn't fit them in the room.
We physically couldn't fit them in the room, but we also didn't have enough boards, didn't have enough terrain.
Right.
We capped it out. Without a significant change, like we would have had to have gone to another club and asked for resources from them, and it would have gotten very messy to do.
Well, that's
what was interesting is that Emma was the TO for that.
Nice.
Because I was actually part of one of the teams playing.
Yeah, so our biggest event ever, and he left me by myself to do that one.
And no bias for when he calls a judge.
Look, the fun part about that event, I'm a big believer in not playing in my own events.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it creates a level of uncertainty in regards to the way the event's being run. But with WATC, and obviously it being a team event, it means that I'm one of 6 players on a team, which means that the results of the team can't be
they kind of overweigh
bias.
Yeah.
So, we've done 3 of those now. Yeah, and I've won all 3 of them as part of the winning team.
Coincidentally,
Yeah. Funny how that happens.
This year I'm not going to be playing. I'm going to be helping run because we obviously want to try and break that 120 number.
This is amazing, though. I mean, it effectively you revitalized 40K in this area. And I mean, as you and I were talking, I mean, people were saying, oh, 40K's dead in the area. And you said, hey, well, let's put your money where your mouth is and we'll run something. And it's just, I mean, this is awesome. And from my perspective, it's funny. I was just reading March's White Dwarf, and there's an article in there where they're talking about going to Nova Open and helping judge that, and saying the thing that they came away with was that and this is Robin Credis, and the thing he came away with was that there were more people playing 40K than ever right now, and I truly feel that. Like with 8th edition, it seems like there's this kind of resurgence going on.
We've definitely seen that.
Yeah, we felt that as well.
Because we obviously kicked things off in 7th edition.
Yeah, where honestly, that's towards the end of 7th edition is a tough time. Like you can't really introduce new players; it's just too cumbersome at that point.
Yeah, between all the formations and all the other rigmarole that went into 7th Ed armies.
Yeah.
It was a high barrier to entry, whereas we've seen so many old players who I used to game with in 3rd and 4th edition.
Yeah.
Guys that Craig would have played against when he and I were actively competing in those tournaments in the early mid 2000s.
Yeah.
Are now playing again.
Yeah, around here too. I mean, so often we see people on our Facebook group or something along those lines that just say, yeah, I haven't played in years, but this drew me back and I'm loving it. I'm so excited to be playing this game right now. And I'm playing more of this than, it seems like I say that every edition, but I really am playing more of 8th edition than any other edition previously.
I reckon I'm playing less, but I'm dealing with it more.
Yeah, you're involved more. It sounds like you're one of those people, kind of like myself, that likes to get involved in like the larger aspects of the community and the game. Like I can never just leave it to like a small thing.
I'm not sure if he so much wants to do that, or I'm just standing behind him pushing him and going, no, we're going to do this. So.
Emma's background is really about community involvement and mental health and that sort of bringing people together, and that's kind of where our events have kind of wandered. It's
not what we intended, but it's certainly where we've ended up.
Right.
So, we try and build events that are accessible and inclusive and that people want to come and play at. I mean, First Blood this year for us, we sold out 70 tickets in under 24 hours.
That is incredible.
Gone.
That's incredible.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, it's really, I guess, humbling to see so many people excited to come to our events. And, Mike said at the beginning that we had a lot of support from the Games Workshop stores, but actually at the beginning we didn't, because
we do now.
Yeah, I'm getting to that. They were, I guess
you were truly a married couple, by the way.
yeah, we really are. So they'd been burnt by tournament organisers in the past, and so they were a little bit wary.
Yeah.
Whereas now, they're going, can you let us have your calendar? What are you doing? When are you doing it? We want to make sure that we're letting people know as soon as possible so that we can get them excited by it.
And we've got staff members coming, like taking days off to come and play.
That's fantastic.
Which is a good indicator, obviously, for the store support.
Yeah, it's great.
Well, listen, I mean, I think the community engagement by Games Workshop is just off the charts right now. It's how they are involved is absolutely incredible, and this is a perfect example of it. I mean, when we hear Australia, we hear frequently the issue we hear is, well, the prices are ridiculous and we can't keep up with this, but I am glad to hear that it is alive and kicking, and more than that, it's up and running in your area. And this
I definitely think,
go ahead.
We've got connections all across the country for different TOs and different organisers, and if you've heard of Down Under Network, their Twitch streams and whatnot, we're good friends with the guys who run that. Their first event was actually one of ours. They flew over from Melbourne to stream one of our events.
Wow.
And, between them, Chris, who run CanCon 40K, which is our biggest ITC event in Australia. We know a bunch of the organisers up in Queensland. There's a group of us who essentially try and manage the major 40K events around the country to try and make sure that there is some cross-pollination and we get players to fly to different places to play different things. And, the guys in the other states are doing everything they can to, invigorate and get people really excited and involved in the community. And certainly the last couple of years we've seen that. Victoria's seen a big uplift in the last 18 months and Queensland's on a turn for the positive at the moment as well, which is really cool. And then ITC's taken off in New South Wales. So it's an exciting time for Australian players who want to get involved in organised play.
I think we've moved from surviving to, we're pretty close to thriving as a community and players. So, obviously the price factor is something that gets thrown around quite a lot on social media. But I think people share the negatives and sort of forget to share
the positives,
the good stuff that's happening here as well.
I've built a whole show around that. So my listeners, we're pretty positive around here. Listen, if people in your area, which I'd be shocked if they haven't heard about you, but if they want to, or if they're traveling to Australia, like my wife and I are talking about doing maybe next year, where do they go find more information about what you guys are doing?
So the most active place where you can get us most days and nights, for that matter, we've got a Facebook page. Objective Secured is the Facebook page. We have our website, which is objectivesecured.com.au.
Now, there are two Objective Secured.
That's why I said .com.au.
Yeah, we're the .com.au. I think there's one in the UK, which is very
personal blog.
And very rarely written on. But occasionally I do try to get onto our website and accidentally get his.
Ours is where our podcast is hosted. It's where links to all our social media is. It's got articles and stuff that we write or we have guests write. The latest article is actually written by our 13-year-old daughter about Warhammer Adventures and her her reading and about the sample copies that were being given out in the stores, and she now wants me to buy both books.
You are she is right in the target market for that. Actually, we we occasionally take books and we do a segment called Forbidden Lore, where we get the author on and we talk about the book from kind of start to finish, a bunch of spoilers, that kind of thing. And I've been trying to get in touch with the authors of these two books because I really want to do a Forbidden Lore on these books. I've read the 40K one so far, and I'm just starting the fantasy one.
No, she really enjoyed them.
That's awesome.
She is a bookworm by nature, though, and she loves sort of all the Greek mythology and Harry Potter. And
Interesting, though, that she said that she preferred the
40K one.
The 40K one.
Really?
She's normally a fantasy reader.
Yeah.
And she definitely preferred the 40K one over the fantasy.
And to bear in mind, despite living in the household that she lives in, her exposure would be all sort of third hand to 40K. Like, we don't make the kids play the games. We don't make the kids hobby.
No, that's not true. I do make them paint terrain.
Yeah. But so she's learned anything she's learned about 40K has been purely osmatically.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that's a word. It sounds like
we'll call it a word.
We'll go with that.
It is now.
So
why not? Every word came from somewhere, right?
Exactly. So she knew roughly what a Space Marine was. She knew what a Necron was because they're two armies that I have, and we've got big pull-up banners of them and all sorts of stuff. But her context for the actual setting, she didn't have any. She's not read any of the novels or read any of the codexes or anything like that. So it was interesting to see her take on it. So when she finished reading them, it was like, okay, sweetie, now you can do a book report.
Oh, I got to read this. This is awesome. This is fantastic. I love it.
It's actually one of the first articles on our website. If you go and
I'm looking at it right now.
And then obviously the podcasts are all hosted there, and they head out onto Spotify and onto iTunes. And I had Val. I can never get his surname right. Val
begins with a H, doesn't it?
Heffelfinger.
Okay. Anyway,
I met him at LVO in 2017, and he does a lot of stuff with Frontline Gaming.
Okay.
And does podcasts and episodes with them. And he. Oh God. No.
You forgot what you were going to say.
Yeah, I was trying to get. It had a link.
All right.
That's okay. That's okay. Listen, I think this is awesome. I also had to, before we go, and at the risk of self-aggrandizing, I wanted to congratulate you guys for your nominations and award for Warhammer Heroes I think that's
likewise for you as well.
Congratulations.
I wasn't seeking that out from you, but it truly, I mean, clearly, listen, we don't find out why we get these things. Like I wasn't sent something that said, "Oh, this is, why you got it." I have a pretty good suspicion as to why I got nominated, but clearly it seems to me like the reason you guys got nominated was all the work that you were doing in this area to revitalize the hobby and keep it growing. I think that's invaluable. I just love sharing this hobby with people. I'm so glad you guys are getting recognized for this. And I was super excited to see both of you. My wife does play 40K with me on occasion. And, I have to drag her to ever get her on the show. She won't listen to it. But, it made me think, gosh, what if we were doing something like that and I got nominated and she didn't? I would literally turn the nomination down at that point.
I said exactly the same thing.
Yeah, so I was super excited to see both of you guys on there.
That was certainly something that when we got the email, I'm assuming you got the same thing where we got about 24 hours notice.
Yeah.
And the email, I kind of glanced at it. I was literally walking out the door trying to take the kids to school. And I was sort of half reading it on my phone, and I flicked a copy of it to Emma, and while she was getting ready, and just sort of said, "Hey, read this." Mm-hmm. And then I jumped in the car, and we've got about a 15-minute drive to get the kids to school. And she's called me on the way there, going, "Have you called or told anyone what was in that email?" I've gone, "No, I haven't even finished reading it." She's going, "Don't."
You're not allowed to.
Don't share that with anyone. I've gone, "I have no idea what you're talking about." So she's reading it out through the car phone. And I've gone, "Oh, that's awesome."
Yeah.
And she was so concerned that I would have read it and gone, "Oh, who can I tell?"
Yeah.
That is generally what you would do.
Well, congratulations to both of you. I think that's fantastic. Listen, have anything else you want to touch on before we kind of wrap up?
Oh, look, there's a shameless plug that
please.
You'll indulge us.
Yes, I will.
So our event calendar on the website has a whole bunch of links to all the events that are happening in Western Australia. The big one for us, though, is our convention. So it's called the show, the SHO, Southern Hemisphere Open.
Awesome.
We've run it 2 years now, and the third year is this year, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of June, happening at the showgrounds here in Perth, Western Australia. Mm-hmm. The first 2 years, the first year in particular, was an interesting start and scale up for us.
Yeah, it's been a massive. So we went from 66 for Masters to just shy of 4,000 for
over the 3 days.
Our first Southern Hemisphere Open. So
we opened it up to one of the reasons I was in at LVO for 2017 was to basically steal ideas.
No, it was to learn as much as we can.
Have a look at and see how it was all set up and be part of that, and also obviously get to play 40K for 3 days. And build that was awesome. That was actually where I was going earlier now I think of it, because I met Val, I met Lawrence from Tabletop Tactics while I was there. I obviously got to meet Frankie and Reese, the guys from Long War. I got to meet a whole bunch of people in the community at large as opposed to in our backyard.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been really good for us because we've been able to learn from some of the guys who've been doing these conventions longer than us. And so, for us, it's 3 days of gaming. At the moment, I think we've got 19 different tournaments running this year over 3 days.
Nice.
We do painting workshops. We do, we had a Golden Demon winner who we've asked to come back again this year, and we've got a tentative yes from him again this year. Mm-hmm. He's going to be hosting some private classes. We do a big board game space for people to come and play different board games. We do RPGs. We do
panels, workshops, that kind of thing.
As well.
Yeah, we had David Annandale from Black Library the first year. We flew him out to Perth so he could come and be part of the first couple of days of the con. We haven't quite found the final format for the tournament side of things because
if I can make a slight suggestion, it would be, what people there would probably really want to see is the main host of the independent characters. If you want to fly somebody out there to Perth.
We might have a look at that for 2020.
Yeah, maybe. Listen, all joking aside, my wife and I are talking about coming out there next year, and I would absolutely love to meet up with you guys and say hi and spend some time with you and Craig and Kelly.
It's funny because between yourself and Val and Lawrence, everyone said the same thing. Like, if you want to bring people over, like we're free.
Let me put my hand up.
Imagine that.
But yeah, so we've had Black Library involved 2 years in a row now, and we'll hopefully have them again this year.
Fantastic.
And Games Workshop have had a booth, which has been really exciting for us because it's sort of the first time we've ever had them actively involved in these sorts of events in Australia.
It does kind of weigh something, right? Like it kind of puts a stamp on an event.
Yeah.
So that's kind of our big event for the year, and it's the one that we put a lot of time and effort into, and sort of heart and soul and literally bleed for in some cases. So that's kind of our event that we'd like to share with everyone. The new website and all the tickets and stuff will be up in early March.
Yeah. But yes, if anybody happens to be around or feels like jumping on a plane, 1, 2, 3 of June.
It's a public holiday weekend for us, so we've got 3 days off in a row. So we run it that weekend.
Gaming.
Well, guys,
other than that, listen to the podcast.
and that podcast is Objective Secured. And it can be found at all those locations you talked about before. Well, listen.
That was actually where the other part I was going, because Val got in touch with me and said, I didn't know you guys did a podcast. And I went, what do you mean, dude? And he's gone, I found it on, and it was some random Android app.
Mm-hmm.
And when I set the RSS feeds up for it, apparently I've ticked a bunch of boxes and it's gone to places that I have no idea how it got there.
Get it everywhere.
So he's been great in telling me that, hey, we've got Canadians listening to it because he found it and then he shared it. And it's been interesting watching the spread of it for our listeners, and it's still growing, but we've only been going a year, so
that's fantastic. I mean, it takes a while, but the funny thing is, I've been doing this for nine years or so now, and I remember, before I started doing a podcast, I remember Imperial Voxcast was one of the podcasts out there at the time, and I had written a review. I've said this to my listeners, so they've heard this before, but I wrote a review for them. And I was a little critical of some things, but I really liked the show, and I made sure that came through on the review. And I remember them reading the review on air, and I going, "Oh my God, they said my name." Right? And it sounds silly to me now, but one of the funny things was I remember being 40K Radio at the time used to do live shows as well. And I remember either yourself, I think it was Luke though, had come into the chat room there, and I said, "Oh, I think it was Luke," because I said, "Oh, this is Luke from World's End," and I said, "Hey, I just want you to know, I really, really like your show. It's really enjoyable." He's like, "Oh, thanks." I'm like, "Oh, yeah, Luke said hi to me," and now you're kind of on the other end of the mic, and so I never lost that. Like, I always remember where I came from, and so when people come up to me or say something, I always take time out to talk with them, and hey, I understand. But
feels weird though, doesn't it?
It does, but I'll tell you what feels even weirder. Talking to you makes me feel like, so you were on World's End Radio. Oh, oh yeah, I love that show. And it's just so funny because it's still. It's so silly, but you can still kind of fanboy out about somebody that you had, respect for and listened to and that kind of thing. So
there were definitely some interesting episodes to record. The 3-hour marathon ones were just crazy.
That's an average episode for us.
Yeah, see, we keep it to what we consider a drive time.
I wish I could.
We try to. We aim for about an hour, and we blow it out every single episode.
Yeah, there's the one that I've just finished editing is about an hour and a half. Yeah. But we normally kind of hover between an hour and 20. We try and keep it to that. But the amount of feedback we've had of just go for it. Go 2 or 3 hours. And I'm sat there looking at the hosting for it going, I need to go and change some settings if I'm going to do that.
Libsyn's cheap. All right. Well, guys, we got to wrap this up. We were supposed to go 15, 20 minutes. We've gone 30, but that's why my shows run 3 hours or more. But it has been an absolute pleasure to talk to the two of you, and I really appreciate you taking the time to talk with me. And I really am looking forward to coming out there. And you've picked up another listener. I'll start listening to your show, and I'm sure we're going to talk more as the year goes on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much for having us on.
Yeah, it's been great. Thank you.
Of course.
Thanks for finding the time. And again, congratulations.
Thank you.
It's really exciting.
Yeah, I agree. I'm super excited about that. And I guess the award ceremony's one of them's at Adepticon. So I'm really excited to be going out there in less than 28 days. So.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I'm super stoked about it. I'll send you guys some pictures.
Yeah. Rub it in.
I'll rub it in. Boy, there's a serious fear of missing out when people go to these events and I'm not there, and I'm like, oh my God, I gotta get there.
Yeah.
So, anyway, yeah, we'll talk again soon.
Perfect.
Thanks very much.
Thanks.
All right, so welcome back. We are about done, finally. This is kind of a long episode now.
This episode was disgustingly resilient.
It's disgustingly long episode.
And there was a little delay between episodes, so it's fine.
Yeah. I mean, there won't be coming up, but there was here. And then, well, I don't know. We got Adepticon right around the corner.
Yeah.
Yay.
So much.
I'm so excited. Jody's coming. It's going to be fantastic.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We're snuggle buddies.
Oh.
Snuggle.
I'm hanging out with Drew.
Nice.
Keep an eye on that one.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's not using your restroom. Okay. You guys got anything you want to add before we kind of close out the show? Any last minute points or anything?
I've enjoyed the hell out of this.
All right.
It's been fun.
So, yeah, I mean, obviously we have a Facebook group. Again, I will reiterate, please, if you're trying to join that group, answer the questionnaire. I'm this close, and you can't see it, but I'm holding my fingers together to stopping people from joining the group that don't answer the questions. Like, just
yeah, because we have to do research on it, and Facebook stalk you, and it's a pain.
Yeah, and I think it's becoming a little bit of an issue. So, hey, there you go. Also, please make yourself familiar with the rules of that group. There's not a lot of them. It seems like a lot, but it's actually just a kind of a guide to our philosophy and how we approach things.
One of the best things I'd say about that community is that it does provide new content on a regular basis that is not just another duplicate thread. And to that end, we threw out some elite choices. So keep that cool hobby mojo working, or whatever you're doing in your community. Keep showing us, because we love to see that stuff and add to the community.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we all are about I think one of the things I love about the community is that for the most part, we're all in the same mindset. We're all kind of heading the same direction. Some people may chafe against it and say, oh, it's heavily moderated, but I think the majority of our listeners, Don, you're one of the best moderators we have. I really appreciate it. But it's really you, me, and Loopy, but I think you're on top of everything for the most part. It's kind of, I think most people appreciate the fact that we shut down the problematic issue, and we, approach everything like adults, and sometimes I will get in there and seal off comments on an issue, because it's like, we've seen this issue before and we've seen how it devolves, and if you have something really, really new to add, okay, but is
it really?
The reality is, yes, we understand GW prices are high. There's really not a point, we're going to go through the same rigmarole in this argument that we went through last time, so let's just
plenty of spots you can go explore that elsewhere.
Yeah, let's talk about stuff we like. Anyway. So leave us a review on iTunes. We absolutely love those reviews on iTunes. They help the show, progress even more. You can leave us reviews on Facebook as well.
Yes,
or
sir.
just reach out to us and say hi.
Also that.
If you like the show, please leave us a good review. If you don't, I'm happy to address what you don't like about it. We may or may not change, but we're always open to constructive
feedback.
Criticism.
Is good. Yep.
Okay, so I guess that's it. That's it. So until next time, this is Carl.
This is Adon.
This is Justin.
This is Jody.
And we're coming to you from the Astronomicon, where Typhus never loses. He just teleports back up to his command barge.
I feel dirty.
Grandpa Nurgle awaits to hug you.
And it always looks infected.
This episode of The Independent Characters is protected by the Creative Commons license. If you have further questions as to its use, you can find information on the front page at theindependentcharacters.com.